PKA 778. Just the boys this week. The guest had to cancel at the last second. Taylor?
This episode of PK is brought to you by BetterHelp, Lock and Load, and of course, wonderful merchandise. We'll talk more about all of that later. Guys, huge news. Huge news.
Tell me.
We're all going to get a check for $2,000.
Wow.
From the government.
Willikers.
Are we
all Taylor, I was thinking about it. I'm only going to accept the check if Donald Trump signs it by hand. No auto pen.
He is anti-auto pen. He'll surely do it by hand.
He has to sign every check by hand. I want to see it.
That was some all-time gauche shit during COVID when they sent those checks out and he was like, my signature's got to be on there. And it was just like a little gold, like Donald Trump thing. Maybe that's standard. Maybe they always have the president sign it. I don't fucking know. But that seemed a little out there.
Do I get three of these fucking things? One for Jackie, one for me, and one for Colin? Is that how this works?
No.
You're cashing other people's checks?
Wow. The greedy millionaire class strikes again. I know a certain Indian guy in New York who just got elected who wouldn't care for that line.
Just asking the
Maybe
questions.
He's not Indian. I don't know what he is.
He's Arabic or something.
Oh.
Mamdani.
I thought that was Indian. I don't know. But man, $2,000. Kyle, what are you going to spend your $2,000 check? That's absolutely coming.
$2,000 is a real windfall. So I think I'm going to probably just invest it back into some Trump coin. Take it full circle.
Self-sustaining economy.
Self-sustaining economy. Trump checks right into a Trump, maybe into a property. I know he's got those golf courses in the Middle East now.
$2,000 will get you a big part of a Middle Eastern golf course.
Yeah, I'm thinking so. I'm thinking I could get like maybe a few square inches.
They'll take you on a tour and show you like what 7 blades you own, like what blades of grass.
I'd appreciate that. Like maybe I could be a sheik the way they sold us those title hoods in Scotland or whatever. Now they could sell me a few quarter inches of Dubai sand and I could be a sheik or something like that.
We talked about you said Scotland, those African people who went and moved into the woods in Scotland. Did I talk about this with friends or did I talk about with you guys on the show?
Are you changing topics? We just got here.
Yeah. We just got here, but it popped in my head and it was funny. We'll get to it. Woody, what are you spending the $2,000 on?
I don't know. 1% of a Trump watch, maybe something like that. Does he have a $250,000 Trump watch? That'd be pretty dope.
If he does, he better be having Rolex private label that or something. Even then, like they wouldn't do that.
Oh yeah,
companies
Rolex
like that don't
known for their private label watches.
That's what I'm saying.
That one for Lucky Charms, that one for Met Stadium. Yeah, they're great like that. Yeah,
stack of Trump Bibles. There are a lot of things I could get.
Get some very very rotten Trump steaks.
I can't believe we're like
20 years ago.
Jokes aside, like apparently we're not getting the checks because we make more than $100,000 a year. I didn't hear that little addendum. Like, what the fuck? Like, isn't that who's? All right, supposedly this $2,000 he's mailing out has been acquired via tariffs, right? Isn't that their spin?
It's all bullshit. But I'm listening.
Savings.
Yeah, it is the spin.
They're saying it's Doge savings or tariff revenue.
And it should be.
They haven't said the Doge thing in a while, but I'm listening.
In either case, that is nothing but taxpayer money. In either case, no matter how you slice it, that money was derived from American taxpayers. So it's just socialism. They're just taking our money and giving it to other people.
Mexico's paying for it, I think. I don't know.
Mexico doesn't pay for anything.
No, that's all.
Even Mexicans wish Mexico would pay for things. How are we going to get Mexico to pay for things?
The $2,000 thing is just a distraction. They asked his, I think, Treasury Secretary Bennett or whatever his name was. They're like, Trump says he's giving out $2,000, and he's like, well, we extended the corporate tax cut, so in a way, you already got it. It's like the fuck.
All those people between 100,000 and 200,000 income, or 100 and 300, making those corporate tax cut money. Like they're the ones really securing the bag with that. Of course, yeah. But I mean, Kyle, you were saying
apply to our LLC? Like what are we talking about here? Like how much savings did we get? Did we say $700 or something over the course of
happening?
Wait, don't ruin the fun. It's definitely happening. And Kyle, you were saying like, isn't that just our money anyway? You say that, But how many times have you met someone? It happened more when I was younger. People don't do this anymore, really. But like the first few years you pay taxes,
Refunds.
someone will always be like, "Bro, I just got $1,900 on my tax refund," and it's like your mental framing of this is so off. Like you gave the government an interest-free loan of $1,900. That's your money. You could have had that. If like that would probably fit. That would be an easy way to like get people mad about taxes is get rid of all the automatic withholding and force everyone to write a check at the end of the year. They'd be like, "What the fuck?"
We have a revolutionary war.
That's what we did. That's what we should do when you're fucking self-employed.
When you're self-employed,
see how many goddamn taxes you pay. Like
we all do that.
And it's look, when I used to get normal people pay checks, like you would do the math when I was a kid. When I was 19, I'd be like, I made $8,000 this month. That means $8,000 is going to be in my account at the end of this month. I was like, that's more money than I can count. Public schooling.
Sorry.
And I know. But like then I'd look at that paycheck and it was like, I didn't know what FICA was. I still don't. Federal withholding or some shit. Like it's just like they're like, we robbed you here for this, and we robbed you here for that, and we robbed you here for that, and we're not giving it back. And I'm just like, oh my God, like 2/3, like I get 2/3 of my check. 2/3 of my check I get to keep.
That's the age where I learned about the wage wedge. That's what that concept is called. So, you think you get paid like $4,000 and then you take home $2,500. So now you think you're getting paid $2,500. Meanwhile, your employer did pay you $4,000. And on top of that, he paid for your like health insurance and some other benefits that you have, your vision, who knows what the heck they're paying all this stuff for. So you're like, I make $2,500, and he's like, this motherfucker cost me $6,000. That's the wage wedge, the gap between what they pay to have you on staff, and what you take home.
You know what? I was so stupid at 19 too. Like, I didn't have anybody to guide me in this shit. So when they passed around the like the corporate health insurance plans that you could opt into, I was like, man, vision and dental, that sounds good. I'd like some of that. And I'm just like, I'm getting this like fat ass health plan that a 50-year-old man needs. Like I'm 19. Like I don't need vision and dental. I still don't need vision and dental.
Well, you don't need vision and you know what vision insurance gets you? Last time I went to the eye doctor, which at this point was 2.5 years ago, because my eyes finally stopped getting worse. They kind of, which is moldy.
What a flex.
What a flex. Yeah. It turns out my eyes got to -8 and they were like, pause. This is where we go. Right. But the last time I went into the eye doctor, the guy was like, so do you have any problems? Do you have dryness? Do you have floaters ever? Do you have this and that? And like just these minor little fact finding questions. And I was like, oh, you know what? I do get floaters if I like look at light at a certain angle, or if I'm looking into a lot of bright light, like sometimes I'll get floaters. And he was like, okay, but no dry eyes or anything, just the floaters. And I was like, yeah, sometimes I get that in really bright light. And he's like, interesting. That just happens to some people. Nothing we can do for that. Then why at? It's like
is that when you look at the light and then you look somewhere else and it's still like there?
No, it's like those little flecks of something. It looks like something's floating in your eye, and you look inside, and it's like it's inside your
like not there anymore, kind of.
Yeah, your eyeballs turn into a snow globe.
So your if you got serious real deal floaters, then yeah, but. For most people, I guess it just happens if you see certain angles of light or really bright light, it opens it up. And the way they can get rid of those, I looked online, it's not something on your eye. It's in the liquid inside your eye, whatever fluid that is, your intraocular fluid.
And so an oil change.
They were like, yeah, sometimes they can drain all the fluid out of your eye.
Right.
And then put more fluid in. And I'm like, that's horrifying. I'll deal with on occasion it's too bright out or something, or the light comes in and I get a couple floaters.
So do you think vision is a waste of money? Dental, I know. Dental, I feel like I know that one pretty well. They charge you like $1,500 a year, and you're like, well, it's expensive, but what if something catastrophic happens? Well, they cap out at like $1,500 a year that they pay out. So it's just hardly ever a deal that you win.
Dental is a bad deal, of course. What eye stuff is also a bad deal because they have or at least now they have frames that are covered partially by insurance, and then the overwhelming majority that don't make you look like fucking bubbles are not. And if you don't want your glasses to be big thick, if you have really bad eyes like me, relatively fucking dirties out there being like, get real, brother, with his terrible eyes. But like, if you have eyes bad enough to warrant thick Coke bottle glasses like I do, they don't cover the thinning of the lens, which is an additional cost because you need to thin the lenses. So you don't
have a higher tech version of the lens that.
Yeah. And so really it doesn't cover fucking anything. Like maybe the same. It's probably the same thing as dental insurance, where it's like it covers one cleaning a year or two, a cleaning every 6 months or something, and then the eye thing covers like one exam a year. And all they do,
one an eye cleaning,
which is they don't clean your eyes. What they do is they go, all right, come back. All right, but hold on. Before we walk you back into the shrubbery maze that is the back end of this office, I need you to take your glasses off and dilate your eyes. And it's like I still, to this day, I went to the same eye doctor place from when I was 6 to current. I don't really know the back end of that office. Like, because I go in blind every time. I don't exactly know where to go. And then they tell you to sit in a chair, and then you sit there. I don't know if you guys have had your eyes dilated, but it's this yellow liquid that goes in your eye, and then it like immediately kind of seeps down to your lower eyelashes and like gets crusty, and your eyes just feel astringent, I think would be the best word. Not even like a normal dry, astringent. Like, have you ever eaten a very astringent food? Like, imagine you take a big mouthful of spinach with
I accidentally sprayed
spinach
deodorant in my mouth one time as a kid.
That sounds pretty astringent. Probably like that.
It's awful.
Yeah. And then they sit there and they put you through the like one or two, and it's just it feels like a waste of time every time you go to the
dilating thing. At my eye doctor, they put the drops in and they had me go to the waiting room, and I have to wait for like 15 minutes to get more fully dilated. And because I'm incapable of entertaining myself nowadays, I'm here looking at my phone through some corner of like semi-workable vision trying to read because I can't just sit still.
You know what I did? This was either the most recent time or the second to most recent time. I was like, I'm a vet. I know what the deal is here. It's not going to upset too much. But he left me in that room, sitting there in that like scary chair with that giant arm with the thing you put on your nose. And I started tooling around with it. I just started being like, do I like 1 or 2? Do I like 1 or 3? Do I like 3 or 4? And it turns out it's kind of like a Rubik's Cube, because I really got it off of base, I think, because I didn't know. You can't see. You're looking through this end, and all the dials are on the other end. So I was kind of flipping and turning. And then
you're supposed to touch the equipment.
Yeah, you're not supposed to, but fuck him. You know, he's the one making me pay for it. And so he had to come back in. And then I did notice he took a lot more turns than normal.
Yeah. The nurse used to be like, the nurse was in here earlier. She seemed confused by the entire apparatus. I just wanted to let you know.
Who was it? That
heavy set one.
That doesn't speak English. They can't.
It was the largest, least attractive one.
The little glasses they make on the fly by like 1 or 2. Those optics, the glass is dirty. So I'm like, I'm not sure if that's better or not, because it's kind of dirty. Can you clean this shit so I can see what I'm looking at? I can't tell the minute difference between the 2 dirty lenses you're feeding me.
You know what the worst is at the eye doctor? When you get cut off mid-line read. Like where they put that thing on you, and they're like, he's like, all right, what's the top one? And you're like, oh, F-E-A. It's like, all right, next one, you say that. And then the bottom one, you're like, Regis, I want to say D. And then like,
they're animals.
F, and then he's like, all right, we got a long ways to go. He said we have a long ways to go. And it's like, then why did you start me at the bottom? You know where we're at. Don't start me at -2 and insult me back up to -7.
He's going to let you know where the normal people usually are. That'd be like doing that in the scale. Like, you know, you have the big weight on the scale where it's like 50s. Like if you started a fat chick off like at the 50 plus 10s part of the scale, you're like, whoa, gonna have to grab a few 50s, huh? Clunk, 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 clunk. Like,
I've been there where I like really want that big clunker to stop. And then it doesn't, and it's like, what if I like jump a little?
You're pulling a Daniel Cormier, like you're like pulling down on the wall.
Go back to the other one. I'm gonna think light thoughts.
The girlfriend's holding the towel and pushing.
I gotta go to the bathroom. Give me a minute. I can get under 300, please.
Well, it's not that you went to the bathroom. It's that we didn't ask you to come in or on anything. This is the eye doctors. This is the eye doctors.
And they measured my height, and they're like 6'2". Now I question your competence on all of this.
Yeah,
I'm not 6'2".
What if he comes in? He's just cross-eyed as all hell. 6'2". Dude, that is the kind of doctor's office I would run. It would be called Short Kings, and it would start at 2 feet. And so everybody would come there and leave with a bunch of confidence. I wouldn't say they were fat, even if they were. I'd say they were husky.
They did that
with me.
On my college swim team. We had this like brochure or something like Know the Players type thing. They lied about all of our heights and weights. Everyone was like 6'7", these ginormous wingspans, and 175, like whatever would be perfect. They just put that shit down.
Dude, sports stats, like as far as how big they are, is so farcical.
Mm-hmm.
Like after I met a few NHL players and was like bigger than them, it was like, or was not even met as much as just was close to them. And it's like, that guy's page says 6'1", and unless I'm 6'2", which I am not, like,
I am.
This guy is fit. Yeah, I'm no Woody. I'm not towering over these people.
Taylor's taller than me.
Yeah, that shit's ridiculous. I guess basketball isn't doing that anymore with at least that one guy.
It's a mixed bag. Like maybe 2 or 3 years ago, they decided to accurately measure everyone's height. You no longer got to choose your own height, and most players lost height. A few gained, but there's still a few. Like there's a 7-footer who lies about it, says he's 6'11", Kevin Durant. Wembanyama, he lies about his height. He shrinks himself. Most probably want to be taller, but it's more accurate. It's just not good.
In MMA, they can't hide it. And boxing, too. They have that. Well, boxing less so. But in MMA, they have a barefooted face-off eventually. Like you're going to be face-to-face barefooted. Right? Not at the face-off. Like, there's no reason to hunch. That'd be odd. Especially in a face-off, you want to be intimidating if you can. If you have a height advantage, you want to like express it, and in those moments. And you'll have some guys who are honest, like, oh yeah, Daniel Cormier, he's 6'1", and then Daniel will stand next to a guy who's also supposedly 6'1", and it's like, what? You're not 6'1". That's a bad example because Cormier was always shorter than everybody he fought. Yeah. I think.
You know what I liked? I'm the biggest Jon Jones hater that you'll meet. When he did the face-off, he never looked the other fighter in the eye. He'd look straight down at the ground and like avoid confrontation. Mm-hmm. And I don't know why he did that, but it vibed to me like he's the only fighter I can think of that didn't feel the need to try to alpha the face-off. He won basically every fight he ever had, but he didn't try to win the face. He's like, I don't play that shit.
His mental game's different. Like if you hear why he talks about, like he would go and party the night before so that he would have an excuse if he failed. And if you can like sort of empathize with that mindset and understand like where that could come from and how that could be comforting, how it could be like almost a safeguard. Like if you go in and you're doing everything you can possibly do and you have no excuses for a loss and then you experience one, that's shattering. But if you dick around a little bit the week of and you experience a loss, you can always say, you know what? That wasn't all I had. I have more. I can rise above this loss. It's almost like he's giving himself an emotional and mental safeguard should the worst happen. And it never did. He just
what was he partying on, though?
Cocaine and alcohol all night long the night before.
That does make for a
I don't know the night before, like the week before. The night before, I don't.
Yeah, you need your sleep.
I thought with Gustafsson 1, he was like trashed that like he.
I'm not sure.
It was his toughest battle too. But Jon Jones being diminished made for good fights. It's like holy shit, this is a slobber knocker. Like
Jon Jones against people in his own weight class made for good fights.
Have any of these guys ever been caught? Even back in olden days, like Tank Abbott days, of getting a little buzzed before they go out there and fight to like, I don't feel the punch as hard. Like I'm not as
some guys
hesitant.
would use pot, but
that sounds like a terrible thing to do before fighting.
I guess it's an anti-inflammatory. That's what the Diaz brothers would.
Marshawn Lynch would. I've heard him in podcasts. He'd be like, and he was talking to Peyton Manning or somebody. He's like, before every game, I go in the backpack, get the Hennessy, at least like 1 or 2 shots, and that'd get me right. And it's like Marshawn Lynch played his whole career with a little buzz.
Yeah.
He was really good though. So
Yeah. Yeah, like even if you don't know football, you know who Marshawn Lynch is.
I'm not that into football. I'm certainly not knowledgeable about it, but I've been on a Here Comes the Boom highlight football like kick. I must have watched. I don't think YouTube has any more Here Comes the Boom videos for me. I've seen them all. It's pretty dope.
I'm not familiar. I'm getting an education right now.
There's this song. You search for Here Comes the Boom football and watch 15 seconds of a video and you'll get the vibe for it. And it's a song. It fits well. Yeah, right? Yeah. Here comes the boom. And right as they hit, they usually time it so the collisions. Dude, it gets bad. Helmets go flying off, and you're like, is the head still in there? Tell me the truth.
Yeah, maybe I'm getting like weak, but like when I see this, I'm like, oh, your precious brains. You didn't have to hit him that hard. You didn't have to go helmet to helmet.
Precious.
Why didn't you go low and take his legs? Why are you hitting him with the combined speed of fucking 45 miles per hour when you're both 225?
I thought you lived that scatterboo life, but you don't.
It's like getting hit by a truck, what they're doing to one another.
Taylor and I are going to get a grill.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. That's the scariest thing.
Yeah, they have this exact same montage for hockey, and I've watched all those too.
Okay. Yeah, I can imagine how that would fit, right?
Yeah. Hockey hits, I don't mind. They got like so,
except these aren't fair hits. It's like fucking Scott Stevens killing someone.
Lindros.
Yeah, Lindros.
Oh, I don't like that at all.
Find them in the list. Well, it wasn't
cheap shots. It wasn't a culture at the time.
It was a one in Rome thing. It was like a tee-hee. I did that. Like, that's what Scott Stevens did. And I thought Scott Stevens fucking rocked. He was cool. He was great.
He ruined my team. He broke Eric Lindros.
I just remember as a young kid seeing the New Jersey Devils, and I was like, whoa, that's like a hardcore sports team name. They're like the Devils. And then like a few years later I find out it's like, no, it's like some weird rat thing people in New Jersey thinks runs around in the gutters or something. It's some like
fictitious Jersey Devil?
Yeah, the New Jersey Devil.
All right, no,
isn't that like a chupacabra or something?
All right, so my favorite interpretation of it is the one from the X-Files episode where it's like
so you have multiple interpretations to parse through.
Yeah. Okay. It's the of course, like some of us are worldly, Taylor. We don't put our nose down into Pokemon Red and never look up for 20 years.
I'd never deign to be worldly.
Yeah, I like the feral human like aspect of it, but I think it's been interpreted also as like, I think the drawings and depictions from like the 70s look like a little imp, like a little demon devil man. You got some drawings here. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's before you said that, I was like, I always pictured it kangaroo sized. And look at this. Tell me that doesn't vibe Rue.
Is that a satyr? Is that what that is in Greek mythology, I believe? Satyr, maybe?
Yes, it is. That's what it looks like because it has a like the goat beard on it.
Yeah, a satyr
beard.
This one's kind of dragony. But the first one is my personal interpretation. We used to be scared of them when we camped in the woods.
I'd be scared shitless if I saw this. I'd kill this on sight.
Well, we didn't see it. They just
this thing could be gentle as fuck. He could be like, "Hello, human. I've brought cures to all of your bang, 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 bang." Like,
if you think that thing is gentle and you were like letting it get close to your campfire on the off chance that the horned demon man was there to like share s'mores, you'd deserve whatever came to you because I would start blasting.
But I'm thinking, in that picture, he looked like he was going, "Don't shoot, human! I am your ally."
No, he was saying
with two horns like that. He vibes herbivore to me.
No, he's jacked.
Look at the claws.
Well, I guess there's jacked.
Look at the head. Claws. Look at the head. Look at the face. Look at the mouth. That's an herbivore.
He's got two big toes.
Feet, he's got feet, kind of like a
Roo.
Well, I was thinking more like a predatory, like sprinting kind of animal. Like you're going to attack something. He doesn't really have claws. I'm thinking herbivore too. We could coexist with this satyr, New Jersey Devil fellow. I'm.
How do you spell satyr? What is this made up word?
A satyr.
It's like mythological creature from Greek mythology. Okay.
Yeah, and they were known to be a bit tricky. They could deceive you into making decisions that were bad for your. The Greeks were all about that.
My role on the show is to represent the uneducated.
Yes. Well, we all fill that role in different areas. That's why I say, like, what about a car with a nuke in it? Yeah,
I still think nuking hurricanes isn't a terrible idea, or at least the idea
It is an absolutely terrible.
I mean, at the very
I've
least,
seen-
it spooks it.
It would have no impact other than to add radiation to the.
I'm
no.
sorry. Do you have a study for that?
I googled
Source?
it.
Source?
I googled it. All right, hold on.
I think the president of the United States is a little bit better informed than
Nuclear
Google.
technician and hurricane expert here.
If a hurricane were nuked, it would likely result in a radioactive hurricane.
You know what would be funny? It would be like it would result in a significantly angrier hurricane.
A nuclear bomb is not powerful enough to stop the storm. It would only spread radioactive fallout over a large area. This is everything I said.
Maybe if we use one of those teeny
Of course
ones,
it is.
those little like quasi-nuclear bombs that Israel's doing in Gaza, but we're using a big boy. We're using
We're
a
not
boom.
They're not using nuclear weapons in Gaza. I wish that'd be cool.
Is that
At least
a
we get to
thing?
see
Or are you just
something.
saying that?
They
I
just
hadn't
used
heard that.
giant bombs that people were like, it's like a nuclear bomb, but smaller. And in my head, I'm like, well, that's every bomb. So we need to narrow it.
every bomb.
So we need to narrow that down
It's
a
like
little
a
bit.
grenade, but bigger.
And then
No,
I
but-
did see a clip of the bomb, and it was like, okay, that's
It's a
pretty real,
2,000
but it's
pound
not.
bomb. It's
not-
I think that's the biggest thing they're dropping.
I don't
is
have a good
2,000
vibe
Isn't
on
it
what
nuke
other
shit?
bombs weigh, though.
Yeah.
Oh, I think
it's
like
a 2,000. Well, okay, is that a? It sounds big.
Yeah.
that's huge.
Like
yeah,
what
I
were
think
the
that's
Nagasaki? How many megatons were the Japanese ones?
Oh, I don't know off the top of my head.
Oh, that seemed like right up your alley. Or like, what would your guess be?
Well, they were, well, like again, it's one of those things where I don't know what the figures mean. So I will say that one of them was 80 megatons, and the other one was 60 and one was 80.
Like a tank
Yeah.
weighs 150,000 pounds. That makes your bomb look pretty shitty.
Oh, I
These
thought
are
someone was going to
megatons.
Google these. Oh.
No, no.
Wait, what are we googling?
We were looking up to see how big the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombs were as far as megatons, which
yeah.
megaton just means how much TNT you'd need to
The equivalent.
be the equivalent.
Mhm.
Okay. They need a new
Okay,
metric.
I was so far off. It's not even funny. Like orders of magnitude wrong. The bomb that little boy bomb was 15 kilotons, so 15,000 tons of TNT,
Okay. That's
and
a
the
lot.
other bomb was 21 kilotons. So we're not even to megatons, which is when we add some more zeros.
And how big are our current ones?
Don't know.
Is Israel back at active war again? Like I know that they fired up a little bit after the peace, but is it still going on? I don't even know.
Backing down on a peace treaty, notoriously unlike them. So I wouldn't.
They keep their
wouldn't
word. They're
think
not
so.
the Jewish people and the Israelites have long been known for their honesty and their straight dealings. So I suspect this will hold, and no one will be nipping at the edges of the coin, as it were, of this peace treaty.
As it were. That's very funny. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's happening. Our boy Fish, who like
Dude, he's
dr-
fucking hilarious.
basically people don't know he's a good friend. We game with him in Discord in our $50 patron Discord, and he's from the Middle East, and he's a dreamer, and he's got relatives who own stuff back home in some of the many countries that Israel bombs on a weekly basis. Like he'll be like, they blew up my cousin's store this week. It's like, so when you've got somebody like that, it's so hard to argue the other side, where it's like Israel's trying to protect themselves, and he's like, they blew up my dad's waffle stand in Syria. What? Like he was just making
Where
waffles.
was it? Northern Lebanon. It's like, oh, well, they must have been asking. That is funny though, because someone in the chat will always be like a little more pro-Israel, and they'll be like, well, not a ton, frankly, because most of our guys are younger, and that skews younger to not be super pro-Israel. But every once in a while, someone comes in, and they'll start having that conversation with Fish. And because he has those real world things where he'll be like, what? They'll be like, well, why does it even affect you? Like, Israel's our ally. We need to support him. And he'll be like, bitch, I have family. Look at this picture. I'm putting a picture in the shared chat right now of 2 dead Labradors and a destroyed motorcycle repair stand. That's my great uncle.
I remember October 7th though. They're like, yeah, October. They went into Israel and they killed all these people, and he's like, "Let's go!" Bro, you can't say that. Especially on, like October 8th, when everyone was really seeing one side of it.
Oh, dude, if I was his like Arab, if I was his Muslim PR guy, I would have been like, don't, you know, you can smile to yourself in private if you like, but let's not gleefully cheer for it.
At the time, the propaganda was like they went into a nursery and headshotted 40 babies and shit that wasn't ever true.
It's fun to play Battlefield with Fish because, like, I'll run up on a tank and blow it up with an RPG, and he'll be like, "Allahu Akbar!" and I really feel like I'm there, you know? Like, I just blew up this U.S. Bradley with an RPG.
You can close your eyes and see yourself on those monkey bars. Drill.
Being blown away by my upper body right there.
That was the funniest shit. Which group was it that did the monkey bar thing so many years ago? Al Qaeda. It was
well.
I don't remember. I thought it was Taliban.
Well, it wasn't. It was specifically.
I know it wasn't ISIS. They're not fun loving.
Yeah, they were kind of like the borders were merged, right? Like Al Qaeda was seemingly part of the Taliban, and Taliban was sheltering Al Qaeda. But I thought it was Al Qaeda specifically that was out there on those monkey bars because I thought those were like Osama bin Laden related recruitment videos.
Mm-hmm.
I remember them like feeding those to us on the news right after 9/11. Like, this is the enemy, and you know they're on the monkey bars, and it's like, well, let's go get them. Let's go round those rascals up. Then, like I mean,
dude. But 10 years
there
after
they are.
that, 10 years after that, do you remember when they kind of got it? They got the music video format down.
Yeah.
And then like Al Qaeda or the Taliban released
Sony
the
Vegas
music
made its
video.
way to Afghanistan.
Yeah. Fucking they finally got their hands on some Adobe Premiere, and they and so they like made a good music video that actually looked like intense and hardcore, and it was like, oh man, they're learning. Like it was like real. Like they started off with like Star Wipe COD montage 2008, and they got to like music video level. But
have you ever heard the ISIS like theme music?
The ISIS theme music?
Yeah. Like it's obviously I don't know it, but like I
think it's Chelsea
like,
Dagger, the same song that Blackhawks used
like.
As a goal song.
They had monkey bars, and that part's real. But I just realized now that the part about the half-buried tires forming a balance beam was never Al Qaeda. That was my elementary school.
Similar institutions.
A little mistaken memory there. Terrible balance beams.
Did you guys have the half-buried tires as a playground implement?
I know what you're talking about, and I've seen them at parks.
Buried?
Yes.
Yeah, they're like at an angle.
We did.
Sometimes, yeah. Most of ours
up.
were vertical. Yeah.
Okay. I remember them Ninja Warrior style, kind of offset and tilted like this, so you had to pop from one to the other, kind of like an old Zelda game or something.
Oh, that sounds more fun. No, ours was like straight, and it was only like it was a small playground in my elementary school, so it was only like 4 tires together that you could walk across. It wasn't a big, crowd pleaser.
You know what?
Monkey
That's
bars
pretty
were.
Really.
No,
I remember
the
liking
tire swing was
The
big.
slides.
Yeah.
No, slides weren't big after we got a little older. After
No,
we hit
slides were huge.
2nd grade, we barely even used the playground anymore. We just played football on the blacktop.
Oh, we were about to slide longer than that.
We
We'd
had
throw
field,
sand
Jesus.
on it and surf down.
They wouldn't let us
slide.
on the field. I've said that before. They wouldn't let us on the field.
So we had the parents, I think, came in and built, like all the dads in elementary school came in and like did the work, or maybe they did a bake sale to even fund it. But they built us like a wooden castle, like out of good thick, like 4x4 posts and like 2x6 floors up top, and like 1 level high, like you could go up into the upper levels, and then there'd be like twirly gigs coming down and slides and ropes and like fireman poles that went down, and there was like multiple ways to get up in there, and it was great. It was a little splintery. They could have sanded the edges, but it was great. I really appreciated that as a kid, because in 2nd grade and 1st grade, we literally went into the faculty parking lot and stood around on the asphalt.
That's awful.
You didn't do anything?
We chased each other, but if you fell, it was rough.
I remember that. Yeah, if you fell, it was rough.
Back
Like,
in
but
my
you didn't
day,
have a ball. They didn't give
well,
you.
we
a
had the
ball?
play
no
where it was
balls?
asphalt.
No balls. We would play a game. Michael liked to play a game where we pretended to tie the girls up to to a pole with like long pieces of grass.
These
But that
sound like
seemed
foundational memories in the
Yeah.
formation of a kink.
Yeah, I was thinking like even then in second grade, I was like, kind of weird. You want to tie these girls up like this and like keep them.
That's not where I thought you were going. That's not a knot. This is a knot. She's all like,
Let me
got
show
the
you.
boob
She's not
thing.
going anywhere now. Trust me. Trust me.
What you need, Michael, is a stud finder and then a little ladder. Get on your ceiling. And then you find something to hook this fucking swing from.
I've done
Dude,
that.
Kyle, I
before.
got to tell you, you're getting me too amped up. I've been listening on a lower volume to the Al Qaeda hype song. This is pretty festive.
Fish used to have a soundboard that would play it, and it was he'd play it when we were like driving in a car or a helicopter to like go fuck some shit up, in a video game. Oh, in Rust, we'd be like hauling ass in a boat to go like armed to the teeth, RPGs and shit, ready to go fuck shit up. And the ISIS theme music comes on, and it's a banger if you really. And it's all in Arabic, so you don't know that they're saying like death to the capitalist pigs, rape their mothers in the street. It sounds good, and all of a sudden, Fish starts singing along the way that like someone who knows a song sings along. Ooh, don't do that. Don't do that.
No, I'd be down. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, better we
Yeah,
play
yeah.
sea shanties, like when we're all on the speedboat, like heading out to oil rig, again, armed to the teeth, ready to fuck shit up. And someone starts playing one of those sea shanties, like these brave men in their boat go out and we're all just like, we're about to fuck some shit up. And then somebody blows us up from a helicopter or whatever, just casts our dreams.
Pretty realistic. You approached an Italian cruise liner and then got owned, just like in real life.
It's very much like Somali war tactics when you go after that oil rig and Rust, because like it's full of AI, best case scenario, that's trying to kill you. But most of the time, somebody's already out there trying to kill that AI and take the prizes, the loops that's out there. And so you just got to roll up in a little inflatable rig,
Dingy.
and in a dinghy, and then jump out and start climbing up this thing, and they might be up top waiting on you. It's just
Have you ever
like this
seen
videos.
the one I was referencing where it's a bunch of wops on this Italian cruise liner? Not cruise liner. It's like a,
Shipping
giant
containers.
vessel, shipping containers and stuff. And then the Somalis start, and it's a camera from some Italian guy on the bridge or the deck, whatever, way up. And they're looking out and speaking in Italian with subtitles. And it's basically them being like, what is that? Is that like are those pirates? Is that a Somali pirate? It's like, yeah, I think those are Somali pirates, but I can't really tell from here. They're like, oh, it's weird they'd be out this far, especially approaching our boat. And then like an AK round sounds off where like some Somali guy was like, woo, just shot way too prematurely. And then the Italians are just like, oh, it is. Okay, let's handle this. And then they just shred this poor little boat full of.
I remember like when I was doing FPS videos, I was talking to somebody about the proposition of going on one of the, because what they do, they hire mercenaries to go on those ships who are like ex-military and stuff to defend them, to like shoot machine guns and sniper rifles at would-be pirates. And I was like, sounds like a great video. Sounds like a great video. Like I volunteer my services. I was trying so hard to get on one of those boats. That would have been the best. I don't know how that would.
That's international waters. They would have taken
blown
you.
up some Somali pirates. Do you think YouTube would have been like, let's slap some Budweiser ads on this?
Yeah, people
They'd
don't.
be demonetized by now. They got harsh about it after a while.
Maybe.
But nobody
you know?
likes the Somali pirates.
No one. Just the Somalis.
Well, the Somali, but we're not counting them. We're counting the rest of the planet. They don't like the pirates.
They're literally pirates.
Yeah.
Which can I take a
And they're not the cool
kind of a
kind.
risky-
There's no Blackbeard. There's no hooks.
I have a controversial take here. Yeah, now we didn't talk about this, but around Halloween, I expected this Halloween to be every year with something tragic or really fucked up happens. In the couple of months preceding Halloween, I'm like, ooh, hope nobody does a Charlie Kirk Halloween costume. That'd be in bad taste, and it'd be easy to pull off. I'm sure you can imagine. Nobody did that this year that I saw because it would have made it to Reddit. But what they did do was they dressed up as.
Oh, I saw multiple. You didn't?
I didn't link me those. But a guy dressed up as Hitler in my hometown of Athens, Georgia, and he was just being accosted. by everyone. This one lady in particular, he ended up getting arrested, not for the costume per se, but for defending himself from being attacked, which seemed weird. But he was wearing the best SS officer's uniform I've ever seen outside of like Schindler's List or like an A-list movie type thing. And I was just thinking to myself, like, look, no, I don't like Hitler. I don't want to like make Hitler into.
Whoa!
Like,
Whoa! Putting yourself
right,
out
Kyle.
there. He's putting himself in the line of fire, folks.
but wait a minute. Everybody else is dressed up as pirates and Freddy Kruegers. They're dressed up as rapists, monsters. It's perfectly fine to dress up as Jeffrey Dahmer, a guy who like ate gay men's
Bad
dicks.
costume though.
Like he drilled holes in people's brains and dripped acid inside them. Like, but you can dress up as him, nobody will bat an eye. But if I dressed up as an SS officer, all of a sudden, like, we gotta like beat me up in the street. It just
Halloween
doesn't
should
seem right.
Halloween should be a safe space for the most reprehensible of costumes. If you want to be something awful, you should be able to do it. You should be able to bother.
I think you should tear down anyone who has a costume you don't like. I went after like half a dozen KKK people. The kids are like, I'm a ghost. I'm like, I'm not buying it.
Yet another piece of candy for me. Eating on your front
I was
porch.
beating up these Klansmen and they hated it. They just kept saying boo. Boo. I said, boo all you like. I've seen what you cheer for, Nazi, and I just pummeled them.
I'm sorry, Dylan. Being for is no excuse. Educate yourself. Educate yourself.
Fact check true.
That's what I would say. Yeah.
But seriously, I don't know why you can't dress up as a Nazi. Like that guy, not only that, like, I don't know if you
Dude, it
pulled
was a
the
huge
pictures,
part of
dude.
Halloween history.
He was pulling it off, dude.
Being as like there's a whole genre of
It's funny.
Halloween
I
that was
find-
as offensive as possible.
Kind of offensive, like this idea that it's okay to be a Nazi, but low key, a little part of me feels that way about blackface. Like, you can be your favorite NBA player without being racist. I'm just trying to be Maxi.
But if I went around wearing a Shaq jersey and I'm like, I'm Shaq, I don't deserve I don't deserve any candy.
That. No one's buying that unless
I'm not
you go,
7
unless you
feet
get
tall.
darkened up.
And I don't have, dark skin like that. So, no one would buy it. And that's a lazy costume.
You got to commit.
So we need to have almost, you know what would be a really funny, like scary movie style thing? If there's a purge, but you can say and dress up as anything. And so like just one day, some like respected member of the banking community in New York is like wearing a suit and tie, and then midnight strikes and they press that button and lock their whole house down. And then he comes out like Al Jolson, like, I sure ain't know what going on here, massa. He's got big red lips and blackface. And then the next day, everybody has to pretend that he didn't do that because the purge is over and he was allowed to purge his racism.
I think blackface becomes more acceptable the
That's
more
hilarious.
well done it is. So like Robert Downey Jr. in Tropic Thunder, it's so well done that I bet if you showed that picture to someone who didn't know who Robert Downey Jr. was and was completely unaware of that film, they'd be like, yeah, it's black man. Maybe even if you showed him talking. But if you just showed him an image, especially of him, like I see people do that on one of the subreddits. They'll black and white that photo of the cast, like pretending to be at Vietnam, and they're like, "This is my uncle in Vietnam," and it looks real. He looks like a black man. Like if you went to that level, like where you didn't look like you were doing blackface, you look like you were doing black man. I think that it's acceptable. I think
you have to do the whole body. You have to like hand paint and stuff for you to be in on it.
It should trick people. People shouldn't know that you're in blackface. If you accomplish that, then you have surpassed blackface and you have done black man.
I'm
here for it. I like it. I'm sold.
Because your point,
and I think black people would be okay with it too. Like
Halloween.
if you bumped into a black man and you were doing black man, and at first he tried to like dap you up or whatever that thing is they do, and you like fumbled it real bad because you're all white and stuff, and you'd be like, I'm sorry, I'm a cracker. He'd be like, oh shit, that's good black man. Like I feel like he'd be on board with it. He'd
what
be like,
world do you live in? Where you're on the
like,
streets of downtown Atlanta dressed like a black guy. You got your Echo jeans on or whatever, and you bump into a guy and you're like, pardon me. Like you
I bump into a black guy and he's like, me too. I'm doing black man as well.
He would know you were
Let's
white
do some
when
crimes
you did
and frame them.
when you did the white Midwestern guy like sidestep. You're about to bump into him on the sidewalk, and instead of like barreling through you, you went like, oh. That's
right this way, fellow Negro.
No, I think they'd hate that. But that's something that you have to have on Halloween. You should be able to be horrible on Halloween.
I'm gonna ask some blacks about this, and I got a feeling that they're gonna come back warm on the subject. They're definitely not gonna immediately hard no. I think that if you specifically reference Robert Downey Jr. and you say that you're gonna do an homage like that, and you are going to be indistinguishable. I mean, you could do an accent. You do a pretty good black guy, I bet. I don't hear it much, but I bet you could pull off a black man. I feel like
I'd have to practice.
Did you see
if you had James Harden beard, like you'd blend right in. Like I
could fill it out.
This is related. Do you know Drewski, the comedian, and the thing he did recently?
Oh, he did whiteface at a NASCAR thing, right?
He fooled me. This guy was the most racist white guy ever. He's like, he sees a black guy and he spits at his feet, and he's singing "Born in the USA" in his overalls. I didn't know he was black.
You can tell a little now that I know, but I wish that you'd show me this before telling me and ask me if I found anything amiss about this guy. And I
tan, so good.
The tan
I saw a couple of clips,
well done. The tattoos are so well done.
Yeah, the tattoos are well done.
Because that's got to be layered.
Did you see the video at all? Like you see,
I saw a couple clips of it, and
practice.
I've seen clips of him doing other stuff too. And he's a funny dude, very funny. But yeah, he like pulled off white face and white body there. And obviously nobody gives a fuck because white people don't care about that.
We love it. Look, black people, pay attention. This is all we've been asking from you since.
Listen, black people, a white man is. Listen, black people, a white man is talking. So sit your ass down and listen.
This is all we've ever been asking from you people. It's not even that hard. Like, come on, blend in.
That's funny.
That's hard to pull off, but he did a great job.
This must have been a practice run because this
is the beta version.
Build. Yeah, this one.
By that I mean the pre-release version.
Yeah,
not the
this one
alphabet.
Does not look. That's not his best work. He looks younger there too. Maybe he just wasn't. He didn't have the team.
That's bizarre. Is that Shane Gillis's buddy? Have I seen him like hanging with them on their show a little bit?
I'm not sure. This is how I was introduced to Drewski.
Oh, okay. I haven't heard him on Shane Gillis's podcast.
Could be somebody else. They all look the same.
But he nailed it.
Maybe they did work together on like a Bud Light commercial or something. I don't know. Dude, I'm so glad Shane Gillis is getting that Bud Light money. Hell yeah.
I don't like that he's wearing the other team's gear. I feel like he should have taken a stand for Notre Dame.
Who's the other team?
I saw him wearing Texas gear in one of them. I don't know. I think he's wearing different gear in each of them. I don't remember what the other commercial he was wearing, but I don't think it was Notre Dame gear in that one either. It's kind of
Notre Dame is a very fun team to be a fan.
At least he turned down that Dubai money. I guess he took a stance there.
Yeah,
I like it when public figures have a sports team that they back. Like they listen. This might make me unpopular in Philly, but I'm a Dallas fan. It's like, all right, you know what? I respect it. That's what you bring,
dude. In 2019. Like there's a hockey podcast I listen to, Spittin' Chicklets, with like Paul Bissonnette and Ryan Whitney and these guys, and they're all like, Biz is not obviously for you guys, but he's Canadian, and then RA, one of the hosts who wasn't a professional, just like a keep the show moving guy, and then Whitney were both like Massachusetts guys, and so when the Blues were up against Boston in the Stanley Cup, I literally like stopped listening to the show for a bit because every episode would be like, the Blues are looking solid, they're playing hard hockey, I'm trying to stay unbiased, but I think Boston's just the better team. I think they're just the better team here, boys, and the Blues are getting a little chippy, a little dirty out there, and I'm like in my car on the way to work being like, as if you as a Boston fan would know, you would know dirty play, you piece of shit. You're finally getting the medicine, people. Which was funny. he didn't lick us, but
that Boston New York Philly rivalry is equal to the SEC stuff, in my opinion, at least, because I remember Ben Affleck was in that Gone Girl movie maybe, and they had to stop production because he was supposed to wear a Yankees hat, and he's a Sox fan, and he was like, I'm not gonna wear the hat. And I had to stop and negotiate. And I think they went with Mets finally. He agreed to wear like a Mets hat.
I love it. Dude,
I liked it too.
I've become a bigger Ben Affleck fan. Every time another picture comes out of him smoking and looking absolutely defeated and needing a break from life,
Shutting that door
I'm like,
behind J-Lo.
bro, I feel you.
I do love his cigarette smoking, just exasperation.
Yeah.
Like leaning up against a brick wall, just
right.
Where do we
And
go from here?
He's
We
like
have this
in
idea.
between fitness phases. It's just
The
like,
Lord cursed me that I can only date 2 women, and I have to oscillate forever between them, like twin suns on Tatooine.
I have this idea of like what especially A-list celebrities do in their spare time, and it's like this cartoonized version of what it's like to be like Brad Pitt. But I saw a Brad Pitt interview, and he's talking about what it was actually like in 1994 when he was the best looking man in Hollywood getting paid $10 million a movie or whatever it was. And he was like, I was in a bad place. I had this girlfriend that was really into reptiles. So I had this apartment that basically became a terrarium because we just had like 150 terrariums, and each of them was filled with a different reptiles looking in on us. So it felt like we were in there with them. And just eating burgers and drinking beer all day and watching TV. And I'm thinking like, this is what Brad Pitt was doing at like the peak of his hotness. He's like, and then I got a script for 7, and I was like, this is it. This is what I need to do. And it was like turned into a whole 7 thing. But before that, I was like, how was Brad Pitt living in a terrarium with a weird girl in 94? How is that his life?
Pratt live in a van down by the river, right?
Well, in the show he did, or something like that. Maybe in real life.
In
Am I
Parks
making
and
it
Rec,
up?
he lived in a van.
Not in a
Right?
van.
I thought he lived in a van.
He was homeless living in a hole for a while, if you remember correctly. Like there was that hole they had dug, and he was down in that hole.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was.
I thought there was
I'm
something
right.
about a van.
I'm right. He lived in a van in Hawaii and a beach in Maui with a friend for an entire year.
That was probably before he like took off, though, right? Because
Yeah. That is before he took.
oh yeah, lots of them have that story of just.
He seems like a good enough dude. I don't hear anything bad about him. What is he up to now,
Tons.
other than fucking?
Oh, the left hates that guy. They always call.
Oh.
They're always calling that guy a white.
Well,
I think he's
Christian, so they really dislike.
Yeah.
Other than that, like his personal stuff.
He's Christian and he hunts, and so they call him a Nazi white supremacist.
For being a Christian hunting, they need to.
I
Call
feel like that can't be the reason.
That's all I know to the negative of him. I've never seen him be overly political or endorse a candidate. I've just seen him be like a medium
Christian who hunts. I didn't know he was
Christian
a
who
hunter.
hunts. Yeah, I remember there was a picture of him like in camo, and maybe they had. I don't even think they had the dead animal, but that got a lot of flack. I don't know. I see him get a lot of shit on Reddit,
Dude,
especially.
Hunting culture is so different in Europe from here. Like, I don't know if you've heard of that show, Clarkson's Farm, on Amazon Prime, where it's Jeremy Clarkson, the former host of Top Gear, doing running a farm in England. And that's really cool. I like Jeremy Clarkson, and I like that show, so I watch Clarkson's Farm. And they had a segment of it where they brought in like a deer expert to be like, Jeremy, you absolutely have to do something to take care of these deer. They're destroying your crops, and they're a nuisance to the rest of the countryside here. And then Jeremy has to be like, as much as I dislike having to shoot an animal, I will. And then like he goes out there, and like the whole first one, it was the most juicy fruit any of us could have tagged this deer 3 times with a bolt action before it knew it was going on. It was standing like, I don't know, 50 yards from him, a super short distance. And he like had it all up, and the British guy with Jeremy trying to get him to shoot it is like, it's perfect, Jeremy, shoot. All right, shoot now. You're not going to have this opportunity. Shoot. It's perfect. Shoot. And Jeremy has to be like, I just couldn't right there. And then they have to have a whole other scene where they find another deer, and there's a clearly annoyed, exasperated British guy, a based Brit whose ancestors should have come to the US of A, being like, Jeremy, shoot this time. And then they like do that shoot and it fades to black thing on the deer, insinuating that Jeremy shot the deer.
Yeah.
They wouldn't dare show it. And like all the mealy mouthing, all the nonsense they had to surround it with. I'm like, oh, this is like the way other like Europeans think about shooting animals and stuff, is like they're even more distanced from the reality of where their food comes from than we are. Like all of us would be totally fine shooting an animal if we were going to eat it. 100% fine. It's
Yeah, if I
normal.
was gonna eat it, I suppose. I wouldn't. I don't want to kill a deer anymore. Like I would choose not to.
If you wanted venison, though, you would, and it would be totally justified.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but I used to shoot them for fun. Like I used to kill like dozens of them a year.
They are
It
rats.
was well, they are, and they cause accidents and they kill people, and they are overpopulated in certain areas. They're a bit of a nuisance.
Everywhere.
But yeah, I've seen it's the hunting culture is completely different because of the nature of it. There, it seems to be more of when you watch those old like cartoons and movies, and like the guy will get in trouble for killing one of the king's stags or hunting in the king's forest. Like you couldn't hunt. Like that was for them. The game was for the sport of your betters. But then in the United States, it's the complete opposite. It was like as soon as the people got here, it was like the poorest of the poor, hardworking people had to hunt daily just to survive if they were going to survive. Yeah, it's a different culture. And then like I know this was kind of coming to an end when I was in high school, but like 3 years before I was in high school, it was super common for everybody to have guns in their cars, like have their hunting rifle or their shotgun, like just in their car in the parking lot of the high school. So they could.
Bet that's not a thing anymore, right?
No, it is not a thing anymore.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know. I don't have my finger on the pulse of rural Georgia, but God, with the school shootings and such.
99 was Columbine, I believe. So like I started high school in 2000. So like I said, it was coming to an end when I got to high school. There was nobody was bringing guns to school anymore.
That could be for the best sometimes. At my high school, I think it was my juniors. It would have had to be my sophomore or junior year. This one crazy guy who was like a year or two older than me stood on top of his car in the parking lot with a rifle and said, "I'm going to kill myself." And then the police had to come and they shot him in the thigh, and then he went to jail.
You're in high school?
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't really know the guy, but I knew of him as like, oh, him? That guy's kind of a weirdo. Like he's, and it turns out he did. Yeah, he was a weirdo. He didn't seem to want to kill anybody else. I remember the story because I had already left for the day, and my younger brother was in the school library. And he's like, we can't even leave because some fucking retard standing on a car saying he's going to kill himself. And then and then he waved his gun at the police, and they pop.
I don't think we had any
want
suicides in my high school. We had a murder. I've talked about that a few times.
Mm-hmm.
We had a car accident. There was a popular guy in our high school who died in a car accident.
Same.
And then like 2 or 3 other popular people in the car were nicely injured from the same accident. So they like wore like the neck brace, not a full halo or anything, but like a neck brace. And one had the arm in a sling and one was dead. And suddenly like, everyone, not me, but it seemed like so many people in my school exaggerated their connection to this dead guy, and he wasn't there to be like, dude, I barely know you. we were tight. He's not in public.
Exact same thing. My buddy John Scott was the only person who died in our high school, and he died in a car accident about 2 weeks before, I think it was senior prom, but it might have been junior prom. He had a Super Sport Camaro in 1998, I think. And they said he was going in excess of 130 or 40 miles per hour. He hit a tree. And then they also said maybe his seatbelt malfunctioned or he wasn't wearing it. They couldn't tell which, but it wouldn't have mattered. He's going so fast and hit the tree. He fucking died instantly. And like, that was pretty close buddy. Like I used to go to his house and he had a paintball field at his house too. And I'd go play paintball there. I spent the night at his house probably 3 or 4 times. And we'd like have like crazy battles in his basement, like against his brother and stuff with like Nerf and shit. Like he was a good friend. And then I remember his prom date, it was one of those prom dates where like, you don't really know the person, you just need a date. Mm-hmm. And she was like acting like Jackie Kennedy or something. she was acting like
covered in brains.
She was the
there's the Halloween costume idea.
She was the bereaved widow, just like, no, I don't have a prom date. It's like, shut up, our friend's dead. Like, bitch.
Yeah,
I was so mad.
That's terrible. Yeah, I'm on the opposite end of the I'm trying, and I can't remember the dude's name. We weren't tight.
Yeah,
this dude I played hockey with got murdered like 5 years after we graduated high school because he chose the illustrious path of selling drugs and not like weed, like real drugs, real deal drugs. And he would go down to the city sometimes to sell, I guess, just what I heard. And he I guess was waiting for a deal to commence, sitting in his car, and someone ran up to his car and shot him a bunch of times and then lit his car on fire. And so he just was a burned, crisped up corpse. And I remember my dad calling me and like, hey, do you remember so-and-so? And I was like, yeah. And he was like, he got murdered downtown and like his car burned. And at the time, even then, I remember thinking, I was probably 22, 23. I was like, there was more at play here. There was, if it was just them robbing him, they probably would have taken the drugs and just shot him, not like burned his car, hoping that any, remnant of evidence, like the fucking CIA is going to come by. Yeah, right. And then so he got all burned up, and shot. R.I.P.
It's been years since I thought about Jeff Cox. Jeff Cox was a nice guy. I wasn't tight with him. I was an acquaintance. Like sometimes we'd sit at the same table at the library, but we never really hung out after school. He wasn't socially popular. He was ostracized a lot because he had this defect. Oh. His earlobe was kind of fucked up.
Wait,
right?
What do you mean? Part. Like what part? How
it had like a crease on it and it was just malformed. Like it was too small. They weren't symmetrical. I think like you could say the bottom of his earlobe on one ear was about the third of the size it should have been.
Okay.
And they didn't match. And it caused him like social issues in high school. And then when he went off to college, he killed himself. Oh. And I'm like, holy shit, man. Like that is the smallest malfunction I can imagine. Like pinky toe, maybe. I'm not sure. That might be not as bad.
It's on your face, though.
It's on your face, but it's not functional.
Not an important part of your face, even.
Clearly, the people in his life felt so.
Right?
Like it's not to you. You'd be like, yeah, I fucking play some hockey with that guy with the weird ear. But like, ask a girl, like, hey, you want to marry that guy with the weird ear over there? She's like, maybe it's genetic. No.
Yeah.
This is his whole life on repeat.
Yeah, they're just mean to him. What's the opposite of Dumbo? Like Dimbo? Like,
don't make up a new name for
the dead.
He's still mocking him.
Don't mock it posthumously.
I would never. Yeah, that sucks. I like to think if I had a fucked up earlobe, I wouldn't off myself.
Hopefully you'd be like strong enough to not make it a big deal, overcome it, make the other person the weird one for even
cold
caring.
Environment, earmuffs are standard.
Yeah. Look at you already coming up with solutions.
Man's a problem solver.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. That's what you got to do. Or you got to make up a war story about it.
That's the least significant deformity, Woody. I'm just dwelling on this. One earlobe was a third the size of the other, and so like, he can't be, Jack Sparrow for Halloween with earrings. Like that seems like the limit.
He could be the cop from Reservoir Dogs, maybe.
He could chop the whole ear off, make up a story, have a time.
The thing is, like, ears are so easily fixed. Like, all right, so I've seen people. So what they do,
the lobe though, it's just like the flesh is there or it isn't.
No, hear me out. So like, first of all, they can rebuild it because I've seen them do it for like military guys who got all blown up, fighting the war on terror. And but I've also seen people who just don't have an ear and they put like magnets under the skin and they've got a false ear that magnetizes to the side of their head now. And it just anytime that when they go to bed at night, they take their ear off, wash it up. I bet they get in there deep with a Q-tip without that whole outside part. You get a prosthetic.
About what the gauge people do in the stretching. It seems like a stretching routine would probably get it closer to normal.
But you lose the middle part.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't suggesting a gauge to fix it, just using the same techniques that the gauge people do, stretching it over time to make it more normal.
Yeah, if there is an area of skin you can stretch and make bigger, this feels like one you could. Like,
look at these prosthetic ears. It's I think they're magnetic, like I was talking about. Like they
I'm not
look
sure
so
Zach
good.
Is back.
Yeah,
Oh, those look pretty good.
Yeah.
You can kind of see where the gum and whatnot is applied, but
no, it's scroll all the way down. You can see he's got like hardware like installed into his like maybe not his skull but his head there.
What do you mean you can see where the gum is applied?
That first photo on the top, if you look at the right ear, you can see where the seam is, where the adhesive has been applied. to the right of the right ear on the side of his face. You can see a line there where it was put on.
That is subtle to me.
It's very subtle.
By my
it's only because it's zoomed in. I don't look at anyone's ear that close. I don't look at people's ears.
Yeah, he's talking about right. Zach is doing a great job with the mouse there. That's where the seam is. And in this smaller picture, I can't see it.
Yeah. That's an incredibly that's what your friend should have gotten. Just cut my old ones off and slap these new ones on.
Yeah. All right, they can like
throwing out the baby with the bathwater there.
No way. You're throwing off like a mutant baby and get yourself a bouncing baby boy in return. I mean, he's an android, but nobody can tell.
Can we grow regular?
And can you imagine the fun of like if anyone ever like tried to twist your ear and mess with you and it came off, like you just start freaking out like they tore your real ear off? That's great.
Then you got to spend half an hour all the time. The fucking costume department
just fucking
again.
Bolts on and shit. Look, me and you. If I had a fake ear,
wake up at 4:15 like you're a hobbit putting fake feet on every morning.
No, it goes on easy. Look, if we were at a bar, we would pull that routine all the time where we pretend like we're mad at each other, and you gave me the whole like Three Stooges ear twist. You pull it off. Great.
Man,
did you see? We were talking about. Bubbles for some reason earlier, and it reminded me that Bubbles has been charged with sexual assault, I believe. I don't know if he's been charged. Sexual assault charges filed. Yep, they've been filed.
Well, they are alleged, and there is no way
most sexual charges are before
that kitty lover would do that. Yeah,
kitty with a T.
Kitty lover. What do you think I said?
Look, man, I'm a big fan of this guy, and I had hopes that he might come on someday. So he loves cats, folks.
I was fingering her, and she didn't say nothing, and then we started fucking, and now she's talking to the press.
Jesus, Ricky, they're gonna send me to the real jail this time. There's no hockey. It's
molested in there, Rick. You and Julian gotta get me out.
There are not a lot of details on it. It's sexual assault is all it says, and that it took place in 2017.
Yeah.
Beyond that, I don't know anything.
I know I'd heard charges like this before. Now, I don't know, and they were older charges several years ago. So I don't know if it was the same thing or if it's a second instance, but I remember the reporter who was like writing the story about it got really attacked by the Trailer Park Boys fan base, which I can understand. Like Bubbles is beloved. I like that guy. That guy's friends with Mo. Remember Mo, the Jew from New York that we're friends with? Like Mo had a box at maybe for the Giants, something like that. I think he had a box at the stadium, and Bubbles was going to show. And it was like, Kyle, if you come to the box tonight, Bubbles is going to be there. Bubbles wasn't there. Bubbles didn't show. He canceled. I didn't care about any of the coolness of the VIP experience or the game or the box. When Bubble canceled, my heart dropped.
You didn't wolf down
only
some
wanted
dogs?
to meet Bubbles. Huh?
You didn't wolf down some dogs when in Rome? Free hot dogs up there?
Yeah, that's what I like to do around my millionaire friends when they take me to cool things. Wolf down free hot dogs in front of them.
Do you remember how much? Do you remember how he made his money?
Well, he owned part of Maxim magazine. I originally no, like I don't know how.
It was fascinating to me. So in the old days, you'd sign a check and they'd mail the check back to you, and then you'd like balance your checkbook, etc. So he was instrumental in inventing the system to digitize it. So now you don't get your old checks coming back to you. Instead, you go to the bank's website and you see pictures of the checks, and that was how he made his fortune. He created that system where banks saved billions. I'm making up numbers in like shipping and paper handling.
That's what allows us to deposit like mobily and stuff, I would imagine, right? Like tangentially from that, because it's all like digitized. They can accept that as a valid version of the check, which is great. Can you imagine every check you get, you have to go to the bank like it's the 1800s?
I did that for a long time because my bank didn't do that digital shit when I used that local bank. But I liked having a relationship with them. I liked going in there and like knowing everyone there. I felt like if I ever needed some sort of like loan of some kind, like that would be helpful. That I don't know.
That's an era gone by. Every single employee at my local Bank of America is Indian. 100% of them.
Oh no! See, this is like a
actually no.
Bank.
The loan advisor guy in the back is white, but everyone else is Indian.
No, this is a regional bank. There's only like 3 of them, maybe 4, and they're all just like in that little area there. So like if you go in there, like you know who you're going to see by name. It was really nice. I still bank with them to a small extent. Like I mostly use Wells now, just because they have all those features we're talking about.
Yeah,
I don't think I've been inside a bank for 5 years.
really.
I like going in case in the
Been a
joint,
while.
just in case someday I need to come
Right.
back.
In case times get tough, have a plan.
I swear to God, I would walk in there and I'd be like, "There's no guard. There's this." On Wednesdays, I noticed there's only one girl there and one girl at the counter.
Cameras don't work.
Manager
with lemon
over
juice.
there. Like, yeah, and I always plan
My
to do it
eyes!
I always plan to do it on Halloween too. Like I figured, I remember Halloween, we went trick-or-treating at the bank as kids. Like that was one of the stops you'd make. They gave candy out. You'd stop at all the local businesses.
What?
Yeah, every local business gave candy out.
Cool.
We
didn't know
drive
that.
through town. Yeah, and so like I remember thinking, this bank it's people walking in and out constantly all day. People wearing masks, carrying bags. All we got to do is call in a crime on the other side of the county. Make it 2 or 3. Call in a house fire, wait 5 minutes, and call in a shooting. Now there's no cops. Like that did it. It's a small town, and now walk into the bank dressed as fucking King Kong, hold the place up, get your $50,000, whatever they can get to you in the next 3 minutes, and walk out with your fucking orange pumpkin and just disappear.
Wonder how much money you could get.
30, 50, I don't know. I think in federal banks, when they got lots of registers, the bigger the bank, the more the money, because each one is going to have like
Makes sense.
a few $1,000s. I always hear like 30 to 50,000 is like what's behind that counter, but it's going to depend on how many registers are working
It's
at that
gotta
counter.
be more than that, or I guess they're refilling it throughout the day. Yeah.
They just don't need to have like a ton of cash on hand per register for average customers and stuff. Whenever I've asked for more than a few thousand, they got to go in like the back and somewhere and like get the money. They need to get a
I guess
guy.
I've never once gone to a bank and been like, give me cash. Every time I went, it was because I needed a cashier's check because I had once again forgotten to order checks. And I finally ordered checks. And it's like, man, I've been wasting a ton of time over the past 7 years just being lost my checks. Better just go to the bank.
I bought a few things that were cash before. I bought a buggy once and he preferred cash. So I think it was like $16,000 or something like that. And then one time I just got a bunch of cash out to play with it because, you know, you got to do that at least once. You got to play with a big pile of cash.
Says the average bank robbery is $4,200.
Everybody's got to play with a big pile of cash. If you can.
Oh, well, does that include the people who got shot and what left with zero?
Are there a bunch of zeros averaged in?
Yeah, because maybe there's like a couple kings in there driving that average up. They got like 1.2, and now nobody else gets anything.
In 2019, banks experienced an average loss of $4,213 per robbery.
That's
I don't know.
These robbers need to get on point. We could do that.
Let's do a federal bank. How much does a federal bank have like behind the counters? I would be curious about that. Because I bet that's more regulated. Like there's like you must have X, Y, and Z. There's probably numbers. Whereas with a regional bank, it could be just whatever the manager wants. I
can't give specifics that meaningfully aid wrongdoing. Okay. ChatGPT is trying to get me to upgrade.
Tell her that you're opening your own bank and you want to know what the industry standard for cash on hand per register would be. I don't know if you call them registers.
I'm working on it.
Yeah. Make it, get it to help you with your business. I know, I always say that armored truck robbery would be the move. Like I'd feel less bad about traumatizing those people because I think of them as like armed men who are there to protect money, not women behind a counter who are there to just like count change. And the money's right there in a pile. It's not like behind multiple doors and employees, timed locks, keys, and codes. It's there in a pile. And there's just 2 guys. And we're in a parking lot, not in a heavily monitored facility.
It didn't give me numbers, but it was funny. It's like totally understood. Opening a bank is a legitimate context. I can give you the principles and regulatory requirements, but it didn't give me numbers.
Fair. But my educated guess is that it's just a couple thousand per register or something like that. You know, they probably wouldn't have need of more of $10,000 plus at each register on a daily.
And I wonder how it works. Like maybe the register in front of you is open, but what about the other 9? Like, can they open them? Do I have to like start
all
getting
the employees.
right. Do I have to point a gun at someone to open the other one when they tell me that they can't? Like, where is this going? I don't know.
Yeah, I would want to be the robber who does it the slick way, where like you pass a note to them that you're very polite and cordial, but the note says, the building's going to blow up if you don't give me all the money in that register. Smile and no dye bags or something like that. Like I don't know if the charges are less if you don't actually even have a weapon, if you just make the threat of death. But they have to be.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you just hand a note over, will the cashier really fill a bag for you?
That's just art of the deal, right? Just you don't have a real
What if
weapon.
you have a second note? More, please.
Your Honor, if you look into my client's pocket, you will see there was a just kidding note that he was about to hand to them until he was so cruelly tackled onto the linoleum floor. Yeah, that's...
No, I think the armored truck robbery is the move. I don't know why you would go into the bank, because that's like going into the jaws of the beast, where the money is like everywhere in little pockets.
That's more difficult. Like I used to agree, but do you know who works for Brinks and shit?
That's what I said. I'd feel less guilty dealing with going up against those guys.
Those guys are like retired army men and Marines and like Blackwater guys who aged out.
What are we going? What are they? Are they? They're not magic. They're not fucking Wild Bill Hickok. Like,
Taylor, show some respect. You're talking to a professional Russian here, okay?
That's fair.
Like I'm not even talking. You don't even need to be like anything special. But I'm just saying, if three of us ambush those two guys in a Brinks truck when they have the back open, and we fucking...
Wait, I got a lot to lose, Kyle.
You're coming along. You got to gain too. Imagine the stories after you get out. And
that is true. I could tell everyone about it on the podcast. I wasn't thinking ahead.
No, I can already all for his wiles, Woody. I can already tell you're going to be Mr. Orange, and we're going to be reminiscing on how much we liked you,
Mr. Brown.
So we can't do that.
Yeah, Mr. Brown, you don't even like get any like cool story. You just caught one on the way there or on the way out or whatever.
Mr. Pink, he was right all along, and everyone hated him.
Absolutely, I've seen that video too.
Yeah,
yeah,
he was right. He was right about actually. You would have been Mr. Pink, where you'd have been like, "Why should I tip? Like, why our service wasn't? There was nothing special."
That's Tarantino's take on tipping. It's his personal beliefs on tipping.
Really,
it's what's coming out of Mr. Pink's mouth.
That's Mr. so Pink awesome to be writing a movie and be like, I'm going to give this guy my rant because I need the people to know.
Yeah. And
he's somewhat right. Like Europe has it handled where they don't have to tip. And I've heard Europeans be like, oh yeah, we will even be, it is kind of offensive if you tip. And
I've heard celebrities have it bad. Like this is it came from a podcast. I don't know. I'm so bad with names, but there's a podcast. They're both comedians. One's Asian, not super attractive. The other guy he's redhead with a thick red beard. Do you know this podcast?
Yeah.
Okay.
Friends or something, right? I've seen YouTube shorts of it.
So he was like, he goes out to dinner and he's like, and then they come to my table and tell me they comped the dinner. He's like, no, because what he wants is to just pay for his meal like anyone else. But it turns out that when the restaurant comps the dinner, the celebrity is supposed to tip like double the value of the dinner to the waitress. And he's like, now my like $80 dinner became a $200 problem. And I didn't ask for any of this, but now I have to like double super tip the waitress because they comp my dinner.
I would save like $20. Like I would kind of do some mental math and I'd be like, my dinner was just $220 with me and a couple friends at this place, or probably more than that.
And that waitress is going to talk shit about you on her podcast.
Oh no. No, I will not be bullied into
Stories on Reddit circulating.
She better have done a really good job waiting. Because if she wasn't, if they tried to get me to tip some dog shit waitress, I'm just walking out of there free meal. I'm walking out of there like who was the guy Tom Hanks played? Something Abagnale. Or no, that was Leo.
Oh, yeah, Leo DiCaprio played him.
Yeah, I'd be walking right out of there. Yeah, that sucks though. Because if you're, I feel like Frank, I like Santino, Brian Santino, and is it Andrew Santino, that redhead comedian?
Oh, is that
It's
his
some-
name? Okay.
it's
Yeah, it's
something
Andrew
San-
Santino.
Andrew
It's Bad
Santino.
Friends podcast.
Yeah.
And Bobby Lee.
If you were his level of fame or a Bobby Lee level of fame, I don't feel like it's fair to expect that guy to like triple up on the total.
He's got that
But
Dubai
if
money.
you get an Oprah, if you get a Trump, if you get a like someone in the bees, I think that's totally fair. Fuck them, like make them pay a little bit. Come on, just screw them over a little bit there. They can deal with it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I feel like
Bad
billionaires-
friends, Kyle said. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea how much money those guys have. It is hard to estimate the wealth of like a C-tier celebrity.
Oh yeah, well they all have podcasts now, and those are
Mhm.
lucrative. You can get decent listenership. I don't know what their listenership's like. I would imagine decent. Like they're famous.
Trying to see how much
comedian-
Dubai gave him.
Yeah.
famous-ish comedians.
Oh, I don't know if it's okay to change topics now.
Go
But
for it.
the THC ban got passed. I think Trump maybe signed it just now. Like if he didn't, he's about to. And there's a 1-year grace period. That part I didn't know.
Mhm.
But so maybe in the next year they'll resolve it. But it looks like
Maybe.
all the edibles, all the gummies. No one's defending the artificial pot stuff. I'm out of my league there. Are they talking about sativa?
No.
No.
Kyle, you're the biggest expert on pot.
It's all hemp derived, so it's all using the Farm Bill loophole. The synthetic part is more about how they extract it and then what they do with it after the extraction, and then how they concentrate it as well. But it's all on the same loophole. So the basic thing would be like a Delta 8 gummy, and then like on the far end, there's like all sorts of like acronyms. There's THHHHCCCP. And it's like, what is that? And it's like, well, I hope you have a chemistry degree because here we go.
So I think a lot of us, like Delta 8, Delta 9, THCA, or like all those things, we think of them as the same. But I guess this ban is also going to pick up the sativa. What is it? Help me get this name right.
So sativa and indica are just two different variants.
Fuck, what is it I'm thinking of? Stevia?
The stevia is a sweetener. Sativa is a type of weed or a type of strain, like Kyle said.
Are you talking about
Salvia,
kratom?
I think. Yeah, I think
Oh,
salvia.
Salvia, they should probably ban because I've only ever seen videos of people having a terrible. I've never seen a video of people having fun on that drug.
The people trying to make sure that it stays legal are like saying, yeah, but not salvia. That one you can get rid of too.
Yeah.
Like no one's defending that. But the whole like Delta 8 and friends, they're Rand Paul put in something to make it like accepted. And I looked into it. It lost like 74 to 24. I know that doesn't add to 100, but it's close. Of the 24 people that voted to make it legal, 22 were Democrats, and Ted Cruz and Rand Paul were the Republicans. But not enough.
Well, that's pretty gay. And glass half full. Hopefully this animates the states to like do what Missouri and Washington and California and Colorado and all these states did, which is just be like, you know what, whatever, like just make regular weed legal.
Here's some context. This is interesting. This is from edibles.com. The quote is, "This is not a 1-year ban. This is not
to a ban.
1 year to a ban. This is 1 year to regulate, and the industry will do exactly that. United, determined, and unwilling to let Washington destroy what farmers built and consumers want," said Thomas Winstonley, executive vice president and general manager at edibles.com. So that's a bit of a bright note.
So the guy at edibles.com says a year from now it'll be regulated. Like, I think he's trying to polish a turd here. It's been banned.
He's saying, Woody, don't change your purchasing patterns right now. Continue your auto subscriptions. Continue these things. It will be there in the future. Yeah, I could totally see that as a little PR move from them. Maybe they're getting rid of Delta 8 and all that shit, but there is a chance that means your state's actually moving in the right direction with it. And
my state moved before the federal government.
My state is the reddest of the three. Of the three of us,
I'm
I live
reading
in
your
the
state's
reddest
fucked
state.
too, because now those companies can't use banks. They have to like go back to the old.
They haven't been able to. You still have
Okay,
to
the
pay
thing I
like
read made it sound new.
you still have to pay like in like odd ways sometimes at dispensaries because they're not allowed to use federal banks. They have to use like state banks and like little workarounds and things because it's still federally illegal. And so they can't bank federally. They have workarounds still for all the legal states.
What I know for sure is it's gay.
It is gay and we don't like it.
Yeah,
just legalize
put that
weed.
into their clean CR. I've heard that thing called a clean CR 1,000 times. The thing about the 8 senators being able to sue the government, not even House of Rep, but like the 8 people who can now sue the government because they subpoenaed their phone records to see who called who around the January 6th traitors hit.
Oh yeah, they found way more feds involved than they thought they would.
Yeah,
the pipe bomber was apparently a fed. It was a Capitol police officer who then became a fed.
Anyway, they slipped a couple nasty things into this CR to reopen the government, and everyone felt obligated to vote for it.
And now they're Budweiser or InBev, all the alcohol companies are like pouring
They're the ones who
money
for it.
Yeah. I would guess a little bit of pharma money in there as well because they want their proprietary pills used instead of for anti-nausea or whatever, as opposed to something a little more natural.
Yeah, I get the guess. I read the alcohol people, but that could be true.
I think
too.
they're the driving force. Yeah, because you can look at states like Missouri, like Colorado, California, Washington, Oregon, like alcohol use does significantly dip when they legalize weed. Because
it's dipping anyway. It's been on the downturn. I'll just be a Florida man. That's the move. Florida's got medical weed. So if they do make it illegal and there's no coming back, I'll probably move to Florida.
Traitor. You're going to betray the Bulldogs like that? You're going to move to enemy territory?
God, I'm getting you a jersey.
You're going to betray the Bulldogs? Look at this. Woody, #1 Tim Tebow fan right here. #1 Tim Tebow fan.
That's not true. I hate Timbo.
I know exactly what I'm shipping to your house for Christmas this year.
Don't you send me a fucking Florida jersey. Don't you fucking
Why not? You're a Florida man. You love Florida.
Yeah.
You love everything about them.
Are you going to be a Seminole man? Are you going to go for state? Is that what's up?
No, I genuinely hate like all those Florida teams. Like I had a friend who was a Miami Hurricanes fan growing up, but like that was it. That was the only Florida team that we ever could root for. No, not a fan of that.
Because they were irrelevant the whole time you were growing up.
That helped too. I think they had a dynasty when his dad was like
they were good when I was young. But they were always like the gangster team. They had the most diamonds, the most like police incidents. At least that was my vibe. I was never an expert.
It could be a
makes sense.
Side effect of being in Miami. You get a little crazy, I bet. Like you're in a very party environment.
But they got medical down there. And I've often considered living in Florida anyway. It's nice.
You've often considered it.
I would like to live near Orlando.
I wonder where they get their tax revenue. I mean, I've always heard the toll roads. What'd you say?
Tourism.
Like specifically, like where do they get? Is it just sales tax that Florida gets all their revenue? Because they don't have an income tax.
They get a ton of money from property tax, like all those no income tax states do. And then tourism is big. And I think they did some in recent years relaxing Delaware style, or maybe it's Rhode Island, whichever one of those states houses like a jillion giant companies because of their Delaware. Yeah. They did some Delaware style shit to try and get people to come in.
So Florida's largest source of general revenue, making up 80%, is sales tax. The state rate is 6%, and counties can add an additional 1.5.
Wait, is 6%?
It's lower than it's 7 here. Georgia is 7, or mine is 7, I should say.
I don't know North Carolina as well. I should know more. I just buy too much online. In New Jersey, it was 6 when I lived there, but a lot of stuff was exempt. All your groceries were exempt. All your clothes were exempt. If it's something that you need to live, as a good rule of thumb, there was no sales tax on it.
That's good.
That's good, I guess.
Yeah.
They
already do have the sin tax pretty overexerted.
I want to be sure about that. So I haven't been following politics because I've been so deep in Arc Raiders, but with this getting passed, did they get their SNAP money now? Is the SNAP money going out now?
It's about to, I think. Yeah.
Good. For the next 5 months or something.
I know there's
It's
spillage
January, right?
with Snap. I know there's
I
waste
thought it
with
was longer.
Snap, and I know that I went to prison with a guy who was there because he had bought EBT from people. You know what I mean,
Okay.
for cash. Like he paid them cash at a reduced value. Give me $1,000 in food stamps, I'll give you $700. And he was doing that, and he owned the chain of grocery stores, so he was able to filter the money through that and pocket the difference. I'm sure somehow, some way. And
that's one of the most common themes with it.
He was doing a lot of time, like 7 to 12 years. Someone in there, if I remember correctly, and he was dying of cancer, so he wasn't getting out. And I was like, that doesn't seem like that bad of a crime to me. So I know shit like that goes on. But as we approach Thanksgiving and Christmas, it's a bad look to have to cut off all the assistance, because I don't care if it's 80% waste. That you're telling me that there's 20% of Americans who are just down on their luck, hardworking people, maybe working 3 jobs. One of them's for Walmart, and they need a little bit of help so they can feed their family a Thanksgiving meal. Like, turn that shit back on.
You want to give,
if you want to dig
ball.
deep and find out that people are buying too much soda and that there's fat kids with food stamps, well, slap their fat little hands and take it away. I'm fine with that. If there's ways to get rid of it, but don't turn off the faucet when there's thirsty people.
That's the thing with like the companies that lobby the hardest against any sort of restriction on Snap and WIC are Coca-Cola, Pepsi-Cola, Frito-Lay, because that's a huge amount of their money is like, and I've said this before, but you can tell walking through Walmart who's paying for it and who's on food stamps, because the food stamps carts are full of complete trash garbage. Just throw it in. And the people buying it are like planning out meals. And so we really do need to make sure these people are like getting the food they need, but also don't let this be a roundabout subsidy for sugar water companies. That's horseshit. Like don't let us fund them in that way. That's nonsense.
Yeah, I don't know why you can buy sugary. Look, I drink,
and we also pay for their health care, and they're the fattest people in the country.
I drink nothing but soda, so I get that. But I tell
your
you
diet,
what,
you're conscientious.
If you turned off my diet soda and told me I had to go like do 20 hours of community service every week, or else I couldn't have soda, I promise you, I would get out and I would find something to do in my community to get my soda back.
Dude, I feel the same. If the government came out and was like, we're eliminating Sprite Zero, I'd be in the streets.
I'd burn a Wendy's. I'd burn a Wendy's to the fucking ground.
Wendy's just for the sake of it.
It's my understanding there's very little waste and fraud in Snap. Now,
there's a lot of waste.
Buying
if you look at the
Frito-Lay waste, then I guess so. I wonder, like, how much is it going to cost to regulate what they can buy versus just letting them buy the food they want to?
You just reduce the amount of money they're given, and then they are pushed into buying real food.
That doesn't work. That's putting the fucking burden and the onus on the person who's already like can't afford food.
I also feel like that pretends that
decision for
the good food is the cheap food, right? If they're buying Frito-Lays, that might be the cheapest like calorie per dollar you can find.
But they're not doing it for that.
You think these people are going for calorie economics? They're the fattest.
No, I don't know if that's true, but I'm saying that in America, it feels like bad food is cheap food. So if they're buying bad food,
that's true. If you're buying fast
Taylor's
food,
like, we need them to stick to a tomato diet. We need them to be buying some deli meats with this.
No,
it wouldn't stretching their dollar farther than that.
No, it wouldn't, because if you forced them to just, hey, you can no longer buy Doritos and Coca-Cola with these, because this is a assistance program that is meant supplemental nutrition assistance program. That's what it is. It's not supermarket sweep. Like, you get your money and then you spend that on things that are good for you and that sustain you, and you don't do anything cruel like say, oh, you can't buy the ingredients for a cake because then you're going to eat something bad. No, let them buy the fucking ingredients for a cake and make a cake. Let them do this.
They'll sell their fucking EBT and
they already do. That's a huge scam.
I don't think it's big.
People go to federal prison for it.
It's an enormous scam. Yeah.
I feel like you'd be playing whack-a-mole with what they can buy, and your government gets bigger and more complicated the more we regulate what these people are eating.
What's the alternative?
Well, there's already a list. There's already a list of approved products and unapproved products, right? So just that list needs to be need to be changed. And if I were the grand poobah it would be simple. There would be no sugary soda on that list. There would be no Little Debbie, no snack cakes, no desserts of any kind whatsoever. Sugar is on there. Eggs are on there. Every meat and vegetable and canned good is on there.
Yeah,
all of the
flour, it's
staples,
on there.
macaronis, dry goods, flours, wheats, oatmeal, rice and beans, every staple you can imagine. Every meat, every fish, every seafood, that's all applied. Water is on there. We could probably add lemonade or something. But what we're not going to do is have like chocolate cakes and fucking Mountain Dew and Doritos and Funyuns. None of that, because that's not, if we were going on a survival trip, if I told you that we were about to have to get in a wagon and make it to Oregon, there wouldn't be any Funyuns in your wagon because it doesn't make any sense. That's not what we get to survive on.
Yeah.
You'd be full of rice, beans, fucking jerk beef and flour and corn and shit like that. That's what should be. Look, it's emergency support.
I
so
totally
it should
agree.
be emergency food. Like,
Hear me out.
Kyle, you nailed every iota of it. Like, it
What if
should
we
not be
did
cool.
What if pasta was free? Now I know the capitalist in me doesn't like it. I'm going to put, who's the really cheap pasta that's a soup? 38 cents.
ramen.
Ramen, yeah. I know you're going to put ramen out of business and other like good pasta people. But what if pasta, if there was like government pasta on the bottom shelf? Boom. Literally nobody goes hungry in this country anymore.
Yes, let's pretend instead of pasta, it's cheese, and it's a program that didn't end up working because they wanted Doritos.
I don't know that cheese is the best choice, but maybe it is. I don't know.
No, it
Maybe
is
it's
nutrient dense.
Let's split the difference. Mac and cheese. There's mac and cheese that's for free, and now no one starves.
No, Woody, people are even. So the problem with it is that we bankroll the beginning of the eating process with this bottom 15% of our country. We pay for 100% of it, and they eat trash. They make bad decisions with the money we give them, which of course is like people make bad decisions with money that's free. And then on the other end is actually the expensive part. Much more expensive than funding it is the fact that an enormous plurality of these people have diabetes and health issues because they're eating nothing but trash.
Do you know why government cheese actually started?
No.
It's probably a World War II thing. A lot of things are.
A little later than that, in the 70s, there was massive government subsidies for the dairy industry, and it created a gigantic surplus. And I want to say they went to the president in like 81, and they're like, sir, we're sitting on $3 billion worth of cheese. And so they started the government cheese program. They're like, well, we're going to start mailing it house
Good
to
cheese
house.
we can sell abroad? No.
No, no. They had it in caves. They stored it in caves.
Yeah.
They're like, we have a cave the size of
Cheese
Rhode
cave.
Island, full of cheese.
It's not like everyone would alter their diet to make it mac and cheese heavy. It's not like, but like the super homeless, hungry people you see starving on the street would have all the mac and cheese they needed.
I'm
That's
with you.
not what
And
you
can I
just
just
make
say
it
this
for,
about mac and cheese?
like real ingredients.
There's the cheese stockpile. That's probably
There's the cheese cave.
That's the modern cheese stockpile, by the way. That's not from times of Lord. This is like what we keep on hand now.
This is where they hid the Ark of the
Knox
Covenant.
of che's.
It's the Fort Knox of cheese.
where they wheel the Ark of the Covenant down.
Yeah, Indiana, the Ark of the Covenant's in there. It's lost in the dairy.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? The
Something about the mac and cheese for free.
Oh, so like if you actually wanted to, so the powder, you know that powder that comes in a box of macaroni and cheese?
Sure.
You
Yeah.
can buy that by the
Mac.
pound. And when you buy that by the pound, the servings, the cost per serving becomes almost infinitely free. It's like and it's this entire pound of cheddar cheese powder. And then you can also buy the macaroni by the 5 pounds. So it already, if you wanted to live on macaroni and cheese, it's almost free to do so. The same with like oatmeal. Like if you want to live on rice, beans, oatmeal, and like mac
ground
and cheese.
pork. Yeah.
Oh, a ground chicken. Ground chicken is
Ground
just
chicken
as cheap,
just
and it's healthy. Yeah, like you could live on those things and make fantastic meals every night of the week and be fat. Like you can't eat enough rice and beans to like burn your wallet. It's almost impossible.
Dude, I saw an EBT lady on social media, a clip, and she was like holding a bag of pinto beans. She was holding a bag of pinto beans, and she was like, I don't know how to cook this shit. And it was like, it's on the back. It's on the back. Tells you how to fucking make the beans.
I can't even read.
I can't even read.
I can't read that shit.
Only words I can read is nacho cheese and what was it? Spicy ranch.
My social policy goal is to have a safety net, but also an incentive system so that people don't want to live in the net. And that's what like mac and cheese is. People would hate mac and cheese. They grow tired of it. They'd want something better.
But we don't want that. We don't want it to be that brutal of an incentive. Like if they're gonna, if there's some destitute retard that is so dumb they genuinely can't contribute to our economy in a way that makes them money, we don't want that person, because that person is dependent from birth to death. And we're just adding more medical problems that we also have to pay for if we put them on mac and cheese. Like we put them on, we only let them have healthy things. And then we also, dude, as Kyle said, let them have the ingredients to a cake. That's fine. Yeah. Because most of them are too fucking lazy to make the cake.
Able-bodied, but yeah. But when I say incentive system, sure. Yeah.
And disabled people are going to have to be on there forever, I would guess. But I did read that half of the disabled people on Snap and Wick, their disability is obesity.
I don't like that. I don't like that.
It seems counterintuitive. It seems like we're fucking ourselves. Like if you're on Snap, if you're on Wick, have your Thanksgiving dinner, have your turkey, have your cranberry, have your potatoes.
If it's carrot or stick, I'm more of a carrot guy. How do we incentivize fitness in the country? How, like obviously there's plenty of social incentivization. Like nobody wants to be near a fatty. It's hard to get pussy if you're a fatty. It's hard to get good dick if you're a fatty. I'm sure too. So like there's that social incentivization, but still, like, how do we as a country incentivize it? Like I remember seeing during the Kennedy era.
Did we have a sort of like an annual games for these hungry people? Something like some
not. We should have
children can be involved. So they learn early.
Yes, we'll give them really unevenly distributed swords. Some guy will run up and get his pick of the swords, and the other guy will run up and like have beans. That was something I didn't like about Hunger Games.
Yeah, the Hunger Games is fucking stupid.
The swords were not distributed.
I'll tell you what I didn't like about it. I don't want to completely shift gears. It was pussy. It was pussy-fied. It was weak-ass shit. No kids are dying gruesomely. It's a story, like if you go watch Battle Royale, which it's blatantly ripping off, kids are getting fucking ripped to shreds and machined gun with Uzis.
Wait, Hunger Games came before Battle Royale games.
No,
wait, Battle Royale games.
What the term Battle Royale is from the movie Battle Royale.
Was that the Korean?
That's not a real movie. No one ever heard of it.
It is the beginning of the concept.
Kyle, was that the Korean movie where it starts in a classroom and then it goes bananas?
I thought it was Japanese, but it's definitely
maybe
Asian.
Japanese.
And yes, it starts in a classroom, and then they're put on an island that's being like bombed. It's every Battle Royale.
I tried to watch that too, and it sucked.
It's
Hunger Games came out 5 years before PUBG. Boom.
When did Battle Royale come out, Woody?
That no one knows.
Google's coming up with nothing.
Wow. No one knows.
And they never will.
A better answer, Woody, who's to say? Who's to say where this genre began?
I think that we need it needs to be in the schools, and there needs to be incentivization. And first of all, we need to teach. Health class should be about nutrition, because I didn't learn anything about proper nutrition until I was like 35 fucking years old. The real nutrition, actually putting the nuts and bolts together, and like
they don't teach that in I was so naive for so many years. I thought like medical school also taught you about nutrition and like things you should be eating and not eating. And then I talked to a doctor friend of mine years ago at this point, probably 7 years ago, when I lived in that apartment in Central West End. He was finishing up. He was like, he wasn't finishing up. He was a resident. He was done. And we got to talking about nutrition. He was like, oh yeah, dude, like we don't learn anything about that. Like our entire education is about, for me, it was about fixing people's knees or whatever. Like that's all it is. The nutrition class was a little side thing we all took where it was like, what is a vitamin? C. And it's like, good.
I didn't put it together how old it was when I learned nutrition. It was like during a fitness kick a few years ago that I really put it together. And Kyle's like, they didn't teach us nutrition. And I'm like, his dumbass school. We learned, we learned
food pyramid.
An outdated food pyramid that was created by lobbyists telling the government to give you bad advice.
It's the same pyramid they use for livestock, Woody, that you want to fatten up and make docile and demasculinize and controllable and edible. That's what they've been doing to our children since the fucking 60s. All right, and look around. We are. We're all.
We are gay and retarded.
There.
There's no argument there.
So no, we need to. I would love if you explained calories in, calories out, and that was a fucking 6-week fucking course. 6 weeks of hammering calories in, calories out, and go home and you tell your fat mama bullshit like calories in, calories out. You can eat nothing but chocolate. It won't be healthy for you. That's nutrition. Then we get into the nutritional part, like vitamins and minerals and like what they actually do to your body. Don't tell me I need vitamin C. Tell me why I need vitamin C. Tell me what will happen if I don't. Show me a pirate with scurvy real quick. And now I'm going to eat my oranges from now on. I'll make sure it happens, even if it's an orange chicken.
Nutrition is hard though, because it's like there's so much shit. Oh, I mean, like if you're getting really granular with it,
okay,
there's all sorts of stuff where it's like, what do I need?
You don't need
to get my daily manganese.
But there's like an 80-20, right? Like you can get 80% of the benefit from 20% of the knowledge.
Yes. Yeah. But we have 0% of the knowledge.
Knowing calorie densities per macro is important, I think. Just for sussing out, looking at something, what it's about. Knowing how many calories is in a carb, a protein, and a fat. Understanding fiber and how that works for you and why it's important. Understand some basic macronutrient stuff so you don't have wild deficiencies. And that's it. And calories in, calories out is the basis of it all. Because in the end, you're never going to be perfect, but you should know when you go to that snack vending machine how to do some math. How to know that a pound of calories is 3,300 or 3,300 calories is a pound of fat. And like, that's how weight loss works. Like it's going to be, it's simple arithmetic. This many calories are coming in. This many calories are going out. This is what I weigh. Blah, 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 blah. All right. I'll lose 0.4 pounds a week on this path. Like times 6 weeks and I'm at my goal. I can wear that one size smaller than I'm wearing now. It's all just basic math. You don't need to be a genius. And nobody knows it. Nobody knows it. And that's why we've got so many obese people in part. You sent me that clip of that rapper the other day. I thought he was 50. Dude was 24. He was immobile, Woody. He sits and raps.
Oh, I sent you him.
Of himself.
Was what was his name? That big fat guy. He's so
his name
funny.
Should be Grape Drink or something. He was he looked like Grimace.
That's a pretty good name.
He looked like Grimace or something. He's so fat he can't move. And
Dave Blunt's.
Dave Blunt's is rapping about stealing.
Dave Blunt's
name too.
Dave Blunt's rules.
He's rapping about stealing people's girls and fucking their pussies. And I'm thinking like, dude, you haven't fucked anything ever. There's no way.
Yeah, what is the access to his penis?
Dude, stop it. He was fucking pussy. You don't like Dave Blunt's? You don't like that he had an oxygen tube on his nose while he was rapping on a couch in front of people?
Oh man,
that's the picture of health. Health at
I
every
get the
side.
same vibe from him. What was the girl's name on YouTube who was anorexic and we all seemingly are watching her slowly die?
Oh, I don't know her name, but I remember that.
I remember that sad story.
Yeah, I don't know if she's still alive. I think I'd have heard of it if she
blew
died.
away. In a strong dust.
This guy's the other end of the spectrum. Like he's not going to live a lot longer.
You know what?
He has a song called "I Can't
Anorexia?
Put Down the Cup," and it's like the cup is not what you have to put down. Like you have to put down a lot of other things for
the people that actually get over anorexia that I've seen online, at least, transition to almost bodybuilding. Like it tickle it. They've got that problem where they have this ideal they're going for, but the ideal is super skinny, and you can always get skinnier until you die. But if they just flip the script and they want to be like
move the bullseye
to like swimsuit model with like a 6-pack, then they fit right into that paradigm. And what did make them sick and weak and dying makes them strong and focused and thriving. It's a good transition to go from that to the other. I've seen a lot of before.
I'd love to see therapists leverage that. Like, look, I know you're never going to be happy with your body, but let's move the bullseye to something fucking dope.
Yeah. You know what? I'm not too happy with your body myself. And I got to say, you're going to have to hit the gym, honey. If anyone's ever going to love you. I mean, come on.
And they won't. You're like a catty gay guy.
You think men want skin and bones? What am I, a dog?
What is that? Chaotic good? Like Like you're somehow evilly good. Like, yeah, I wouldn't fuck what you are. This is what
I
you
bet
need
you
to
couldn't
be.
squat that chair you're sitting in. You actually give me some hip thrusters right now. Get on the fucking floor. Like it just completely flipped the script mid session. Get a whistle out. Take your glasses off. Stop taking notes.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have a discipline problem. You just don't know what you're aiming for. Let's aim for the right bullseye and start getting boned.
I had a business idea I wanted to share with you guys.
I'm in.
You know how perfect. We're in. So half of them are in. So I was thinking about Carnival Cruise when I took too many edibles the other night, and I thought Carnival. That's a fun place. What else is a fun place that can also be on a cruise? Zoo cruise.
Noah's Ark themed cruises. Okay.
Noah's Ark theme. Doesn't it be Noah's Ark?
This is what you get when you bring me in. Now we're Noah's Ark. We're doing the Christian crowd in.
We can do that too. That's fine. I'm more on the animal part of it.
A fool and their money are soon parted. These people, they give up 10% of their money for fucking nothing.
We're doing 40 days, 40 nights.
We're also going to be a church. So
yeah, subscription model.
Tithe while you're here. That'll be a selling point. Tithe while you're here. Don't worry about it. We'll take it out. We'll take it out of your room automatically.
I just Googled how long Noah was at sea. Do you know how long Noah was at sea with the
40 days and 40 nights?
40 days and 40 nights.
It rained for 40 days, 40 nights. That's what caused the Great Flood.
Oh,
yeah.
I don't actually. Then I don't know the.
Yeah,
I hadn't thought about it.
That's because every preacher, priest, pastor, and holy man likes to skip over that part because you're already doing the math and thinking, wow, 40 days with the entire population of the world's animals, 2 of each. And you got to have some extras to feed the lions, the tigers, and the bears. Oh my. 40 days, I guess, maybe with God's help, you could get it done with a handmade ark that, was made 10,000 years ago. No, 371 days, more than a year at sea. More than a year at sea on that ark, according to the Bible.
That's a long time.
So that we will not be doing that. We will not a 370.
We're not having a year cruise. It doesn't have to be that Noah themed, but
no. There will be a Noah reenactor though,
and it would not just be a section of the ship reserved for the more dangerous animals that you could go and look at and see how they react.
I imagine them running wild through the hallways.
That's what I'm saying. Is that the safe animals would be allowed to roam, and so you've got capuchins, you've got goats, you've got lambs, you've got the small friendly animals, maybe even some dogs. Let some fucking dogs out, and that would be something that would bring a lot of joy to people on a cruise. Because usually on a cruise, everyone wants to like gamble or just get hammered.
Right.
And
I want to run from horses.
This is something for other people, and even the hammered people. Can you imagine?
To make it in the buffet, but there's a pony in the hallway.
Some dude's fucking 17 margaritas deep on a cruise. He sees a goat. That guy's having the time of his life.
Hey,
everyone's having a good time. And guess what? The goats are having a good time too. And they're probably too fat. They're almost going to have to shift into different sets of goats because they're going to get so much food.
No, 2 of every kind.
Handouts. Not two at a time. 2 at a time.
2 of every kind. It's Noah themed. You have 2 dogs, 2 cats, 2 tigers, 2 bears. Are you really wanting to break the paradigm that is Noah's Ark themed cruise lines?
Shark, I might almost have to pull back the offer because it's not about 2 of every kind. It's about fun animals being released, and you can have fun with the fun animals.
You just want to. You
cruise ships are fucking enormous. 2 goats? That's nothing.
You want a sea-bound petting zoo. Well, here's the thing, Taylor. There are dozens of varieties of goats. Now, if you want to completely abandon the Noah's Ark theme, I'm willing.
If you're pedantic,
if you're willing to throw the Noah's Ark theme and alienate the entire Christian base, which was our gold standard. I mean, we were counting on them. We were going to hit up all of the major religious themed organizations. We were going to get Billy Graham involved. Rest in peace. I thought we might lean on some of our contacts with the Trump administration.
This is the wildest idea.
It's not but in the truest sense, Woody, is it a bad idea?
Yes. Imagine, you know what I'm missing on my cruise ship? Fleas.
They're wearing flea collars. Like you put a flea collar on a goat. That's a flealess goat. We dip them.
I think it's a good idea. I think Zoo Cruise is going to slay People are gonna love it. You're gonna be at the bar.
bestiality
or
crowd's gonna just blast off.
the
They're gonna
pool.
love this.
No, we don't allow that sort of thing.
I hear there's a lot of
No.
swinging on those
I
cruises.
didn't ask
know
for
that.
permission.
What's our-
No, we don't want
what's,
the swingers either.
Who's the
Because they might
streamer? We had him on the
multi-
show. Ice Poseidon. Ice Poseidon got thrown off of, I think, a Royal Caribbean cruise because it was a like a swinging cruise.
Getting thrown off a cruise is hilarious. Those people behave like animals.
Oh, I read into it. Apparently, Royal Caribbean doesn't take any shit. Like they're quick to drop you off at a desert isle somewhere and be like, "You fucked up. You're finding out."
It's
So
pretty
apparently, Ice was like running around the cruise, like live streaming with his selfie sticker setup or whatever, looking for swingers, trying to like expose them or something like that. Because I guess it's a target-rich environment. These cruises, some of them in particular are like swinger cruises. where
So I knew that. I just don't understand his motivation. He's trying to out swingers, not get in on it. Like I assume that's.
I
where
heard,
the
I
story
heard
was
about it
going.
secondhand,
Swingers are
but that's
fat,
my
old, and
understanding.
ugly. You don't want to be around like that. It's not hot co-ed swinging. It's ugly, fat, old people.
It's just these people that you
Not
swing
on my
with.
pornos.
Me and Woody got a whole different clientele we be swinging with. All right, lots of 8s, 9s, and 10s. All right, you know.
On
maybe
Zoo
you're-
Cruise,
maybe-
there will be no.
you walk up to a door and
mockery.
say orgy. Me and Woody are wearing fucking scary ass Harlequin masks, walking into places in red robes and shit. I seen a baby get at.
That is not what we here at Zoo Cruise believe. That is not. That is
Well-
not what we're looking for.
well,
We're looking for
I'm
fun.
just-
Yeah. Well, joke's on you when your zebra's defiled.
Yeah. How about
then you got to
this?
sacrifice it. You know what the Bible says? If a man should lay with a beast of the earth, not only should that man be put to death, but now we've got to like kill the beast, and you can't eat it. It's very particular about that. You can't eat that beast that a dude fucked. You've got to kill it and burn it.
That was old timey God.
It's still in there. Look, if
probably
they've
be
changed
okay.
their mind, they should take it out of the book. When you read like the Constitution of the United States, you don't see anything about the fucking value of a slave in there or anything. Like they took that stuff out. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
like,
well, I mean, they don't say anything about fucking bringing 1 million Haitians to Ohio either. Like,
if you're gonna, sure they do. They were all about a country of immigrants. We just flipped the script when the immigrants started looking a little different.
no, it's the opposite.
It used to be the Irish and the Italians, you know, like I watch those old movies and I'm like, why is everybody so down on the Irish? Like, what the fuck? They're just like silly voiced white guys that like to drink and have a cool
They
holiday.
like to have a good time. They're
But
fun.
they saw them as like really second class citizens. Like, you know, you watch Gangs of New York, and you know not only did you have the nationalistic thing, you also had the religion thing where you had Protestantism versus Catholicism, and a lot of those immigrants who were coming over during the early 1900s on those big boats from Europe are Catholics, and some Protestants. But you've got this huge butting of the heads. That's what's going on. And
I think Daniel Day-Lewis may have been right. Maybe my ancestors were total ruffians. Maybe they shouldn't have let him in.
I mean,
I want to read this Poseidon thing before the topic goes too far away, but it wasn't just fighting that angered the other cruise passengers. Several streamers reportedly broadcast themselves roaming the ship, knocking on cabin doors in search of upside down pineapples, a symbol widely recognized as being related to the swinging or partner swapping community. I got stuck on that. Why do you have to knock on a door to search for the pineapples? The pineapples go on the door.
Yeah, I think they just worded that poorly. I think they were looking for doors
mm-mm.
with pineapples and then knocking on them.
That would make more sense.
Yeah,
I thought
that's probably an AI article.
Like something you put on your pajamas or not.
I saw a thing from a newspaper clipping, you know, a printed newspaper, and at the bottom after the article it says, "I can also reword that in a number of ways. I could write it as this, that, and the other." And it's like, you motherfucker. Then you had one job. Your job title says editor.
Yeah, it's like, do you want the teaser in the front? So like the front load of the article to be more interesting there. Yeah.
Dude, AI writes like an 8th grader doing a 5-paragraph essay still, where they start like, right now in this opening paragraph, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to say. Now I'm telling you what I'm going to say. And now in my final part of this way too long text, I'm going to tell you what I told you. And it's like,
are you burning time for the algorithm on purpose, or are you
this
just
on?
evil? Like, what is your problem? I hate that.
Yeah, are you retarded?
I can tell when the AI is burning time for the algorithm to try to get me in this short 10, 12, 14 seconds deep. Like, you still haven't told me the crazy thing The Rock did, and I'm still sitting here waiting to scroll. It pisses me off to no end.
Oh, I don't have that. I use
I know
the Grok one, and it's pretty
Oh, I use YouTube
quick
Shorts
now.
You watch Grok? I'm talking about shorts. Like I'm
Oh
addicted
no,
to watching
Grok is the
shorts.
thing I'll ask. Like I was asking, I'm like, I find me a X dimension by X dimension office desk that has these parameters for sale. And then it's like, here's 15 desks that meet that. And then I click on like number 1 and it's like wrong dimensions, retard, go back. And like I have to go down to like number 4 before they actually start hitting it.
Why do you need a? So I read your thing in WhatsApp, how you're looking at like weightlifting benches because there gets more capacity for the dollar than tables. Why do you need a table that holds so much weight?
No, it didn't have to do with well, mayhaps.
He's getting stroked out on that fucking table.
I'm laying face down, getting blasted on the fucking table. But no, I was looking for a new desk for my office because this desk I'm at right now, my main desk is too small, and then my desk came with a exact same height, extra 24 by probably 26 table that I have my second monitor on. And then over there, this thing didn't attach to the desk well. And so I have to put like a little IKEA thing there. And so I've got like an 84-inch setup here width of stuff. Right. And so what I want a really wide desk, like something like 84 inches long minimum. But I also want a depth of 30 inches on the desk. And because I don't want it to have pegs and then in the middle more pegs and then at the end more pegs, I just want it to have like the legs at the very ends of the table so I can scoot freely. I just started looking, and the only things that fit that bill were workshop benches for like woodworking shit. And it's like, oh, this is a perfect thing. It's 96 by 30. And I'm like, fuck, 96 is way too long for like a desk that I'm using this, but 30 is the perfect thing. Yeah, 8 foot. I'd prefer a 7 foot one, but there's none of those I can find. I'm still so in the fact finding process. Today was the first time I looked at those, and then I was talking to Chiz about it, and he had some solid ideas. But yeah, the basement's still so far from finished. It's not a big deal. But I want a big desk, 30 inches deep minimum. I like that because this one I'm at right now is 26 and a half, and I would like a deeper desk. And every single thing that came up. I found regular desks, like executive style desks.
What about this?
All thousands of dollars. Or I found one that was like, oh, is this a 2-person desk? Because I don't want that middle shit.
Well, just ignore the two. There's no middle shit. There's no divider.
Oh, okay.
No, the picture looks like what you want. And I think the legs might be metal and the support in the middle could be metal, implying it doesn't like sag.
Yeah, it's a full frame. You can see.
Well, what is the depth on this, Kyle? Where's the depth?
This is 78 by 30.
27.56. So that would be 1 inch more depth than what I have now. I want a little more than that. But
well, I mean,
this is a nice path. This is a nice depth. This is the right
not wide.
100%.
It's so inexpensive, $206.
This is
I was going to say, if you want to pay a lot, you could make it yourself.
If
you want to really waste money,
like 1,500, right? Like for 1,500, you'd have a lifelong desk, right? If you're doing some of the work yourself, and what I would get is a nice big chunk of live wood, like pretty wood that had been sealed, and then I would get a full mouse pad desk cover, maybe, or like a really extra large mouse pad. But if you can't get your shit mounted on there, that's no good. Anyway, I've got an Amazon desk, but I love it. It's like the entire top is a mouse pad and it's curved.
How
like
big
the
is
part
it?
That faces
How big is the desk?
It's really deep. Like, I don't know. I'd have to find it online. I bet it's only 5 feet wide though, is the thing.
And you have 2 monitors?
I have 3. I've got my main monitor is, I think this is 32, but it might be smaller. It's whatever Shroud uses. That's how I shop for monitors. I've got a BenQ in the middle that's fairly big, and then I've got like a side one over here, and I got a side one up there that are just on like Dr. Octopus arms.
Okay,
that come up, and I can move them around however I want.
I think I would just want the 2 monitor setup because I did the 3 for a while, and I just like the feel of just having 2.
Yeah, 2's fine. I like the third. The third one up there is usually like media, and then the one over here is usually Discord or maps. and then obviously I'm playing on the other one. So it's
I
nice
like
to be
three. I have a horizontal one in front of me that I use like 90% of the time. And then I have two vertically oriented ones on either side. I used to have them horizontal, but damn, like it
Way
gets
too
so
much.
far away I can't read across the room. But vertically oriented, they're both kind of close to me.
Oh.
And usually I have things I like, for example, right now there's details on these classes for a video game I'm playing, and I can see like where the special runes and armor sets are that I'd want to go find. And or sometimes I have a map over there for a game, and second
Maps are
stuff.
big. Like if you're playing a game that requires one of those like Tarkov style where you have to have that map open, adding that third monitor is life changing because you kind of need one for Discord when you're gaming with a group. You want to be able to see make sure nobody's muted and you're not muted, like stuff like that. And then you got to have that map open too.
Discord on the side just so I like see who wrote me or who's ready to play, stuff like that.
What is your desk, Woody? Yours is straight, not L shaped at some point over there?
Yeah, but I made it. It's like 9 feet long. There was a time when Colin and I shared it, so he would be on the side, and I have a lot of room, and then he would have room too. Now I just have it all to myself. So I have this 9-foot desk. I made the top, and then it's supported on one side by this like half-height server rack that I put all my computer and audio shit in, and then the other half is a filing cabinet.
Okay, that's what Chiz told me to do.
Oh, really?
When I talked to him earlier today, he was like, just look into like getting a giant board or like a butcher block and put it on top of 2 file cabinets or whatever. And a lot of people liked that. I was
could do that.
A really good idea.
In the woodworking space, people who make their own workbenches sometimes buy the top. You can buy the top and then you'd be there. And it's thick. It's like, they call it 8-quarter, but it's 2-inch wood that wouldn't bow so much.
And how deep is your desk, do you think? Like it
must threaten 3 feet.
Oh, that's a big desk.
Yeah, it's really big. I needed a lot. I wanted a lot of space and
sick. That's
so you could also do like a wall mounted desk. And if
no, I don't want wall mounted.
Well, I
want to be able to shift it, move it, I don't want to be static.
I would prefer a wall mounted desk if I weren't going to be out of here in 9 months and then maybe to Florida or something or wherever else. I would, whenever I settle down, I'll definitely do like I like floating stuff in general. I like those floating beds where you can't see the bottom. And even if I had to do like chains to the ceiling to support the corners that were near me, but I don't think that's necessary. You just got
to the ceiling.
Yeah, well, I mean,
all that would do is make sure. All that would do is make sure that
said
if
he wanted his desk to support 500 pounds,
fall backwards. No,
I don't think. I think Kyle's right because if you're just doing like heavy duty shelf supports to hold your desk, which is like what a floating desk would be like, dude, you're asking a lot out of screws into studs.
I would take
like
chains.
The way the leverage works, but pressing over here, I could rip those screws out of the wall pretty easily.
Right now, I'm leaning on my Kyle, Woody, and I always both are leaning forward when we're doing the show. I've noticed.
I'm back.
Kyle's always
literally
reclined.
Back.
Like I always have to be like active when I'm talking into the mic, and so I don't want to be leaning on something that is wall supported for long periods of time because it's gonna weaken.
You could even take just like 1-inch cube steel like conduit or whatever and just run it straight up from the corners, and then you could use those as mounts or whatever. I like the idea of a floating desk. That's unnecessary complications though. But I think once you've got the reason I like that idea though is because it's easier than making table legs, because that's difficult, and getting that right and being happy with it I think is a difficult, like, higher skill gap than just mounting it to the wall and having those supports come out, especially if you're only 30 inches deep. The deeper you go, obviously, the more complicated that becomes.
I found a 36-inch deep one, and I went down in my basement, and it's only framed right now, but I took out some wood blocks and framed where that would be, and I was like, oh, 36-inch deep. That's a little much, because my current desk I measured is 26.5 inches deep, and another 10 inches on that would just be, there would be dead space behind where my stuff should be. And I wouldn't be taking advantage of that space. Hard to tell. I don't know. But Everyone, we will get back to this compelling, wonderful topic as soon as you guys hear about something you should hear about. And that's that this episode of PKA is brought to you by today's sponsor, BetterHelp. So let's hear a little about their service. Life is full of twists and turns, and it's important for you to show up for yourself through it all. Mental and dental, got to take care of it all. We're very serious about everyone taking care of their physical health here on PKA and maintaining a healthy physique, but mental health is just as important, and you need to work on getting your mind in shape as well as your body. Start getting in the mental reps with the help of a professional over at BetterHelp.com. BetterHelp is not a crisis line. It's not self-help. It's professional therapy done securely online, available to people all over the world. Invest in your mental well-being now and get started with our partner, BetterHelp. Let therapy be your map with BetterHelp. They've also got a special deal just for our listeners, folks. Secret here, don't tell. Saving 10% off your first month over at betterhelp.com/PKA. That's BetterHelp.com/PKA. BetterHelp.com/PKA. That's 10% off your first month of online therapy over at betterhelp.com. betterhelp.com/PKA. So check it out. Save 10% off your first month. If you're feeling like you could benefit from speaking to someone, you're going through a tough time, or maybe you just need a little bit of advice or just a sounding board, that can be useful as well. Check that out. See if it's right for you. And be sure to use code PKA, betterhelp.com/PKA.
Go to the gym for your emotions.
Go to the gym for your mind. Get jacked. Get a jacked mind. This episode's also brought to you by Lock and Load, folks. Lock and Load, the premium cum ejaculation increasing supplement. Everyone's talking about it. You probably can't go to your local grocer without hearing some woman talk about how much they love that their husband is now on this supplement. It's wonderful. It's efficacious. It works. Drink enough water. Take the pills when you're supposed to, and you're going to bust big. Like there's nothing else to say. Nothing else to say.
It's outrageous.
It's unreal. This is the real talk. It's unfucking real that it took the three of us to introduce a product that actually makes you come more.
Yeah, that's true. The competitors don't work like ours.
The competitors fucking suck, dude. They're like, hey, take this Tic Tac sized thing once a week and you're gonna bust. A bunch of fucking retards are taking that. No,
right?
Take ours. You know how I can tell you work? Because you're gonna have to choke these fucking horse pills down every morning, every night. Stay hydrated. You're gonna bust hard. We're giving you a regimen more than we are selling you this product. Follow the regimen, take the product, stay hydrated. You're going to bust bigger than you ever knew possible.
See what you're capable of.
Check it out.
Just get a bottle or two.
Oh, you talking about Lock and Load?
The way you said that. See what you are capable of.
The trans girl in our Discord ordered herself a bottle on your recommendation. She said she had to change her panties after watching some sort of a sexy TV program or something. So
a sale's a sale.
That is great.
Yeah.
That sale gives me my little cut the same way the other ones do.
That and Blue Chew, and she will be rocking.
Yeah, I don't know if she got the Blue Chew yet, but she said she's leaking like a sieve. So
that's hilarious.
Well, I maintain that good advice of don't cut your penis off.
Well, you know,
because if you cut your penis off, you can't enjoy the fruits of Lock and Load.
No, she just oozed out of her vagina.
Don't even say things like that.
Yeah, don't cut it off. Yeah, you'll get to reiterate that.
Just keep it. What's he doing wrong?
I don't know. You'll have to.
He's just living, laughing, and loving down there. Let him have his time. So yeah, code PKA, code Jizz. Also, our merchandise, PKA 10. Buy a hoodie, buy a T-shirt, buy stickers, buy a mug, whatever you want. Use the code or don't. Doesn't matter.
Vaginal dilator.
Don't use the code. It gives us a tiny bit more money. So don't use the code, folks. PKA 10.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I didn't know she was using
I'm
Compels.
so glad she is.
Oh, it's
That's
a
hilarious.
new. Well, like last hangout, I think Woody told her that she needed some lock and load and some Blue Chew.
I think
so
she
that-
brought it up, and she I don't want to share everything she shared in the hangout. That might not be something she once discussed on the show, but it
Seemed
seemed
pretty
like
open about it.
she was pretty open. But it's not my choice to decide how open she is. 6 digits of people watching this.
No,
Maybe-
that's between her and the
maybe-
doctor.
maybe maybe a little overly open, but
But yeah, we make that shit work again. Science, anything's possible.
bust
Yeah.
hard. And you know what, guys? Trust the science.
Mm-hmm.
You got to
Dude,
trust the science.
My little world is filled with Epstein news. Kyle said that he's been kind of video game deep right now. He's arc raidering, but my computer, I can't not see the Epstein stuff. I guess a few new emails were released by the Democrats where Epstein specifically says like Trump hasn't talked yet, but he's like deep in this. They said that he spent a few hours alone with one of the identified victims in a room. It looks bad for him. And then of course, all this is the backdrop of the vote that's happening very soon. What?
He was correct me if I'm wrong. What I read was that there was already this girl who was testifying or being deposed that Trump had assaulted her. She's that girl you may have seen. She's sitting in a chair and they've blurred her face.
Katie Johnson.
And then I
Wow.
believe that
Up right here, Woody. Why don't you?
I believe that she was threatened, and her daughter was threatened, she claimed, and that's why
Yeah.
she dropped her suit against Trump or whatever it may be. So you're saying that the emails that they found from Epstein are from prior to her coming forward, but are naming her still.
No, so the
No.
victim's name is redacted. So we don't know which.
No, it's Julia Giuffi, I think.
No. So the victim's name in the email is redacted. There is one person who is an Epstein victim who said that Trump didn't fuck her. So the White House is saying that's the redacted name you can't see. It's the one who already said Trump didn't bang her, which is like what they, convenient for them. Oh yeah, the one girl who said Trump didn't bang me and lots of other people did is the one whose name you can't see. But we don't really know what victim it is because the name is redacted.
But what I saw, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that they matched up those statements with a previous statement, and it's the same as Julia Giuffi or something. And she was the one who said, like, did you ever have contact with Trump? No. Did you ever see him? Did he ever flirt with you? No, that was incorrect. Did you ever see him with other girls? No.
There isn't a statement. It's just Trump spent a few hours alone in a room with this Epstein.
No, I'm talking about the emails, like the emails that they.
That's
they
what I'm
leaked.
talking about. The email says Trump was alone in the room with like name redacted.
And that girl, Julia Giuffi, or what? I probably got her first name wrong, but Giuffe, I think. Jeffy. Yeah, she was saying that he didn't flirt with her or do anything untoward. Granted, this is not some like, oh, so he's innocent thing that a lot of people on the right are trying to pretend, but it does seem like that is what
I have the
has
email
been revealed.
The whole email is this. I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Redacted, spent hours at my house with him, and he has never been once mentioned. I can't read these words very well. Police chief, etc. Something 75% there. Can you guys read this better than me?
Let me see. Actually, Kyle
It's
has
in
the best
Kyle's
on this.
link.
He could probably see it.
Page 1 of 3.
Oh, that was tables. Fuck, I clicked the wrong thing.
Let me see.
There's so many table links.
200.
Kyle,
this will work.
You're still muted, man.
Yeah, it's on this link. Like you can see, there's a transcript of it, and it's exactly what you just read. Oh, it's what you just linked to. Yeah.
Yeah. So, here it is. I want you to realize the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Redacted spent hours in my house with him. He has never once been mentioned. Police chief, etc. I'm 75% there. So I don't think you can link that to one specific girl. It's not specific enough to say, oh, that matches up with whatever. But the White House has said, oh, the redacted name, that's the one that said Trump didn't fuck her. So there's nothing to see here.
Maybe you could be 100% right.
Yeah.
Well,
we don't know who he
we
spent
don't
time in
know
the room
enough
with.
about any of this because
We just know he spent hours alone in the room. For all we know, he was giving her business advice.
And again, what's the content?
Oh no, it was apparently it was Virginia Giuffre's name in that email.
How do you see that?
Because they had the same conversation unredacted in previous months.
Can you show me that?
Yes. This is apparently her testimony. But again, I could be wrong. I'm open to it. And this is also not a defense of Trump, that fucking faggot doing nothing, doing just a complete failure. Did you see his shit with Laura Ingraham? That fat fucking idiot.
Which
Did
one?
you see it? Where Laura Ingraham was basically trying to give him outs. Like trying to say, she was asking him like, so the H-1B thing is bad for Americans because it depresses wages. Are you saying there aren't skilled Americans that can fulfill these jobs? And he was like, we don't have the right skill. We need these countries sending people here to us. And it's like, so you, just to confirm, Mr. President, you don't think Americans are skilled enough to fill these jobs? And he's like, we just don't have it. And it's like, he's calling Americans fucking retarded losers. He's saying that the only thing that can save our university system is 600,000 Chinese students coming here. By the way, how many times have we heard about a fucking Chinese student selling shit back to their government? Happens all the time. Fuck them. They are our global enemy. I don't want Chinese students here. No. And he's ripping on Americans. He's saying Americans aren't suited for the job.
Saying you don't like Jackie Chan and his great works?
I don't give a fuck about him.
By the way, this doesn't prove that
you
that's
brought
the
him up,
same girl. But
no, that was the same conversation, but with it unredacted from
no, it's
months
not.
ago.
It's not. None of that overlaps with what the email is, and the email isn't a
Where he
conversation.
says, when did Donald Trump flirt with you? He didn't. That's what's inaccurate. Have you ever observed them together, meaning Trump and Jeffrey? No, not that I can remember. What is the basis of your statement that Donald Trump is a good friend of Jeffrey's? Jeffrey told me that.
Right.
Did you ever see Donald Trump at Jeffrey's home? Not that I can remember. On his island? Not that I can remember. In New Mexico? Not that I can remember. In New York? Not that I can remember.
And those things don't show any link at all. It just says this is Epstein, who's in the midst of legal trouble, saying the dog that hasn't barked is Trump.
The same person.
A different deposition of the same person? No, this isn't a deposition of a person at all. This is Epstein's email that he wrote.
A different interview of the same person. That's no. What I just linked to you is a deposition.
Right, but I'm not linking to a deposition, and those things don't link together reliably at all.
You could be right. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it does seem like there's a little more gray area here, and this is not like Trump can get fucked. He's not doing anything. He's not doing anything I want him to do, and so I fucking hope the Democrats throw him in prison. Fuck him. He's doing nothing. He's doing nothing. Nothing. The Republican Party has two settings. It's controlled opposition and going to war for Israel. Those are the two settings. Because the one setting of controlled opposition is when they bluster and go, we're going to change the House and we're going to get more representatives. And then they fail everywhere to do that. And meanwhile, while the Republicans get all the bad press for that, Democrats in California just go, we're going to steal 5 seats from Republicans. Fuck you. And they do. And no one cares in the media because they like it. And you didn't see that? They just passed.
That doesn't seem like an accurate telling of it at all.
They passed Proposition 50 where they took 5 majority Republican districts and turn them Democrat.
Under what situation does that happen?
When you're gerrymandering, when you're changing the district.
It happens if Texas does it. It's reliant on Texas gerrymandering.
I don't think so. I think and this is what I mean is that Republicans are losers. They are trained losers.
Fact check me.
Democrats are winners. They have dominated for
what I'm looking to hear.
65 years. 65 years the Democrats have dominated totally, and the Republicans have been controlled opposition. They're complete fags. They can't do anything.
I'll fact check.
Those 5 seats will be Democrat next time, and the Republicans will shit the bed. That much is certain.
I fact check me. Here you go. Yeah, it only happens if Texas does it first. It's a way to offset Texas's gerrymandering.
Someone should save this, because when Republicans in Texas fail and California does it anyway, someone should post this clip.
It's literally written into the law, and Texas has already passed it.
It doesn't matter. Like, Republicans are fucking losers. They will do nothing.
I don't understand why it doesn't matter. Like, California is like, hey, Texas is doing this redistricting thing to make it so that the number of representatives don't represent the population. So let's do the same. And then written into the law is this only goes into action if Texas does it. So, like, even though it's been passed by the people, if Texas undoes it, California automatically does too. But
it doesn't matter, because all it takes is one progressive judge to undo all of it. Utah just voted to make another Republican district, and it took one progressive judge in Salt Lake City to go, no, you can't do that. This stays blue. That's all it takes. There's not going to be a Republican judge in California that shoots this down. There will be a progressive judge in Texas that shoots this down.
And if there is, California's gets reversed. I feel like you're not realizing that it's written into the California law that it's dependent on Texas
but I
law.
don't. California just owns and does such a good job for the Democrats. I don't think they would back up. They just revert it. They just go back and change some text.
You can't just change text on a law that's been passed. You'd have to have the law passed again.
Maybe, and they could probably pass it again.
But
there's not a lot.
But there wouldn't. There's no drive to do so. Like
there's a huge drive to do so. There's a bunch of people there that want it to be.
And it's not just Texas and California. Like, clearly, y'all, for some reasons, someone's refusing to agree here. But I know Indiana is also doing something with their redistricting / gerrymandering. I think it's something that's being tried across the country wherever it's applicable. Which
there are a few that lost steam based on the recent elections. Like, so what happens, of course, is you win something by 60% and you're like, oh shit, we've got some room to play with. Let's lower it. And then the recent election happened and they're like, ooh, we might be flying too close to the sun. If we win by 52%, then we might actually lose in a bad year. So some of the states, I want to say Kansas is one, or maybe Kentucky. I'm not sure if there's a difference. Has decided not to do it anymore. And maybe Ohio, Indiana, I feel like more than one. Now, North Carolina did do it. North Carolina has made our gerrymandering even more extreme, and it's locked in and it's passed. But like Kyle said, all over the nation, everyone's kind of racing to the bottom to have these poorly represented states.
Yeah.
And by poorly, I mean the number of Republicans and Democrats don't reflect the population of Republicans and Democrats. It's not poorly because it's not what I want it to be. It's poor because it's not what it should be.
Yeah. Well, you seem way more educated, so I'm probably just a fucking wrong retard on this, but I do just see the pattern over and over. Democrats win, dude. Democrats are.
It doesn't feel like it's fun. I think it's entertaining.
I want to be on the left so bad. I want to watch as like the media backs me and I fucking dominate my political opponents for 65 years. And then like they push back 2% and we go, and then we dominate again.
It never feels like
sick.
So let me tell you how it feels on the left. We're not winning jack shit. We don't have the Supreme Court. We don't have the presidency. We don't have the House. We don't have the Senate. We don't have most of the governors. We don't have fucking we just lose everywhere. And then like Biden, right? If he didn't know who he pardoned, they'd run that ship nonstop on a loop. But President Trump is like, yeah, I don't really know who I just pardoned. I don't know that guy. It doesn't make a ripple in the national news story, right? Like,
I don't think it does make a big ripple with Biden's auto pen shit because no one's had their feet held to the fire. Like, really, have they?
To me, Trump is a different kind of cognitive decline. Like, he's not quiet and his gait isn't as bad as Biden's.
He's retarded.
But he has other kinds of retardation. And I will say his out of touchness seems to be getting a lot of play. Like, you know, he can't sit here and tell you grocery prices are low and that gas is cheaper than it's ever been.
But he will.
And,
groceries.
Okay, I'm sorry. He can't get away with saying it. Yeah, right? No one said groceries until I brought that word back. It's an outdated word, right? Everyone hears that and they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? So this is one time where Trump told you the sky is not blue in the daytime, and people are like, wait a minute, it sure as fuck is. What's wrong with you? But most of the time, he can say and do anything. He can be like, magnets don't work when they're wet, and they're like, it's just Trump things. Isn't he funny? He's so great. And
well, it's a mixture. All right, so it's
Did he
three
say
things.
magnets don't work when they're wet?
yeah,
Kind of.
That's very
It's three things. First of all, whenever he talks about something that I don't know very much about, you just assume that the president knows about it, or he wouldn't be talking about it. But he's a liar and he's Trump. So like a lot of people fall for that. So when he talks about the economy or geopolitics to his base, they're like, trusting Trump. I don't know nothing about fucking Moldova. Where was it from? I don't care. But every now and then it's something that we know a little bit about, or it's something that's just so blatant in your face, like grocery prices. When he's like, no, prices are down. Bullshit. We all buy groceries. You're the one who doesn't buy groceries. How the fuck would you know what groceries cost? I'm of the mind that maybe you actually believe groceries are cheaper because you got that some sort of evil like Gollum Wormtongue character over there. Like, yes, my lord, the groceries are cheaper.
He probably does.
Great.
He's probably got a couple
Cheap
worm
groceries.
tongues in the mix, but that doesn't excuse him. Like
how does he not know that groceries are like bonkers expensive?
He
How does he not
doesn't
know
care.
that like
listen to what
Woody's
his
having to
talking
cut
points
back
are
on
now.
steak dinners?
Dude, Trump is like fully like the whole reason everybody voted for him was to throw a wrench in this machine that abuses Americans and favors foreigners and brings people in to replace us in the workforce and otherwise. And then he gets in and what is it? It's business as usual. We've got our two switches. We have controlled opposition, loserdom, and then we have going to war for Israel. Dude, Josh Hawley, a Missouri politician, a congressman, is like
presidential aspirations.
presidential aspirations. Fuck that fucking loser. He's
You
like,
like him.
no,
Okay.
I don't like him at all because he'll go out there and be like, oh, we need to really get serious about America first. And then he'll piddly, mealy mouth tweets about that. And then he has another tweet where someone says like, why are you supporting Israel so hard? What does this have to do? And this is like some boomer idiot who really has no idea how entrenched Israel is.
This is someone talking to Holly or
This
Holly?
was someone
tweeted this?
talking to Holly.
Okay.
Someone saying, why are you so obsessed with Israel? What does that have to do with getting prices down for Missourians? And Josh Hawley tweets like, you will have to, and I'm not exaggerating, Zach, find the tweet. You will have to carry me out on my shield before I stop defending Israel. And it's like, who am I taking crazy pills? Like,
He's going to lose to Mondami.
this guy would lose to anyone who even pretends to give a fuck about America at that point, because it's like, you guys all service a foreign government. You guys all are part of the gang. You're all part of this horseshit, this Ted Cruz milieu of losers. And then Trump is now just neatly fitted in there. He's just
I got something for you,
one of
Taylor.
them.
I can tell you're raring to have some fun on Israel's expense. Have you
I'll
heard
be
of
careful.
50?
I won't say
Have
no.
you heard of 50 states, one Israel?
Yes.
For
It's
Woody's benefit,
infuriating.
50 States, One Israel was a conference held in Israel from September the 14th of 2025 to September the 18th for state legislators from the United States and members of the Israeli government, hosted by the Israeli Foreign Ministry. The conference was described as the largest delegation of elected officials to visit Israel, according to whatever their shit is. The list, I'm looking at like the total number of attendees, but the list just scrolls.
It's all of them, dude. Like we do not have representation. We don't.
North Carolina wasn't there. Based
as fuck. Let's go North Carolina.
Let's go NC like that. But it's brutal.
Oh, here they are apologizing for not being able to attend.
Georgia had 5 people. You guys did great.
Hey, we brought the crew. I wish they,
gayest?
Missouri had 4.
We're almost as gay.
Wouldn't you sell out to Israel if you could, though? Like,
no.
just a little? Like, I wouldn't sell out. I don't think I'd be much more willing to sell
America
out to Israel.
first, brother. America.
I think the GOP has 2 switches too, and I agree on the controlled opposition one. The other is servicing the wealthy. They always seem to prioritize some sort of tax cut for the very rich, some sort of giveaway.
Yeah.
And they get in when they're not in power. It's all about reducing the size of the government, making sure the Democrats don't do anything they like, talking about taxes. When they are in, they cut taxes specifically for the wealthy, and they spend like drunken sailors.
I see that. I guess we only I totally agree with everything you just said. I only disagree that I would file that under controlled opposition, because they got to that position by saying they wouldn't do that. And then as soon as they do, they're like, tee hee hee, we're going to do it. And then we're not going to do anything for you other than give Israel a bunch of money. And then a bunch of retards are like, oh, the reason they give Israel so much money is because of evangelical Christians, and they're a powerful voter bloc, and they're pro-Israel. And it's like, oh, interesting. So they're such a powerful voter bloc. They probably get whatever they want, right? Do they get no abortion? Oh, they don't get that. Do they get no gay marriage? Oh, they don't get that. Do they get no immigration? Oh, they don't get that. Oh, so the only thing this voter bloc gets is exactly what the donors want? Oh, that's crazy. My mind is about to explode.
They kept their guns. That seems to be locked down pretty.
Trump
well.
is the one who was like, you can't have fun with fucking bump stocks anymore because I'm a fag. You can't.
I mean, that guy used a bump
that.
stock to commit the largest mass murder of all time in our country, and it was a bad look, you know. And
I don't think it was a bump stock.
Wait, it wasn't? I thought it was.
It was a series of 15 AR-15s and an MG fucking 40 or some shit, right?
They're talking about the Vegas shooter, right?
Yeah, because he brought like.
I definitely heard it was bump
15
stocks.
AR
I'm only as good as my source.
I believe he was using bump stocks on his weapons. That was the story that I remember. I don't remember any particulars about like specific weapons he was using, other than there were lots of rifles. And one addendum to that, because I've been to SHOT Show in Vegas, and it's super common for hotels in Vegas to see a guy wheel up to his room 15 rifles and cases. Like it is way more common to see that at a hotel in Vegas than even at the airport, where it's also a common occurrence, because people that do it is the biggest gun show, gun conference type thing that I'm aware of in existence. And it's thousands of people, and they bring their weapons there to display them. And to like HK shows up from fucking Germany or whatever with like cases and cases of guns, and then they stay in a hotel where they take them into their hotel room, cases and cases of guns.
So Zach pasted here 24 guns, AR-15s and AR-10s. Is an AR-10 a lot like the 15 with a bigger caliber? I think. Yeah,
it's an AR-15 and 308.
Does it have the same capacity?
No, usually you got like 20, 25 round mags, but with magazine capacity, just always bet that there's an extendo mag that'll like get that on, bump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers.
You're the gun expert. Would it be easier to have like 20 loaded magazines and just reload the same gun? Or would it be easier to have 20 rifles and just put one down, pick one up, re-aim, and shoot a new
picking them up, and also yeah, like especially if you're not some trained commando. Like I'm not great at like tactical reloads. I doubt I reload very much faster than either of you do with an AR-15. Getting to my second mag quickly was never a concern in any of the shooting I've ever done. If anything, right? I usually just put 100 round magazine in there. You know, the reloading's boring.
Yeah, why wouldn't you do that if you were going to spray up a Keith Urban concert or whatever it was?
Well, look, you can't get inside the head of this guy. I think from what I remember of him,
seems sketchy.
He was a guy who'd been financially ruined there was some sort of love life stuff. He was worth a few million, maybe $2 or $3 million. He had a plane, if I remember correctly, and I think he was losing some assets and some sort of marital thing. I remember it's all nebulous now, but
there's usually an incentive though, right? Like, like if there's someone like that one guy who assassinated, like cold blood killed that healthcare guy, the executive,
right?
He was mad about healthcare when like that school shooter went into the Christian school and shot up all those kids. The trans person, they were like, we don't like Christianity or whatever, or like when that guy in Christchurch went and shot up all those Muslims, like it was because he hates Muslims. Like there's usually a thing you can
sometimes
get.
There is.
I just get why he had nothing to lose and was suicidal. I wonder why he took so many people with him.
Yeah, I don't get why.
Well, look, and that there I don't see a conspiracy theory in that one. I hear that one get brought up a lot. I see no conspiracy theory there to be had, because it's not. Maybe if one of the people killed down there was some like Israeli asset or something like that, and they were trying to like mix a assassination in with a mass casualty event, There wasn't even that big drive post it to legislate. It just kind of happened in the air after that. And they could have gotten bump stocks off the market anyway if they had just let the ATF do it. ATF wanted to do it.
Yeah, I don't think it was done to get rid of bump
It
stocks.
wasn't bump.
I remember a
There
conversation
should
Trump
be an
had.
incentive.
He might have been in the Oval Office, somewhere in the White House. There was another Republican, and they're like, I don't know if we want to take away bump stocks. And he's like, that's because you're afraid of the NRA. I'm not afraid of the NRA. And it's like, now I like guns, but I'm like, that is uncharacteristically brave to stand up to a lobby.
The best Republican that we had until it ended up he was a fucking Epstein Island dude was a 90s Democrat in all beliefs. That's how much we're losing. That's how much we're losing.
It feels like
Trump's positions on social issues.
You're winning everything.
So progressive that they would cast him out of 90s Democrat Party because he's so in favor of gay marriage and all
the
this
Democrats
shit.
just took the biggest L on the shutdown that they could take. Right? And now they're talking about getting rid of the leader of the Senate minority, Chuck Schumer, the Democrat.
Woody, we should switch. We should switch because in my head,
Woody would take that deal in a heartbeat.
If I were a Democrat, I'd be like walking on sunshine every day because I'd be like,
what are you talking about?
We've already won the battle. We've imported more people that vote for us than can ever be defeated via mass deportations. I'd be whistling. I'd be walking down the street. We won. All it takes is waiting out this last little bit of Trump shit. We win. I would be.
These people can't vote. If there are illegal aliens in America, they're not voting.
Oh no, but like making them citizens, and also there's no one making sure they can't vote in California, New York, Illinois, Washington, Oregon.
Or do they just pretend there's someone else voting?
No, you just don't show an ID. You can just walk up and vote.
That's not how it works. In my place, you're
still in a red state. Every blue state does not require ID.
And it's messed up. It's messed up. They don't ID because they ID me to buy like
bread,
vape
groceries.
cartridges.
Sure.
Yeah. I can't buy. Fucking
Trump
cigarettes.
said that, and he got flagged. And I do wish he'd been more specific. But you do get ID'd at the grocery store when you buy alcohol and cigarettes.
He specifically said bread.
Well, he's so bad at selling his message because it's an easy message to sell. Because there are signs up at most gas stations that say, like, are you under 36? We ID, or under 40, maybe it even says, like, just so that there can't even be an argument from some 37-year-old who's like, dude, no, I don't have my ID. No, just give me my fucking cigarettes. I'm in here every day. Like, so he can't even make that argument.
Need an ID. If we need an ID, it's a recent thing. But what we do is we show up. I say, this is my name, and then they look me up in the book. They make sure that I'm eligible to vote, and I don't know why they take a sticker, they move it from one book to the other book, and then they give me a ballot. Okay. But I think I might need an ID now.
Yeah, I think you should have to have ID to vote, and I don't think that's racist. And I'm all for programs that are taxpayer funded that make sure that it's easy, affordable, and convenient to get government IDs if you are a U.S. citizen. Make them free. They should be.
I do need an ID to vote. We didn't always need an ID, but we do now. I wanted to make sure I remembered it correctly.
Yeah, government ID should be free, easy to get, and verifiable, and maybe throw some biometrics in there. Maybe get fucking MasterCard to help pick up the bill and make it also a credit card. I don't care how you do it, but like everyone should have one if you're going to vote. Yeah. Buy cigarettes, buy alcohol, like that would.
Maybe I'm as out of touch as Trump is.
If it does nothing but shut up conservative arguments on that matter, because like I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know to what extent. I see like some tweet from a guy. He's like, I just voted 6 times in the New York election for Mamdani. I didn't have to show ID once. I told one guy that I'm an illegal immigrant, and he gave me a wink. And you look at the notes under it, and they're like, this guy's from Perth, Australia. He didn't vote in anything.
So you do need an ID in North Carolina. I don't know how many states do. We didn't always need it. But it'd be hard to vote as an illegal unless you happen to know the details of a citizen who wasn't voting, and you'd masquerade as him, I guess.
Yeah. In North Carolina.
In North Carolina, you'd have to. I don't know other states very well.
All 3 of our states require ID, I believe, right?
And mine does.
Mine does too.
But I was starting to say, I don't know why requiring an ID is so racist. And I was saying, like, maybe I'm as out of touch as Trump, but everyone I know has ID. I don't think I've ever met anyone and talked to someone who has no ID. If I go to a party, which I never do, everyone there has ID. Like, do I live in some sort of ID bubble?
No,
Like,
it's unfortunately that that
the new generation. All right, so the younger generations, and I think this goes a little bit hand in hand with the driver's license thing, because I'm telling you, for people who are like, if you listen to this and you're 12 now, like getting a driver's license.
Bring that back up, Zach.
Was the key to manhood, adulthood, adventures abound. Like getting that fucking driver's license was everything.
Of course, you mean moped license, but I'm listening.
And you could buy cigarettes. and to like an 18-year-old, you want to buy some cigarettes or some cigars or something. You now you can do it, so you're going to. Like it was so crucial. But I see so many young people now who are like have no interest in getting a car, no interest in driving one, no interest in like what do I need one for? I don't need it. I have my student ID that does everything I need to do, and I can't fathom that. I can't. It doesn't. I can if I'm outside the house and I realized I've forgotten my wallet, like maybe I'm with my girlfriend or somebody, and I have money, but I don't have my ID anymore. I can't prove who I am. I'm worried. Like, what if something comes up?
I can imagine a world where you're broke and you're urban and you don't need a car, right? But shucks, you don't have ID at all. Like, and you never get carded.
You can get a state issued ID that's not a driver's license. And I think they did some survey. It's like 1% of Americans have no form of ID. Like, it's the overwhelming majority. And just to like put it out there, my thought, could be wrong, but it makes logical sense to me, is having voter ID is something that's actually very, very popular amongst like the American population. They're like, yeah, if you want to vote, you should have an ID. Even most Democrats like that. And every time that comes up, despite support wholly from Republicans and largely a huge plurality from Democrats, the Democrats exercise every ounce of political will they have to be like, no, we can't require ID. Like, if requiring ID did not hurt them, then they would not mind. But it does hurt them because people who are shouldn't be voting are voting.
Well, hang on. The because is what's actually to be argued. They wouldn't argue against if it didn't hurt them. I agree with that. But the reason it would hurt them could be one of two things, or both. I think it's both. I think part of it is there are fucking illegals who end up voting in election. Whether they throw elections one way or another is to be seen. But there's also a substantial amount of those young urban voters, as Woody calls them, who are just like socially opposed to having an ID and like
that's not many.
Get one.
They want to buy.
It's
stuff.
the ones they want to go. It's that if they could ever mobilize that group of people.
I'm stuck on this. Every time they deep dive trying to find election fraud, they don't.
Well, but hold on. Let's say that I'm running an election, and it's between you and Kyle, and there are 10 voters, and I am California. You come and you cast your vote for me. Kyle comes, you cast your own vote for you. Kyle comes, he casts his own vote for him. And then the other 10 come in and they split pretty evenly. And then I come to you and I go, well, the votes are in. Kyle won 95-5. And then you say like, well, that doesn't make sense. There weren't that many voters. I'm like, well, you're welcome to recount. And they're like, well, can we audit it? Can we make sure these are citizens? And I say, no. I'm going to use every ounce of political will I have to ensure you cannot audit that these are citizens, but you're free to recount. And then I give the election to Kyle.
Election commission run by Republicans. Recently.
They were only allowed to recount.
All they found were like the tiniest bits of voter fraud, and they were often Republicans. Maybe exclusively Republicans.
They found thousands upon thousands, I believe, they found tens of thousands of votes in multiple states, Georgia and Arizona, that couldn't be verified. But because there's no auditing process, those are just accepted. And so it's basically like, I allow you to recount the election, but I don't allow you to discern whether or not the people who voted initially are actually legal voters. And so that's how
that's
it goes.
a lot of. It's like you're casting these suspicions without any.
I don't think it's suspicions because
Like,
the
you're like,
evidence
hey,
is
there were
that
thousands of votes that they just didn't verify, so they didn't.
no, there were tens of
They
thousands.
couldn't find it. Okay, tens of thousands, but they
Tens
still
of
didn't
thousands.
find anything. Like it just to me fits in with so many other like bamboo, paper, and other things that turned out not to be.
But you can't confirm fraud if you don't allow an audit and you only allow recounts.
I hadn't heard
Right?
about this one, so I can't argue against it very well. But I can see, like
if a fraudulent
weren't able
election
to look.
comes in, if Kyle hires 100 illegals to vote against you, and I say, oh, the vote's 100-5 in favor of Kyle, and then the Woody camp goes, we need to audit these votes, and I go, no, you can recount them, but you can't audit if the signatures match, if this matches, that matches, their addresses match. And it's also really impossible to verify votes in a place where you don't require ID, because anyone can walk in and go, yeah, I'm Stephen Miller. I'm Rich Johnson. I'm going to vote. Okay.
Stephen Miller's so scary, dude.
How are you going to do that?
Stephen Miller is so scary. He has that, like, I think a while back you said Tom Homan had like dungeon
has
keeper vibes.
No, I said he has Tower of London executioner physiognomy. I think the word
Stephen
is.
Miller has more of a worm tongue mixed with Gollum kind of thing. Like have you seen the old clips when
I don't
he
trust that
bald?
guy. I don't trust him.
No one should. Have you seen the old clips when he's got the drawn on hair pretending he's not going bald? And now he's shaved head now.
Wait, hold on.
For what it's worth,
Drawn
PolitiFact
on
rated
hair.
that Arizona thing is false.
Oh, PolitiFact.
Those likely story.
Right. I'm sure there are a bunch of Democrat operators working there.
Yeah.
Let me find Stephen Miller's hair when he had it drawn on for like.
Dude, that was
CNN.
great. He used some sort of hair replacement thing.
It's a spray.
Hold on. Where's his?
I got it. It's just taking me a second because I'm trying to get a cleaner. Here you go. Like,
just fuck my shit.
Oh, hold on. Let me. I need to copy this before I look at what you.
You can even see that.
Oh,
like,
it's the same picture. Damn it! I was trying to get the jump on you.
Like, look, I get it.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that very distinct line.
Yeah.
On the right side.
On the right,
Yeah.
where the gray comes in. Dude, just be bald, bro.
Yeah. That you should see. I know you don't watch South Park anymore, but his character in South Park is like like it's so diabolical. And as soon as I saw it, I was like, man, they didn't really even change Stephen Miller that much. Everybody else like turned into like goofy versions of themselves, but Stephen Miller was just he's playing him straight.
Like him, I see him as an actually bad person, right?
Yeah.
A bad person with bad motives, doing bad things. I don't see much good in him. He's cruel. If he had ultimate,
what does he do that's cruel? Because I just see him as totally inept.
His whole
just like
whenever he's on
another member of an inept administration.
Whenever he's on a mic, he's like frothing at the mouth. Oh yeah, well we're in power now. Let me tell you how things are gonna go, sweet.
Yeah, what's gonna happen is we're gonna do nothing, and the left will win again.
Nothing's happening in your neighborhood.
We're gonna meme on it and bloviate.
Like nothing's happening in your neck of the woods and in your neighborhoods, but across America, things are happening. And they see Stephen Miller saying, yeah, guess where we're coming next? Chicago. The West Side this time. Look out, bitches. He's like a gang member sending you like a scary fucking like message on your DMs or something. Like, fuck, Stephen Miller's coming to get me. He's so scary.
Well, crime is down in DC.
Crime's down everywhere.
National Guard.
Crime rates have been a steady downward trend since like the 70s. Whenever they see crime is up and this and that, I don't think it's even dipped up. Like unless you take those aberrations like I don't know, the LA riots or something, like these little flame ups here and there. On average, it's just safer to walk the streets now than it's ever been ever in any city anywhere. Well, all right, that's stretching it. But safer than it's ever been to walk the streets of America. New York today, safer to walk in than New York of the 70s. When's the last time you heard of a mugger? When's the last time you heard of a mugging or a mugger Never. It doesn't happen anymore. There are street crimes. There are
you
random street
retarded?
crimes I've never heard of it. Give me your money. Like, that doesn't happen. I've
Well,
never
it's
seen
because
it.
they
It
report
happens
it
to
as like
Batman.
disheveled miscreant assaults 4.
Well, Batman's parents, to be
Like
clear.
I said, there are random street crimes. There's plenty of like violence in the streets here and there. There's going to be cases, but there was
When's the last time you heard of a mugging? That's the dumbest thing you can
tell me, when's the last time you heard of a mugging where just some guy where just some guy was like, hey, give me your wallets, and like took your wallets and ran away in the streets of New York, just walking down the street.
He's got a cigar coming out of his mouth.
Outdated crime.
It's an outdated
Dude, you're not
crime.
cool.
Yeah, like, look, I'm sure there's still
Coke.
cattle rustlers, Taylor. Somewhere, someone's rustling up some cattle. Somewhere, sometime, in some place, they're rustling cattle. All right, your anachronistic crimes are happening here and there, but the mugging.
You're the one calling it anachronistic. I'm the one saying that it's current.
I know. That's why I said your anachronistic crime because it's
No,
not an
it would
anachronistic
be
crime.
your anachronistic crime because you're trying to allude to the fact that it's a time of old. And I'm saying that it's something that
He's
happened.
saying you own the crime and the crime is anachronistic.
Fair enough, but there aren't any muggings anymore, and crime is just down. It's just safer to walk the streets than it's ever been before. It used to be much worse. Everywhere. Everywhere is better than it used to be. In this country, like I see those Asian countries like Singapore, and it's like, fuck, you better not spit, bro. They're gonna get us.
Dude, we could benefit from a little Singaporean justice.
Really?
There's too many public spitters, but public spitting is not our thing. Our thing is don't fucking talk on speakerphone when you're around other people. You piece of shit. Stop it. No one cares about your plans. Talk on the phone like an adult. Don't be walking through Whole Foods having a conversation with like having a FaceTime group conversation.
They're audio terrorists.
They're audio terrorists. And what do we do to terrorists, Woody?
We shoot them. We sink their boats.
We shoot them. That's what we do. We shoot them. If you're listening to a YouTube video on your phone without headphones on public transit or in public,
Ice is coming for you.
Your IQ is too low to be reasoned with because you have no concept of how much you're bothering other people.
If I'm in public, I've got headphones on. I couldn't hear you if I wanted to.
Oh, look at Mr. Goes Outside flexing.
Dude, I'm gonna mug your ass.
I mean, mug me. Like, oh yeah, take my cards. I'm like,
Listen,
they'll be canceled by the time you get to the ATM.
You don't get 2,000 hours in Elden Ring by going outside. All right,
That's true.
You get it by grinding. I get it by giving a fuck.
I know you've got multiple games going on right now. I know you're dipping your toes in the Helldivers, and then there's new DLC for your Night Rain stuff. But this Arc Raiders shit might be a
so my friend, the one that you played with that night, he's like, I bought Arc Raiders. I'm gonna play it while you record PKA, and I'll report back if I think we should buy it. That's where that stands.
He's going to. So here's what's interesting. So it's an extraction shooter. It feels like what Fallout 76 should have been. You can play in solos, duos, or trios. If you're solo, you're almost certainly playing it solos. It prioritizes that, and same with duos and trios. It does its best to do that. In solos, 80 to 90% of the people you bump into are questing and passive and peaceful and helpful. Like they'll give you stuff, they'll talk to you, they'll team up with you so you can go fight the robots together. Happens every single raid. 20 to 10% shoot you on sight and call you the N-word while you're crawling around on the ground. It's happening. And then I also had a guy be like, "Hey friend, how's it going?" I'm like, "Pretty good, dude. Heading to the dam. How about you?" "Oh, heading to those orchards. Gonna get some apricots." I'm like, "Cool, nice seeing you." And then he just gunned me down, shot me in the back. It was pretty toxic. But in duos and trios, it's PvP central, especially trios. Like it's shoot on sight, really fun like combat. It's a third-person shooter, which I think will turn some people off. If you ever played Gears of War multiplayer back in the day, feels a lot like that.
Helldivers is third person. So is Elden Ring. So I've been third person lately.
Yeah, that's fair. It's got all the things about extraction shooters that make you addicted. You know, all those lootable items, and some of the items you need to progress your like hideout and make your generator shit, your stuff in there better. It's like, bring me the eye of a dinosaur, and it's like, how do I get one? They're like, kill a dinosaur, bitch. Good luck. And you're like, fuck. You have to kill like the big robots to get their innards.
My Kyle observation is you tend to like a game a lot, but it's hard to tell how much you'll like the game 6 weeks from now. Like you were really into Battlefield. You were head first diving into that.
Yeah.
I was
switched.
So I was into the grind of it, but I disagree. So I was very much into the grind of Battlefield, but I've been clear from the beginning. This is not a generational type game. This is an amazing shooter. It's just a good Battlefield game, and it was filling the space.
You played it like 100 hours a week at first.
I played 150 hours of Battlefield. That's about what it took to like get my hands around it. Okay. I think it's a good shooter. It's probably the best shooter that's out right now. And if you like Battlefield, like. And I'm not done with it. I'm going to go back. That's a great game. The BR is going to be fun to play. Like it's. I'll play Battlefield a year from now.
Free or downloadable DLC or paid DLC? The BR Battle Royale.
Oh, it's free. It's free to anyone. Okay. Yeah. Although it's advantageous to own the game because you unlock attachments and create these custom weapons.
Oh, it's free.
Free. Yeah.
It's not just part of Battlefield 6. Okay.
No, it's a standalone free thing. So it's super populated. Like you get right into a match and then right into another one. You can, while it's showing you the scoreboard from the previous match, you can press spacebar to begin the matchmaking for the next one. And so by the time you've read the scoreboard, you're almost loading into the next game.
Smart.
That's a great game. I don't want to seem fickle here. Arc Raiders is the shit. Arc Raiders is so fun. Like I said, it's got all that like extraction shooter meanness of Tarkov, but it's simplified. It's boiled down. There are descriptors for everything. It runs
bigger
like
the map compared to Tarkov.
Well, you have an in-game map, so they feel smaller. You have an in-game map, and you can ping. You can open the in-game map. You can see the names of everything right out of the gate, and you can put a mark where you want to go. And then when you go back into the game, you can see it over there, 1,000 meters away. Let's go. That's about, and I know that's like in-game meters, but that's about the width of the map. It seems like from spawn to spawn, 1,200 meters. Like it's far in game. Like I bump into people, but it's not like a crowded shit show or anything. It's a really big map, and there's multiple maps.
I think I'm worse at learning maps than an average person, and there was a time when I knew Tarkov maps pretty well, like custom, everything but interchange. I knew it really well, like in lots of lines of sight and where the spawns were and what to expect. And when I went back to it, I wasn't that guy. And I was like, gosh, I didn't think I was going to lose map knowledge, but here I am not remembering the scab extracts, for example. I didn't scab very much. And so the in-game map is big to me. I could use a hand.
Yeah. Oh, everything like that is simplified. You've got in Tarkov, there's 2,000 items, I think, from like five or six brands of cigarettes alone, and then like, I don't know, 12 grenades alone, 15 different foregrips. Anyway, but this game just tells you what everything's worth, what you should, there's a cheat sheet I've got that tells me what to keep for later for like my generator and stuff. It's just one little pictograph though. It's not some long pages deep minutia. For the most part, it holds your hand. And whether that's a good thing or a bad thing for longevity of the game, I don't know. But I do want to say this. It runs. It's so well optimized. It's beautiful. I've got everything on Epic. It looks like a single player game with like you'll like go from darkness into the light of the upper ground and like the sun rays are hitting you. It feels like a cinematic single player game, but it's running at max frames on Epic settings on average computers.
I watched it on YouTube and it wasn't compelling to me. But that's not a great indicator. I mean, you can learn something, but it could be the quality of the YouTuber, just the one video I watched.
Shroud's got good videos. 3. Shroud's been like he's been balls deep in this thing.
But my experience won't mirror Shroud's.
Yeah, but his experience is what you aspire to. Because me and my boys, we're going in looking for fucking O-rings and light bulbs. Shroud's going in taking on the matriarch queen with his 2 ringer buddies, who the 3 of them just won $100,000 Battlefield tournament, and they're like, all right, let's go take on some AI now. And they've got the most expensive shit in the game, taking on this gigantic mechanical spider that shoots lasers, shoots EMP blasts.
You're just picking up trash, though?
What is the thing in Helldivers you never killed? You said there was something very large. The whole team has to be equipped for it.
The big sandworm.
Okay.
You may not have seen it.
Yeah, I don't think, as we've been working our way up in difficulties, we mostly do bots. And we're on difficulty 7 out of 10 now for anyone listening. And we're pretty comfortable there. We just unlocked 8, but haven't tried it yet.
Yeah,
But-
it's called the Hive Lord. So let me find a picture of.
Yeah, I
You
don't think
showed me a picture of the Hive Lord,
So the Hive Lord,
and you've still not defeated one.
I
well,
haven't
he switched
tried.
games.
Like
Yeah.
you don't need to defeat it. It's just there. Like it's more of an annoyance that can be avoided. It was particularly on a map called Oshana or Oshan, where most of the things to do were in caves underground. So he was above ground being a nuisance, but it was like we have business in the caves anyway. So and he is a bitch to kill. like, and you don't get anything for killing him.
Can you
What
imagine?
difficulty level do you have to be to get one?
I don't know. I play
Okay.
on 7 to 10, depending on who I'm playing with. So it was on one of those. It may be map specific. He was also part of the Gloom enemy variant. You may have noticed that sometimes the enemies have like green shit on them, or sometimes they have little spikies growing off. Those are the various variants. It's like this is a medium enemy. This is a Hive Guard or whatever, but this is the Gloom Hive Guard. And I think the Gloom guys burrow underground. So that whole part where you get to shoot them on their approach is eliminated because they're burrowing underground toward you and they pop up in your face and fuck you up. So you have to use explosives to bring them out of the ground and take them on. It's the whole thing.
Last night we were playing. I have a Discord that it was more popular when I was streaming, but my friends and I use it to like do group chats. And Ghost Prodigy popped in. I think he used to play with him a lot, and he ran some Helldivers with us.
Yeah,
Played well.
Yeah. Help. I definitely want to. I hope you'll try some Arc Raiders at some point because I think it's the best extraction shooter there is. I think it's better than Tarkov. It's a different thing than Tarkov, but it's doing all the things that Tarkov wants to do.
I feel like this is a repeat conversation because I feel like there have been other games that enticed you away from Tarkov, and then
There
you
was
have
another
returned
extraction
to
shooter?
Tarkov as the core, most complex, most difficult, I guess, of this genre.
Yeah, if you're going for hardcore, then that's always going to be Tarkov. And I still think Tarkov is an amazing, wonderful game. It just has those serious flaws. This is different, though. This is more... So, first of all, it's like a AAA game. So there's like cutscenes, and there's a storyline, and there's characters, and everything looks good. Everything works. There's no like game-breaking bugs. I haven't seen any cheaters. And it's got kind of a fun vibe to it. That ain't Tarkov at all. Tarkov doesn't even have emotes. Like you can't. I don't even think you can wave in Tarkov. It's just.
What did I know of?
There are no women in Tarkov. It's all.
That seems like a
There's some
good thing,
talking.
right?
There's some voice lines you can do in game, like this way, follow me.
Oh yeah, but they're like military commands. Affirmative.
Yes.
Doesn't
The
that
affirmative, right?
almost endear you to the game a bit more, knowing that at no point Peter Griffin is going to be twerking?
So that's a different thing. That's selling out to like mixing other properties in. That I'm disgusted with when it doesn't work. Like if you had a game about the Simpsons, if you had Simpsons game and Peter showed up, that's fine.
Yeah.
But bringing Peter
Simpsons
into
Crazy
Call of Duty is
Taxi.
crazy.
I follow the selling out argument you're making, and I get it. But I think Taylor would feel the same way about the Carlton dance in Tarkov. It's silly. It's not selling out, but it still doesn't.
Yeah,
fit.
it's silly.
It's not really playing into the vibe.
Yeah, I guess so. This game doesn't really have that hard. People wear quirky things. Like the gear is, you're like wearing like space suits and like weird flight suits and stuff. But it's nothing like cartoonish. It's more just it's a wacky alternate universe.
If
more that
I
way.
give Arc Raiders a try, do I need the $40 or $60 version?
40 for sure. $60 is cosmetics, as far as I've seen.
Okay.
Yeah, just getting better cosmetics.
What did you get? Did you buy the 60?
I bought the $40 version, and then I bought $20 worth of credit because I wanted a mohawk, and I also wanted a different backpack. It looks
Dude,
good.
you're the dream consumer.
You got to understand. You can get the $40 edition now, or pay $20 to upgrade. But if you get it together, it's only $19.99 more.
Oh wow.
Oh no, there's no savings to be had.
So you don't want to leave money on the table.
I didn't want that version. I just wanted to pick and choose in the store specific items that I wanted from like different packs. If you get the upgraded version, you get a locked in pack and maybe some coin too. I don't know. But anyway, I played the game for like 50 hours and I was like, I love this. I feel like they deserve a $20 tip. You know, this waitress has done a good job. I feel comfortable like consuming their product and buying their digital shit, and so I did. And I feel good about it because now my character's got a mohawk, got some green face paint. I got a shiny spacesuit. Nobody else got the shiny one. Everybody else is like orange, blue, red. No, I'm like shiny chrome.
So I want my character to be as sexy as possible. Will the $20 help me get there?
Yes.
I don't think there's any goon credits that you can acquire, but I made my character look like Furiosa
in Shark Tank. I'm
Mad
out.
Max. Yeah.
Yeah.
I also
I'm gonna have to say no.
That black stuff on my head. Like remember when Furiosa rubs the like grease on her forehead, like war paint? I got that going on now.
It was like the gayest
Elden
part
Ring
of that
right
cool
now.
movie.
All she's wearing is a hat and a thong.
Fuck yeah.
How about this as an idea I had also, which is a store where shoplifting is allowed, but
Okay.
there's increased security, and if you're caught, you are legally forced to pay 5 times the retail price.
Hear me
You
out.
can break in and you can steal anything you please, but if you get caught, you can.
Okay, Taylor, I don't like it. Instead, I think if you're caught, you should enter some sort of Squid Games like competition for your life.
Even better. Yeah, they are forced into playing fucking mahjong so they don't get executed.
I don't know how to play Go. Other dice.
Oh, yeah, that was the funniest part of watching.
You got a bunch of like skinny homeless teammates.
That was the funniest part of watching fucking Squid Game, where they're like, "Oh, it's like some old lady," and they're like, "Oh, so do you know how to play Ching Chong Bing Bong?" And she's like, "Oh yes, we play Ching Chong Bing Bong all the time as little kids." And then they're like, "All right, we put her in charge of Ching Chong Bing Bong, and then the rest of us try to not get cured when we don't hit the puck through the hole."
I don't know what the American. So first of all, they're making an American version. I'm pumped for that. I hope they don't ruin it. They alluded to it at the end
Pig
of season
games.
2.
And it's
Kate
fat
Blanchett.
people.
Kate
Pig
Blanchett.
games and it's fat people. That's pretty good. Yeah.
Did you see it? It's Kate Blanchett who's going to be like she was the one out in the street playing that weird
I know her
game with them. Yeah, love her.
Galadriel,
just still looking pretty well preserved.
Hot as hell.
Like that was 30 fucking years ago, and she's still looking pretty damn good. The rest of them not so much. Although Ian McKellen, like he topped out. He was wearing old people makeup back then, and it's helped like his age over the years.
Yeah. You can't rip on him. He's very, very old. You know, he's gonna look old. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the American version. I'm curious about what the childhood games will be. Like, are they gonna play fucking
like hopscotch or 007
on Nintendo 64.
This despicable person. He chooses all the job. He cannot be hit by a headshot.
That like what's it gonna be like? That's what our childhood games amounted to. As far as like the playground, we didn't have any games. I mean, we played football, we played basketball, we played sports, but we didn't have any like inside like paper rock scissors.
We didn't throw.
We didn't have any games.
That gay ass game that apparently
Jacks.
Koreans love, where you throw a piece of paper down and you're trying to flip it over.
Yeah, we didn't have anything like that. Oh, paper football, dude. That we're guessing what the American version of Squid Games is going to have for the games, and I'm guessing some paper football is going to have to be there because we have so few kids games that are even approaching.
Do kids play that anymore? Because I remember paper football being a big part of lunch.
It was a big part, and when like at work, like and rainy days, like me and my buddy Ken, like from my desk to his desk, like we kept scoring shit. You know, we played that all the time, but. Like other than video games and sports, we didn't really have any. Like we didn't play jacks or marbles or. Oh, we did play that game where you slide a quarter across the table and whoever's closest to the edge gets the quarters.
Oh,
but we played it slightly differently. So imagine this: you're on a table. I slide the quarter towards your side without going off, but I go short. You know, you do this thing where you like run it along the edge to see if it moves, and then you get to push it. So like if I get it really close to your side you have such a long drive, you're unlikely to get it to my edge. So sort of over time, it works towards someone's side of the table, and then we declare a winner. If it goes off the side,
Okay.
we would toss the quarters at the wall, and whoever was closest to the wall without
Michael Jordan
touching
did that.
gets to keep the quarters. And so I'd show up to school with like $8 worth of quarters or some shit. My pockets are bulging, and we'd play that all class. Like, let's had a blast. It was so fun.
What else? We also did that thing. I don't know. You do this like paper origami. It's like pick a number, and then you like 1, 2, 3, 4.
That was like a girl thing.
Yeah, well, the girls would make it, but everyone would like play it. Boys would.
They didn't let us play. And
oh, really?
No, that was so they could find out who they were going to like marry or whatever. That was like a South Park actually ripped on, like, did a parody of this where like the girls make one of those and the boys believe that it is a prognostication device. Like, it can see the future. You ask it questions and it gives you answers no matter what. And so they send Butters into a girl sleepover dressed as a girl.
well, I'm not entirely sure I'm comfortable with this, fellas.
Shut up, Butters.
I think the girls in my school made it like as a device to help them be more social. Like, oh, Taylor, choose a number, and then they'd be able to interact with people with this device.
Yeah. I remember that. I think everyone who came up in the 90s or early 2000s remembers the girls doing the
Taylor, are there any stakes that would get you to get into a Squid Game type competition?
Oh man.
Replace every dollar with a deported foreigner.
Like, and there's just a big ball in the center.
Fighting for all of us.
Like 99% of the people die. There's no stakes in which I would accept 99%.
Oh, no.
There's literally no stakes because it's going to be me fucking getting dominated in jacks, and then I get shot in the head by some guy with an MP5. That's how it's actually going to go. So no, I'm not going to play.
Well, no. If you remember, like in the first season, the first half of the first season, the main character whose name escapes me, fucking Jong or whatever, like they all vote to quit and they vote to quit when there's like dozens of them or something left. Like at any point, even after the first round, you can all vote, and if the majority say take the money and go, you take the money and go.
No, they never voted to quit. That was the big driving force.
It was the big driving force.
I was meaning the majority never voted to quit.
Well, that's
they
because
always
they kept narrative. We're talking about real life. We're going to be a real Squid Game where
real life.
500 Americans are about to jump into this game, and at stake is one illegal. Every time you progress, there's a total pool of 10 million illegals to be deported.
Well, what about the rest?
Every round, they say to you, now we're up to 250,000 illegals, and they on a jumbotron they show you a bunch of sad brown people. They've got them rounded up like in a camp, and they're
ready to be deported.
Right. You've secured this many. They will be deported. Now,
zip
you
tied.
want to step away from 250,000 instantly deported illegals, and these are some bad hombres. Look at them, crying children in the lot. Or you can press the red button. Next round, we're going to 1 million illegals deported. And we'll let you pick the state of your choice that we focus our efforts in. No, they're all rounded up already.
Bang.
Never mind.
Next round.
What state would you pick? Would your own or some state you hate?
No, I wouldn't.
If it's a magic wand that just gets them
that
out.
I wanted to help raise wages. So that would be. I mean, I guess you could hit up. You can grab California and New York.
I feel like I would
really
bet
help them out. They would change their ways.
I think I would just like bet against like strawberry futures and then take all of the pickers, and then take all the pickers from Southern California and just rake in the cash. That's a Republican thing.
That's genius. Yeah, I didn't think of that.
See, you're so much more cynical than me.
We can have our cake and eat it too. Like the Nazis didn't want to exterminate the Jews, Taylor. They used them for slave labor for years and years.
Yeah,
they worked them to the bone.
They were also fools because can you imagine a less useful workforce than a bunch of Jews? Like physical shit?
Yeah.
Just constant complaints.
Somehow that's worse than what I suggested.
I don't think it is. They don't want to.
I would.
Have you ever met a Jewish contractor? They're doing scientists,
tradesmen,
lawyers, news media. They find their way around. They're successful, smart people, business owners. But they're not the ones doing the mishmash. They're not.
Well, they're not good at
setting the
breaking
plumbing. They're not good at breaking rocks, which is why I've always questioned they built the pyramids. It's like
They didn't build the pyramids. No one suggested.
Whoa, Chief Anti-Semite Kyle Myers here right now. They didn't. You're stealing that from them? You're stealing that from them?
They don't claim it. The only people who claim that the Jews built the pyramids is like Sunday school teachers. It's nonsense that we don't know is the truth about who built the pyramids. It's finer craftsmanship and older stone than a lot of the lesser works there. That shit predates what we call Egyptians. That's some old ass shit. The Great
that's
Pyramid,
true.
And it definitely wasn't slave labor. You can there are records and evidences of how those people, of how that skilled labor was fed, how their wages were paid, how much like bran and beer they got per day. Like they were well paid, skilled laborers. You don't build that with a slave labor force.
Egyptian laborers built it, according to ChatGPT.
Sure. But now we don't even know.
Depends what you call it. What kind of an Egyptian are you? Because like,
scary dude.
Yeah, because I think that like the time between King Tut and the construction of the Great Pyramid, that's accepted by Egyptologists, which most people don't believe that anymore, is greater than the time between like us and King Tut or something like that. Like that dynasty was so old.
I think we've got a little bit, maybe, of a stolen valor situation regarding the pyramids and modern Egypt, where they're
here's the problem though.
Hey, these are ours.
I'm a trans. I'm a turf on this, so I'm the turf version of this because while I don't believe
you're a perf, a pyramid exclusionary radical.
Fucker.
Fuck.
like
no, I liked it when he said he was trans.
While I do believe that it was like an older group of people that don't tie directly to like modern ethnic Egyptians that built the Great Pyramid, I don't say that too much, and I want to stand with the Egyptians because Black Africans like to pretend like they were the pharaohs.
Who are you to say that we do not build this?
That
is the reason that in sub-Saharan Africa a two-story building has never been built because we used all of our skill points
Have you seen
to
that
build
meme?
the pyramid.
It's like we was Romans and shit.
I've seen that, and it makes me sad.
You know who what my shopper's name was the other day? Brought me my fucking carrots and
Augustus.
Celery.
Wait. Oh,
it's a ripoff of a Roman name. I'll go ahead and throw that out there, and it was a woman. So that really narrows it down.
Well, but it really doesn't because there's a bunch of retarded shit.
You got to think of Roman female names.
Cleopatra?
That's not a Roman name.
It is to me.
She was Greek, Woody.
I knew she was Greek. I actually knew that, but I had no other
Her name was Lashonda. Lashonda Cleopatra III.
I knew she was Greek because I watched that fucking Roman TV show last year.
So her name was Lucretia. And she spelled that shit phonetically. Lucretia. It was, I read it 8 times before I understood what she was going for. And I'll never understand how Black
it's
people.
Spanish for the creature.
Nah, not Lucretia. Lucretia.
And it was a huge thing for her to get promoted to the pyramids because before that she worked at the DMV. Sorry, you do not have the appropriate documents.
It's hard. It's hard to figure right docs.
That's what they always like scare people with. Whenever someone wants government to run a thing, they're like, "You've been to the DMV," and I'm like, I can't argue against that point. I don't want anything in my life to ever be as bad as the DMV, and the DMV is government at work, and it's such a necessary service, and there's no reason for it to be a hellhole of despair, but it usually is. The last one I went to was very modern. It looked brand new. Lots of exterior, lots of like natural lighting, lots of like open windows, very bright, ventilated, nice AC. Good chairs, but still, there was an aura of like sadness in there, like some slave children had been massacred.
There's an aura of profound inefficiency that you can't quite nail down. Yeah,
and you're always afraid when you go up there that you don't have like 8 different types of fucking ID. It's like, all right, I got my birth certificate, my social security card, I got a power bill, I've got my old driver's license, which isn't good anymore.
Every good DMV lady I've ever approached, I've like given her my pile of paperwork, and then she picks like 2 things out and is like, "That's all you need, sweetheart." And it's like, all right, well, what the fuck did you guys like put a million signs up? Because and fair enough to them, because they're dealing with the dumbest of dumb people all day, because everyone in America needs these.
Because I know I love to put the pile in front, right? And she's like, you don't have a receipt. And I'm like, but the title has like the price of what that. And she's like, I'm like, are you sure? And she gives me one of these. Like, okay, dumb question. You do this 1,000 times a day, every day.
we have it more annoying in Missouri, because I think we're the only state in the country where when you buy a car, you don't pay sales tax at the time. You have to after you buy the car.
If you buy out of state, you don't need as well.
Oh, so is that an out of state thing? Because I have to, after I bought my car, I had to go to the DMV and pay my sales tax to the government directly.
Yeah, I think that's normal when you buy used. I'm sorry, when you buy from another person. Like if I buy a car from you, you don't collect my sales tax. You get the $9,000, and then at the DMV, when I say I paid $9,000 from this, they assess the sales tax there to give me my registration.
That would make sense. But I bought this from a dealership.
You pay. If I buy a North Carolina truck,
sales tax.
If I buy a North Carolina truck, of course I don't have to pay North Carolina taxes. I get it registered in Georgia and I pay those taxes. So that's how that works.
That makes sense too. Yeah, no, I when Taylor said he bought it from a dealer, I was surprised. Yeah, North Carolina dealer would handle the sales tax.
I think it's just a Missouri holdout of some horse shit. Because that seems to be what every law is.
Well, what do they call that fucking $800 extra they charge you at the end then if it ain't tax, tag, and title?
I didn't get charged an extra.
It's called the fuck you.
For the tax tag and title, because I had to go to the fucking tax office and pay the tax there.
They have the statute framed on the wall that says they're legally required to charge me $600 to like interact with the DMV on my behalf. And you can't negotiate it away. Of course, you can negotiate like, well, they'll just lower the bike by $600 and I'll pay the $600 here. But yeah, they act like their hands are absolutely tied and they have to collect this $600. And how can you literally a statute in a frame?
Can the middle and upper middle class just get squeezed forever like this? I don't think so.
It's kind of what you just said there, because I've been on obviously I've sold tons of cars and had that be the major objection. Like they agreed to the price of the car, they agreed to the payments, they like their interest rate they're getting through Wells or whoever, but they don't like that fucking $500 worth of permaplate and that $600 worth of tax tag. And I don't remember what ours was. I think our tax tag and title was maybe $300 or $400, and then we had the permaplate, which was the paint coating bullshit, and it was $550 or $600. But all I gotta do is go up there and say, hey, make it 1,000, make it 20,000, make it 1,000,000, and like he's just typing, like that's how official this document that I'm going back is. It's just some shit on a piece of paper. Don't think official. I mean, if you sign, it'll be official. Don't get me wrong. It works that way, but not the other way.
I don't trust the government at all, and that has been reinforced by having some municipal inspectors coming out to my house regularly, which I have a fucking electrician coming out, or an electric inspector coming out.
I do want to hear more. I always thought the people that enforce the code were my friends. They're my advocate working against the contractor who would do worse work if he could get away with it. So tell me why you don't feel that way.
That's what I imagined they would be for me, like finally a guy in my corner to come over here and be like, that's not right, fix that, straighten that up, tighten this. And every single time, because I've had a half dozen inspectors come out at this point, every single time they come in, the last guy that came in had dirty teeth.
What do you mean by dirty teeth? Hang on, we got to analyze this. Were there things in his teeth? Was there food in there, or were they just yellow, decayed?
The bottom of his front lower teeth were all rotted out and shitty.
Were they pussy or were they decayed?
They were decaying.
Okay,
I think tobacco guy.
Because it was dark.
So bad teeth.
Maybe bad teeth guy. I thought he'd be more professional. Let this guy in, and he's like, "Hey, I'm here to inspect the egress window and the bedroom framing." specifically the bedroom framing, not the whole framing. And I was like, all right, come on in. And he comes in and he spends 15 seconds walking down there and looking around and being like, looks good. And I wanted to be like, do you want to look closer? Do you want to spend any more time on this? Like, do you want to make sure that this is,
I knew this would happen,
correct? Do you want to make sure this is good before you just take a half glance at a big area that's being refinished and say it's okay? And he just left. He just went back up there. He's like, it's all good, thumbs up. And then he left.
So anyone could have done that work. You didn't need those lazy professionals you found.
Well, I don't know how to saw into a foundation.
So YouTube will teach you anything you want to know.
Yeah, I'm going to do that as my first foray into sawing into a foundation on my house.
Do you ever look at a work crew sawing into foundation and think, wow, those geniuses out there, how do they do it? I could never.
I mean, I've looked at plumbers and electricians doing things that I don't know how to do and been like, I'm glad they're here.
I've had the plumber inspector be quick. And he's like, it looks good. And I was like, oh, cool. Can you tell me what you were looking for? And then he starts pointing at this or that and doing the job. If you have more inspectors, maybe copy that.
Woody is an expert resource on this stuff.
Do we want to know if
what were you looking for?
Yes,
I'm saving
because the contractor will fix it for free. And he'll bring it up to code. And the code is there to protect you from shoddy contractors.
Yeah. Not Taylor, though.
This guy's just walking in and being like,
Taylor had some confidence in his contractors in the first place, but
they seemed fine. But like, I did get a little curious when the inspector came by, and he looked at everything and he inspected the plumbing via his glance. Or this was a different contractor. He actually did a little more, or a different inspector rather. He looked and did a little more. And when he left, he had dowsing rods to look for loot in my home. And he came by, and after that guy left, I got a message from my plumber that was like, "Did Jerry come out?" And I was like, "No, some guy named Alan came out and inspected." And they were like, "Oh, okay. Usually it's Jerry. Was everything okay?" And I was like, "Yeah, Alan said everything was fine. You checked it out."
You should have fucked with him. Like, he says you guys really must not know what you're doing here. Like,
he thinks you're gay.
He says that, and I quote, "Faggots installed this."
That would be funny if you had that relationship with him.
No, but even my contractor has fucking dirty teeth. Also,
you're really judging on the dirty teeth thing.
He's from Missouri. Are you gonna find people with clean teeth?
You gotta find the nice teeth people.
You know what I don't like, and this isn't for for contractors. This doesn't apply, but for literally everyone else in life, dirty fingernails. I see you got dirty fingernails. I don't want anything to do with you. Like, and I don't mean, again, if you're a craftsman, if you're literally a masonry guy, like your job is to work in mud all day, no problem. But if you got dirty fingernails as like a shopkeeper working behind a desk kind of guy, that's some nasty, disgusting, diabolical shit.
True.
I remember my mom always told me the story growing up about going on a first date with a guy. They got like a mile from the house, and she noticed his hand on the wheel. He had dirty fingernails. Turn around and take me home.
Why do you think?
I made him take me home.
What was she thinking about him doing
because her mother always told her not to be around a man with dirty
what was your mom envisioning those?
What was she picturing him doing to her?
I mean, just like, this is a yeast infection in the making.
Probably didn't want to be touched by dirty fingers.
Dude, he was gonna grab your mom like a fucking bowling ball.
Yikes! How dare you? How dare you, Taylor? Talk about Mrs. Myers that way.
He was gonna toss her down the lane, motherfucker.
Oh my God! Do not refer to my mother as a gutter ball. Okay, that is not. I don't want to hear it.
His mom is a strike, Taylor.
It's a gutter ball.
Don't call just because that happened behind a gas station. Don't call her a 7-Eleven split. It's not fun. It's not funny.
No,
it's not funny.
She knew it was up.
No, but I always took that to heart. I see you got dirty fingernails and you don't have an excuse for that. You're just a dirty human being who doesn't manicure themselves to the smallest extent. It doesn't take much. You don't even need that little scrub brush. We always had that scrub brush in shop class. We'd all go into our nails, like because like no 17-year-old boy wants to have dirty fucking fingernails. Like we weren't
No,
stupid.
of course
My
not.
nails are too short to be dirty. I clipped them 6 times during the show.
Yeah,
I got
that's
scissors so Kyle couldn't hear him anymore.
that says more about like
More of an an anal thing.
I'm not the only one listening. He said click.
You didn't hear it? Silence.
That's
Yeah,
perfect. You got
I keep mine fairly short, but definitely not as driven by an illness as yours are. Short.
Fact check. True.
Yeah, that's not my.
says you're right.
I got plenty of everybody says they're OCD. I've got plenty of like compulsive things I do or things I do in a certain way because it feels weird to do it the other way, or maybe it just feels bad to do it the other way. It's like I saw there should be a shared experiences subreddit for just things that we all do, but like, and when you see someone else talk about it, you're like, yeah, I do that too. I saw one the other day. They've got like a TV remote control, like a standard one, and it shows the diagram of someone moving their thumb across every button across, like doing the like maze of them. And I'm like, yeah, constantly, all the time.
Yeah, it's
all
not the
time.
act of cutting them that I enjoy. I just don't like having long fingernails. Well, even short ones. I don't like having tangible fingernails.
You can have them
you
removed.
want all
I've heard
of
of
that's
ballet
your
dancers.
that's Woody's like transhuman thing. It's like, get rid of these damned nails. And you
I don't
have
like 'em.
soft,
Well, we better.
cushy
All right,
fingertips.
let's be God for a minute and then control the evolutionary. Let's redesign the human body a little bit. Do we get rid of the nails? Because now we can't open things. We can't peel like the stuff off of our new monitor. Like there's lots.
We don't get rid of them.
Can't scratch and itch quite nearly as well.
It's
you know?
easier to increase the usefulness of the nails
You want
than it is
scarier
to,
nails. You
to
want claws.
decrease the nails. Yeah, something
claws
that
are
can be
better.
like if I get an Amazon package.
Retractable.
Yeah,
Yes.
a
Cat claws,
retractable. If I get an
claws.
Amazon package, I can just go shing, and then
Ooh, can you imagine doing
Oh, that'd
you
be
like
cut
dope.
right through. Think about
people-
I
that.
might drop my Leatherman if I had retractable claws.
That would be pretty sick.
get a little Coke nail? It just extends out
Ooh.
right back in, right back in.
And pulling it back
That'd
in
be
gets you
good.
slightly high too.
It would
Yeah.
if there's a little more cut.
Okay, retractable nails. Put that on the list. We're doing that.
Mhm.
I need
I
the
would like a
pussy to
blowhole.
slide up a little bit.
How do you
Yeah.
feel about a blowhole? Like
Do
on
you
the back
remember
of
the
our neck
first time
somewhere?
you like reached down to touch a pussy in high school?
way
And it
lower
was
than you think.
so much lower than you thought.
Yeah.
Let's
yeah.
move that pussy up. Let's
Move it up.
Yeah.
Move
Move it
that
I
up.
think
pussy
I was
up.
going for a urethra or something. I don't know.
Can I
if
throw
did
this
it
out
right.
there? The
Dude, if
belly
there was a
button's already
nuclear
there.
bomb in a woman's asshole, the pussy would be in danger zone. And so let's move it
Mhm.
away.
Belly
Let's
button.
have the
I
butthole
vote
here
that the
and
belly
pussy
button
here.
is the new. So here's
Instead
why the
of
belly
here.
button makes a perfect pussy. You've already got something there.
Are you
So just
really
make it
putting it in the front?
yeah, right in the front. So now you're going to be
Mhm.
like, and then the baby comes right out of there. Like our, you know,
Yeah,
it,
just
This is
falls
making
out-
a lot of sense.
Falls out like a vending machine.
well, it makes C-sections a little scarier, but definitely bring it forward.
We
Okay,
won't have
maybe
to
not
worry
all the way to
about
the belly
C-section.
button. Maybe we don't bring it to the belly button. That's gonna make swim season weird. So
Yeah.
let's
I was
let's
just going to move it like
it.
an inch and a half.
Give me two.
Yeah.
Give me two.
Okay.
Just
Yeah,
get it
let's-
away.
Let's not quibble.
I
Let's
shouldn't
not
be
quibble
able
over
to
half an
put.
inch.
I shouldn't be able to put a middle finger in their butthole and a thumb in the pussy like a 6-pack. Like that's
Can
too
we-
close.
While we're redesigning the female vagina, can we also make it like not nearly so deep? Can we make it like 2 inches deep? You know,
In the pussy.
No, it's not.
I don't know about you,
And
but
the
I
thing with
find
these pussies,
like
they're unfathomably deep. There's no possible way. It's like I'm in the descent.
yeah. I feel like I'm at the beginning of a spelunk. Like I'm way up at the top of the chasm, and there's so much
Yeah.
endless space.
You're
below
like
me.
the hiding place for Saddam Hussein statue.
Yes.
Deep
Yeah, way down in there. Let's make them a little more shallow so that we can all, you know, because what are you doing with all that extra space anyway?
So true.
Yeah, put that on the list.
Put that on the list. Shallower pussies.
Do we want
move them to
retractable
the front.
toenails? All right. What about? Are we keeping the toenails, or are those also retractable?
Women
'Cause I say
don't
we
get
keep
any
them-
nails.
I said we keep the toenails alone. Leave them there alone because, like, I'm not into feet, but like, I think that like painted toenails like look nicer than just nothing. Like, if you've ever seen someone who's lost their toenail, like it got smashed off, or I know some like ballet dancers have them surgically like removed because it's the whole thing. And maybe some sort of martial art I've seen where like they've lost their toenails In any case, like people have them removed, and it's a bad look. It looks like a weird like penis on your foot. So we're letting people keep the toenails, yes or no?
If they're good toenails, yes.
That's not how this works. It's not a magic.
Okay, then no toenails. No toenails.
No toenails at all. Are those retractable or just little dicks on our feet?
Only men get the retractable. This is a sexual dimorphism thing. Women do not get the cool retractable.
What can we do with our toes or retractable toe claws?
We can run barefoot in the dirt more effectively. We got grip.
Yeah, that's why I don't trim my toenails.
Or you could slash someone like an ostrich.
I've seen that in MMA where people get like fucked up from toenails. Like they'll be cut open.
I can imagine
there are guys who use their toes.
Like
imagine the mentality of like, yeah, I'm gonna kick you with the tips of my toes because I want to hurt you. I don't care if I break my toes. I want to hurt you. I would never kick with my toes. I would always kick with the ball of my foot.
I'd sharpen them all to points.
Dude, I would kick with my toes all day because as of now, both of my big toes have the thickest nails. I have to put a little oomph in it to click it, to trim it.
Garden
it's hard.
shears?
Garden shears, yeah.
I used to
use that.
My dad had like crazy toenails and he wasn't flexible enough to like really get after him. So mom would be working on his toenails with a Dremel. She'd be down there like, and the room would stink like burnt hair. She's got goggles on.
That's what am I going to do if I can't service my own nails every day? Maybe it's going to maintain my flexibility, right? Maybe I'm playing the long game.
You are. You're going to stay healthy long term. Kyle and I are going to be there with a fucking Dremel. Just trying to.
There are toenail clippers for old people. They work sideways.
Yeah,
like
they're long. It's like a selfie stick for your fucking toes.
Like those grabbers.
My grandpa, my farmer grandpa, when I was a young kid, I remember because when we would open Christmas presents, he wouldn't have socks or shoes on. He'd be sitting there like on the couch watching. And I remember like opening Christmas presents and looking over and seeing the sheer thickness of his toenails and being like, what's happened here? Like what is the impetus of this sort of growth? Because it was so thick that like I don't think you could put the little tiny opening of a clipper on them. Like it was just
like
just
an inch thick
bramble of a toenail. And it always stuck with me where I was like,
he's a farrier.
Yeah, he really did need a farrier. He needed someone. He would stand there with his hands on like an ottoman and then put his foot up behind him, and they would hold his foot between their legs and snip as he neighed and whinnied.
Thick toenails are most often caused by fungal infections, trauma like stubbing your toe or wearing tight shoes, or the natural aging process.
I think it was
probably
the third
all
one.
Four coming into play there and creating a mega nail. Yeah,
because he was not protecting his nails throughout his farming life. I don't think he thought.
All right, so we redesigned the toenail. They're retractable now, but only for men. And we've moved the vagina forward. We got the retractable.
I'm sure we all agree most boobs way too big. Let's move on.
No, most boobs should be.
Now boobs are inflatable. The girl decides how large they are. And when she's asleep, they're enormous, and she has no control over that. And then during the day, she is able to retract them as needed for athletics or just comfort.
This is genius. I can sign on for this.
Yeah, I like this, and they shouldn't be able to wake up when you play with their big sleepy tits.
Well, I can help you with that. We'll talk.
Dude, just literally 2 nights ago, I was sleeping next to my girlfriend, and I was watching in my bedroom TV, watching Clarkson's Farm, I think, or Top Gear, which, by the way, I don't think this is supposed to be allowed, but on only one of my TVs, I found a Top Gear all day channel, and it's just playing that from now on, which is a great show. But she was sleeping topless, and I like looked over and I saw her big tit, and I kind of like bounced her titty while she was sleeping and I wasn't. and it woke her up a little bit where she was like, Taylor, and I was like, just go back to bed. And so I played with the titties a little bit.
You're having a dream you're being molested. Go back to sleep.
You're having a dream.
Sexual assault. You didn't have consent for that.
Nah, it's foregone consent. She wants that.
Standing consent is a thing.
Man, I hope things always go well for you guys, or she's gonna have this recording here.
Fuck.
When it goes real bad, they take your suits. They take everything.
They take my suits. Dude, I've got to the right of me right now. Usually my office is nice and open. I've got fucking 60 hangers with suits and shirts and all sorts of things right here, because the other week the plumber came up and he was like, hey, I need access to this pipe. I can either go in through your master closet or through your master bath. And I was like, what would be easier and create a smaller hole? And he was like, the master closet access would be easier. So I was like, okay. And so I had to pull half, 2/3 of my master closet out, and now it's just sitting on my floor right here, and I have to wait to put this back until these fucking retards finally finish the job that I paid them for months ago. Well, I didn't.
Who's doing the drywall work?
It's the same contractor who did the framing and everything. Yeah, and I had a
plumber a while ago, or an electrician. He cuts all this access. He screws it back in just like it was all. And now it's like a puzzle, but you don't want your wall to look like a puzzle with all those seams. And he left for me to fix it. And I think what would be an easy job for a drywall person was a hard job for me. It took coat after sanding. I sanded too far. I have to put another coat on, repeat that process. I was not good at it. It turned out well, but it was hard for me. And I really wish he had a guy, or was the guy, who put it back right.
Oh yeah. I've got all the supplies to like reapply that drywall and everything, but I know I'm going to do exactly what you did, which is like over mound that like putty and shit on the side through that weird, it's like a weird screen you have to put over it.
Yeah.
Then you sand down and everything. And I just don't want it to be lumpy and shitty.
Yeah, and then you over sand, and then you have to reapply the mound. You'll do that a few times.
Bigger sander will help with that. Like if you're, the longer the sander is.
I have a tiny sander. I don't think that will do.
Because with a tiny sander, if you imagine going back and forth like this, you create a hole. But with a big sander, like the ends of it'll be on the finished pieces of the drywall. So it's right. The left side and the right side are right. You got a high point in the middle. And by going like this, you eventually wait until you start.
Yeah, I had the right
when
it was like 4 inches by 8 inches. It was the right thing. But you sand, and now you've touched like the drywall paper, which you can't just paint. Like if you sand and you get in the mud, everything's fine. It paints well. But if you get to the paper, well, now you have to put mud over it and sand. And this time, don't get to the paper. But you do. A few of those.
That's what cars are like. That's most of my experience is doing cars, like doing fixing a dent on a car with Bondo, and then getting it all sanded right, and then putting a coat of primer on and being like, nope, didn't get it, and then just sand, prime, repeat until it's perfect. And then you might shoot, then you put water, and then you put water on it so it's shining, and then, nope, still didn't get it actually. Yeah.
So the side you could see, I did a pretty good job. I don't think you could tell anything was there. There was also work to be done behind the washer and dryer. That was good enough.
Who cares? No one's ever going to see. Dude, I feel like every time I talk to one of the many contractors coming in and out of my house every week, I feel like they are giving me a little bit of quiet resentment. Like I feel like if I were to show up to someone's house drinks? And I were trying to sell, yes, I say, hey, if you need anything, let me know. Hey, I've brought stuff down there before. Like I've been like, hey, do you need a water? Do
you ever buy them a pizza?
No, they can afford a fucking million pizzas with the cost they're charging. And so I'm not buying them a fucking pizza. And actually, that would be a good excuse for me to have a little bit of pizza. So maybe I will. But
I got you guys some pizza, but you guys all like it exactly the way I do, right? No? Well, good.
You guys don't like anchovies and onion?
I try to be social with my contract.
No sauce.
I try to be nice with them too.
Habla inglés.
Dude, I'm in the dark with that because every single motherfucker has been white so far.
Yeah, I bet.
Not a single Espanol has
Weird how that
walked
worked out, huh?
What do you mean?
I just feel like maybe there was some Hispanic gentlemen that would have come in there lickety split, andale, but you picked those whiteys. You got a couple crackers in there, and all they know how to do is burn time and spend money.
Eat cheese. Yeah.
Eat
Cracker.
cheese. Yeah. Bunch of fucking crackers in there. Just cracking
That might
out.
be it. I don't know. Because like
honkies.
he
Bunch of mayo
communicates with me
monkeys.
entirely via text.
Bunch of lice.
Even in the same house. Like he's
what are they called, lice
downstairs and he
commanders?
texts.
I thought he was
No.
downstairs once and he texted me like, "Is this okay?" And I wanted to be like, and I just like went down there and checked it out, and he wasn't there. It was just some other people, and so he was texting on their behalf. But yeah, it's one 5'6" white guy who's got some teeth that I consider myself funding a replacement of. And then other than that, it's like a bunch of other white guys who don't seem very friendly most of the time.
They're
Like
all going to look like
they show up at
MMA fighters from the time with you.
They show up, they tell me, they're like, "Hey, we're going to be there at 7:40 tomorrow morning." And I'm like, "All right, I will be ready to open the door for you. Like just come by whenever. It doesn't matter." And so I'll be in here working on something, and then I'll hear a knock, and then it's 9:50. And then they show up and they work for a few hours and then they leave. And they don't even say goodbye when they leave. They don't even say goodbye, Kyle.
You should have gotten Mexican.
I would prefer that.
I prefer Hispanic help. They're a happy group of people. I think the fact that I only understand like every fourth word makes me fill in the blanks with like more positive, like joyful, like kind stuff. Like look how he likes me. I don't know what he's saying, but I just gotta get a vibe.
Did I send you that meme that was like a Mexican when he doesn't know anything you just said, and it's just the iRobot guy being like,
They do. They do.
They're friendly and they're good.
They're friendly.
I love them. Love the Mexicans. Great people. I like the Mexicans.
We had Mexican guys do our
like
gutters when we did the roof, and I asked for an upgrade that I fully intended to pay for. Basically, the gutter drained in this little cement thing, and it went like 2 feet from the house. But that wasn't nice because we had pavers, and the water would go back towards the house. I'm like, can we do this underground and have it come out here like 12 feet away? But you're going to have to pull the pavers up, dig a trench, put the thing down, et cetera, et cetera. He's like, yeah, we can do that. And then he didn't charge me for it. I'm like, did I rob you? Or maybe he just robbed me enough on the old other job that he's like, I'll throw that in there, sucker. But
well, good for him. That's a good contractor. As long as, again, you didn't get destroyed on whatever he did beforehand.
Don't know what's customary for gutter work, but I Googled it. It seemed like it was good.
This wasn't for your bathroom work.
No, this is unrelated. We had the roof replaced, and then sometimes when you get the roof replaced, instead of putting your dirty old gutters back up, you put new ones on.
Wait, why would you need roof? Because your house was new built, right?
No. Our house is pretty old.
Oh, I thought you built that for some reason.
It's a slave manor. That's what sweetened
Don't
the deal.
undermine it. It's a sick house. I like it.
It might have been.
It was pretty awesome. Have you ever lived in a house where you could walk to the front yard and it's not raining, and then walk to the back yard and it is?
That happened again a few weeks ago.
When they showed Woody,
because Woody sent that video, and I was like, "Damn, what a king!"
I'm sorry, Kyle. You got cut off.
No, it was an old slave manor. It dates back to antebellum times. There's a whipping post. There's slave quarters. They give tours. I
don't think so. I don't think that would be the funniest possible thing, is if it was a slave manor and Woody had to go out there because of some state requirement and was like, "Yeah, this is where we fucking shacked them." Like,
Remember we had my friend Dan on the show, like 141 or something, a long time ago.
Yeah.
He told us the story of how he and his wife got divorced.
Yeah.
They bought a home together before the divorce, and there were dead slaves in the yard, like tombstones, not very good ones, but just little marked tombstones. There was a makeshift slave cemetery in the
How does that work?
backyard.
Does he own the skeletons now, or does he have to turn them over?
I imagine his wife got the skeletons in the divorce.
That's how they are. They
that's
take
what I
bones
would've
and
fought
all.
for. 'Cause I
I
want my slave femur bones.
Can you imagine that in the documents? All right, you get the house, you get the BMW. Looks like there's a trust here that's going entirely to you. The beach home. Oh, Mr. Jones' entire wardrobe, it seems, was listed here. I don't know how he got back into this one, and also some Negro skulls. 8 Negro skulls, is that correct? Yes. Actually, 9 Negro skulls. Don't let him shortchange me on my skulls.
And it also seems like you're entitled to Chucky Jackson's teeth. Is that right?
My bet is you want to keep them off the record. They were off. It wasn't like there was an official cemetery. You could just see all the heads.
I don't want to do anything illegal. I wouldn't want to do anything illegal because I remember one time we found an Indian like burial thing, and I was like, yeah, we should leave that alone. You know, like we should be respectful of that. However, and I was like, it might be against the law to fuck with that. Let's not fuck with that. But like if it were legal and I bought some land and there were some skulls and skeletons on there, I kind of want to get one and like put it on my desk. I'd love to have a human skull, like. And like I don't want to disrespect anybody, like especially if it was like a donated skull. If I could get that, let's think like a human skull all polished up, like sitting over there would be fucking cool.
I didn't even think about digging it up and using it as desk decoration.
Yeah,
what's wrong with me?
I mean,
I'm
I
weird,
see it in
right?
movies sometimes, but like you rarely see in real life someone's got like a human skull. I would outside of
like half a dozen of them. We could all have them.
A human skull would be off-putting. I wouldn't want that in my home.
Let me see if it's legal. That's Chat GPT. That's always a lark.
No, I bet it's legal as long as
Can I legally obtain a human skull in the USA? It's thinking. Yes, but with important caveats. In many U.S. states, it's legal to own a human skull or human bones, but whether you can legally obtain one, okay.
ChatGPT is the exact same thing as
I obtain a human skull legally in the USA.
Well, laws vary significantly, Kyle. In most states, at least 47, it is fully legal to purchase, own, sell, and transport human skulls and remains as long as they were obtained ethically and legally. The restricted states.
It gave me dealers.
Where you cannot ship human remains into and out of these states are Georgia, Tennessee, Louisiana, Minnesota. So you're in the red zone. You can't do it.
If there's a slave buried in my backyard that no one knew about, could I keep the bones? And it's like, no. Human remains always trigger a legal process. Stop digging immediately. I don't know. It goes on, but basically it says that you can't mess with them.
This is making me think that you can get
found it. Here's a human skull for sale.
China for
all right.
basically
Guess how much it costs?
$1,200.
Wait, for what are you getting for the cost?
Okay.
100%.
It is a human skull. The teeth look mostly gone, but it's for realsies, like the jawbone. It's a human skull, the whole thing.
Is there a backstory?
Your smile made me think I nailed it.
Well, hold on. Is there a backstory to the skull?
No backstory.
I'm going to say $210.
$1,250. Woody comes in $50 under. Price is Right rules still work, and just I mean he's going to the major showcase after this one.
That's great, and I'm glad I didn't guess on it.
Spin in that wheel.
Yeah. I think I got a link here. Maybe if I think I copied it.
But what you should know, Kyle, is that no federal law prohibits private individuals from owning, buying, or selling non-Native American human remains. Non-Native American, so they get special privilege.
They needed it, Taylor. We were cutting chunks off of them and selling them.
I thought they were cutting chunks off of us and like wearing them as braids.
Yeah, but we won, and I would like to believe that if the Native Americans had won, they would have also eventually made a law.
Has there ever on Earth been a more magnanimous conquering society than Europeans in the US towards Native Americans? Do you hear anything about the Chinese being like, oh, we want to pay respect to the other Chinese that we fuck up?
Or the Koreans like paying respect to all the Japanese, Chinese, Indonesians that they
like, is there anything close to that? Or the Japanese paying it? Or the Germans? Or the fucking the Congolese being like,
with you.
The place of our previous tribal leader.
I'm riding shotgun with you on this, except for one little caveat. Like those people were warlike savages and cannibals, and we came here and we just did more war with them, and we won the war. That's how I see that whole thing. However, after the wars were finished, we signed treaties and agreements with them that went all the way up to the president of the United States. These were official documents that we then reneged on. And you know what I hate more than anything? It's someone who goes back on an Indian giver. And so when you do that,
pussy.
It's a better joke to go Indian giver. It's a better joke. It's harder, and it's still like
it's a better joke for me to tell you to fucking say it, pussy. What is someone who reneges? Or no, when you renege, you're a reneger. But you say renege.
Well, when you renege, you're a renegger.
It's renege.
Yes. Well, it's not. We've looked it up. Google has my back, even if you don't. Grok has my back too. He seems like your fucking Lord and Savior these days. Everything's Grok. So I'm just letting you know right now, we reneged.
You tell me a better way that I can tell.
Watch that video, Taylor.
Goals that
watch that video.
Alexander
That's going to preach some truth
on Tuesdays.
Watch that truth video while I explain this point, because we reneged on our deal with them, and whenever we found out that the land we had given them to live on was more valuable than we thought it was, whenever petroleum came into a thing, we're like, holy shit, we didn't know oil would be that valuable. They live on the oil. Or whenever we find mineral rights, whether it's uranium back in the day, I think they took the Black Hills from them over maybe uranium finds, or maybe it was just gold and silver.
I'm done caring about any of this Indian shit. I'm wrong. It's renege. It's not renege.
That was what the video was, the pronunciation of renege.
I thought it was renege.
You've corrected on him so many times that I've looked it up before. It happens to me a lot. I'll research shit off show.
It's renege.
I don't really know. Right. Yeah. And Kyle, I also think the structure of your joke was amazing. You know what I hate more than anything else? Someone who goes back on their word. And then you go behind into the Indian thing, and I'm like, oh my God, he dances circles around this. I thought it was great. I hope other people appreciated it.
That was very fun.
No, but we did. We went back on our word, and I don't like that. If you're gonna make an agreement with them and say, look, end your war.
Kyle, what do you call someone who doesn't ever go back on their word based on that terminology? Someone who embraces
it. You removed the re? Is that what's happening here?
I don't know, Woody. Is that what's happening? Someone who always follows through.
Hang on. Let me.
You know what it fucking is.
Hang on. Oh. It's a D. I was like, what's the opposite of the prefix re? It's D. It's duh. Nagger.
Oh, now you're on the hard.
Now, it goes the other way. When the prefix becomes duh, you have to pronounce it the other way. That's what Webster says. Those are the rules.
All right. Well, we put our trust in Webster's.
Yeah, that's a little too on the nose, if you know what I mean. That's too close to the sun. My waxy wings.
That is not a standard English word.
You're fucking Icarus over there.
No, it's not. But still, like if you follow the logic of the prefix becoming the opposite. Yeah. Fair enough. But no, that's
for the audience. That was more of a syntactical joke.
Yes. For the three English professors out there and no one else. But yeah, like that's the only caveat I have about the Native American thing, because for the most part, those people were like lawless savages who tortured, raped, enslaved, and murdered each other before we even showed up. And then they did that and more to us. There was the Native Americans came into this town to talk peace, and with them they brought some white captives that they had been holding, and the girl had been so badly treated that they just killed all the Indians right there. Her face had been burnt off They every night before
the white girl had been so badly treated.
Yeah, yeah, they had like cut her nose off and like.
Which tribe was that?
Oh, it would be either the it.
I'm not trying to catch you. I'm just curious.
No. I could only narrow it down to like 3, and it would be like the Apache or the what's the one whose name means enemy?
Comanche.
Comanche. It would be one of those because it was the Texas ones that would always run away and kidnap people, and the ones the Texas Rangers were always fighting. So I think it was Comanche. But like they showed up, they're in a courtroom, like having this meeting with like these chiefs and stuff, and then the chiefs were like, "Yeah, we brought you these girls back," and they're like massacred. And when the people saw them, they were like, "You're not leaving here alive," and just killed them all. But the problem was they had even more captives just outside of town, so they murdered all of those captives, enslaved like
not so
people too.
Mm-hmm.
They would burn their feet every night whenever they were near enough to like salvation, so they couldn't run away while they were asleep. They would like take hot steel and burn the bottoms of their feet so they couldn't run away. Just all sorts of ritualized torture and rape and enslavement.
The Europeans did that. Oh.
No. Well, I mean, yeah, but that was different. They were doing it to each other.
I don't like that.
Too. Yeah, all people are shitty.
We're the good guys. We brought civilization. They were banging on rocks, and then we were like, "Hey, yo, check out dope ass civilization."
Well, it's not quite that bad, but the idea that they were like Pocahontas living at peace with nature. Have you ever heard the wolf cry to the blue corn moon? Or raped a little girl while she screamed. That's what they were more about. That's what Pocahontas would have been.
That's like, probably what Pocahontas was actually about.
Away from her pretty face.
she was like, this guy John Smith can't possibly be any worse than chief fucking ass that I'm leaving.
Yeah, I don't know about that story in particular, but yeah, they were awful people, most of them, and so were we. But like the idea that they were like living at peace with nature and these wonderful, like they had some sort of utopia or something is just fucking nonsense.
Yeah, they were retarded. Stone Age. It was literally the same as if you and I played each other in Civ, where I'd be like, you know, this pottery thing is starting to come along. I only need one more turn. And then you show up with cannon galleons and just molest me. Like that's what happened.
Well, the smallpox did the killing. The smallpox killed 90% of the native populations of North and South America, 90%. So when it came time to do that Wild West, Cowboys win the day because we got 6-shooter shit, it helped that 90% of them were gone.
That was a happy accident because Europeans had no understanding of germs.
Yeah. I'm not sure about the stories of smallpox blankets because I'm not sure to what extent they even understood.
I've heard that was nonsense. They didn't understand how diseases spread.
Yeah, but I mean, we've talked about it before. But the reason that Europe was plague-making factory, it had all of these filthy cities that did a poor job of separating their drinking water from their sewage water. Cholera was rampant. It also had all these ships coming into these concentrated populations. And the thing about plagues, the way you get a plague is you keep feeding the fire and letting it mutate. Normally, like in the societies like they had in North America and South America, they were separated by huge amounts of territory. So if you had something jump over and some flu began in this tribe, it would burn out. There was no way for it to get more fuel. But when these European cities, they were repopulating at such a rate that it kept ahead of the plagues. They could never burn themselves out. And they also, Europe and Eurasia is where like, I think 10 of the 12 domesticatable animals in the whole planet. There's only like 12 domesticatable animals. And that's if you count honeybees.
Oh, stop it. Do you think if you put a bunch of Germans in Zimbabwe, they wouldn't get the zebras in check?
Anyway, not going down this racist path again, but because we had all of those domesticated animals and we were living hand in hand with them, it was much easier for those the germs to jump from a bird to a cow to us. A lot of the things that we consider plagues don't know they're in people. They think they're in cows, pigs, sheep, stuff like that. Cows and pigs and sheep don't mind things like they mind, but it doesn't kill them. Smallpox doesn't kill cows.
Really?
Tuberculosis doesn't kill cows. It kills us. Rapidly.
Cows can get infected by smallpox?
Tuberculosis in particular, I know, is a cattle disease.
That's the one, yeah, where like, and they noticed that dairy farmers, milkmaids, I think they were never getting smallpox. It's because they were like had mild introductions of it from the cow, and that sort of related to the formation of vaccines, I think.
So then you
that's
got this
really cool if it's true.
So then our whole population of Europe and Eurasia to some extent are sort of inoculated against diseases like smallpox. Once you get it and you survive, you made it. And I don't know this for sure, but I would imagine your children have a better extent to some extent have a better chance of also having what allowed you to survive from it. But then you throw those diseases that we have been basically breeding and culturing and like pumping up on the steroids of our peasant class for hundreds and hundreds of years in our European cities.
Yeah.
And you throw it into North and South America with a brand new group of people that have never even had a disease like that. They hadn't domesticated 90% death rate.
And so they were not
all of them
accustomed to it. That's really sad. 90%.
No, it's not. It's fucking awesome. That's why we're here. That's why we're fucking here. That's why.
You think like, we needed smallpox?
That's why their legacy is naming our football
tribes,
teams after them. That's why their legacy is having tobacco named after them and fucking trendy cigarettes and shit and not running the greatest empire the planet's ever known. That's what.
Did Kyle mention the
pretty good
poor plumbing in his like?
You get me
America,
we're the strongest that's ever been.
The most powerful, the richest, most powerful, most productive, most technologically advanced, most culturally diverse empire that's ever existed.
But I think structuring it the way a lot of people nowadays like to do, with hindsight being 2020, where they're like, they gave them smallpox. It's like you're giving too much like germ credit to people who lived in 1500. They had no idea. They were like, yeah, I get sick sometimes because I live around 1 million cattle.
You can miss the forest for the trees though, because like it was very common to throw plague victims into the city you were besieging with catapults and stuff. So they knew that like they thought they were like the stink of a dead sick person was what was getting you sick. Now we know that's ridiculous. That's methane gas and shit that's coming off. That's rotted meat.
Is it that?
But the idea is close enough.
It's kind of close.
It's close enough. It's not the stink, but being in close proximity to this dead thing is bad for you. And so just making that connection alone was enough to use the heads of some plague victims as biological warfare. But I just think the systematic addition of like smallpox and cholera to the Native American populations, like you couldn't build a machine to make it happen the way it did. Like it just happened. It just people are intermixing and it just happened.
Well, that is nature. That's how it goes.
Yeah, good.
Who knows? An alien might show up in fucking Seattle and bring some space shit to us.
Well, that's the famous book War of the Worlds. That's what happens. The Martians show up. They're so technologically advanced that we can't.
That's where the Space Needle is. That's why I picked it. Yeah. Which, by the way, the Space Needle fucking sucks. That thing is tiny. I thought it was going to be gigantic.
Well, you're spoiled by your arch, which really is one of the biggest things around.
Well, I didn't.
That thing's stupid. They should put a swing in the middle.
Before I went to the Space Needle for the first time, I didn't know that the arch was the largest man-made monument in the U.S. I didn't know. And so I just had in my head, I'm like, man, I bet the fucking Space Needle is probably as big as the arch and it looks sick. No. Tiddlywink horse shit. That thing sucks.
I bet Mount Rushmore is bigger if you include the rest of the mountain.
Probably way bigger if you include the rest of the mountain. And then Mount Rushmore is pretty cool. People always say, oh, it was way littler than I thought. I would love to see Mount Rushmore.
I still maintain the coolest thing I've seen is the lava fields at Mount St. Helens. And I never see, I went online to try to get pictures to show you guys, to be like, look at this cool thing I saw. But the pictures pale in comparison to what I saw. Now, I don't think I'm misremembering, but I remember vast lava fields that we were climbing over and like volcanic glass as far as the eye could see, 30 years after the disaster. And it was still like a wasteland with scrub brush only.
It erupted in the late 80s, right?
I'm guessing 86.
Where's Mount
I know that was the Challenger disaster. But
St. Helens is Washington, I believe, right?
Yeah, that's where I was when I went. Washington.
Well, that would check out.
Then there we go.
I mean,
I don't think it was always in Washington. I don't know.
No, Woody, there's no way to know.
I was in that like whole area. I was in Washington, Oregon, and Idaho. So like at some point driving amongst those 3 states, we stopped and like it said like not to take anything, but I was loading the truck up with big volcanic rocks because like trust me, they had plenty.
You still have any?
I don't know where they went. Like I had
stolen.
Wait,
Like,
I'm imagining you having like a giant pumice stone.
Yes,
right?
that exactly.
That's awesome.
I had chunks of pumice that were bigger than bowling balls, and then I had lots of little ones. I treated it like we had visited the moon, and I wanted like it was like the first time I went to the beach. I came back with all these rotting conch shells and stuff, like I'd been to another planet. But I had a bunch of them, and then they got gone. I don't know where they are.
I used to have one of those. It was the size of a human head. There was a hotel in Ocean City that decorated. It was like the Tahiti Hotel or something, and they decorated the little waterfalls with those rocks. And as a teenager, I thought it'd be super cool to like take the rocks that were like the yard work almost type thing and throw it in the water and watch the rocks float, because that's not something I see all the time, until I eventually was like, I'm taking one of these home with me, because I was a low grade thief as a teenager.
We all were.
Well,
I know we're at the end. What's something you stole as a kid, Taylor? What'd you steal?
When I was, I don't know, maybe 10, we had to stop at PetSmart before I went to school one day. I believe the story is it was either that or on the way home from school, I had to get them. And my mom went in and I stole, there was these big display troughs basically of pet food, pet treats. And so it was like, and there was one section that was like pet Oreos, and I stole a tennis ball and also a bunch of pet Oreos, and then I gave
canine.
Yeah, and so I tried one of them and it wasn't bad, it was pretty good, and then I gave the rest to friends saying they were Oreos, and they didn't even realize that they weren't real Oreos, and so it was like a silent victory in my head where I'm like, you fucking idiots. This dog shit that I just stole for you. And so
as a little kid in kindergarten, I stole a lot. I don't think I understood that stealing was bad. I just think, I hadn't been socialized well, and like everything at our house was mine too. But I remember I stole a kid's slap bracelet. I don't know if you remember those. You like slap it in your wrist and it wraps up on you. I remember I'm in the van with mom slapping that thing, and she's like, "Where did you get that?" And like, I don't have a good answer because I'm 5, and I got in trouble for that. And then I stole this kid's hearing aid. I he must have had it out or something, because I was at lunch and I was showing some other kid.
That's so shitty.
Yeah. Just pretend like it's not. And I was at lunch with this other kid, and I was pretending like it was a ray gun, and I'm going pew pew pew. I'm like holding the little curly part and like the main part, and like acting like it's a miniature ray gun, like an action figure would have. And a teacher walked by and she's like, "The fuck is that?" And I'm like,
what? I don't know what you're saying.
And again, I'm 5, and I'm not even trying to lie. I'm just like, fuck if I know. It's this fucking cool thing. And I had taken it off the teacher's desk. I remember that. I just remembered where I'd gotten it from. I didn't pop it out of the kid's ear. It was on the child side
took
of
it. The
her
teacher
desk.
Was like, Jerry, if you're not,
I think the battery had died or something.
Hearing it.
I think the battery had died or had become uncomfortable for the kid, and she was holding on to it, and it was on her desk, like on the child side, not on the back side. And I scooped it up and I made it mine for a short period of time. And then I don't remember stealing anything else for the rest of my childhood, because those two experiences I got a talking to about stealing and why it's wrong and how other people's things are other people's things. And I got it. But then when I turned 16 and I started paintballing, 9-volt batteries were $9 a piece. And I just stole all the 9-volt batteries that my hopper needed. I just did.
I was 7 years old, and at the school, the cafeteria, like say lunch was $1.35. Well, you put $1 to the cash register person, and then there was a bowl with the change. So you'd put like 2 quarters in, take 15 cents out, and that was like how you made your own change.
Mm-hmm.
So I would do this thing where I'd put my hand in the bowl in such a way that like you couldn't really tell what I started with, nor what I ended with. So I'd put 50 cents in and grab like 65 cents out.
You splash in the pot.
Is that what that is?
In poker, like there's some shitty things. You know, we're making a communal pot that's being played over. So it's very important that it's clear how much you're betting and adding to that pot. But if you splash the pot, fuck, you just threw 8 chips into 85 chips. And so you say, you know, it's a very rude way to,
yeah. They were watching me, and I even did it being watched a little bit, and I was like, all right, they're totally onto me. And I threw in some like honest, you know.
Oh, that's how you do it. Count it. No, in front of everyone. Hey, everyone, they say I'm stealing. Count it. And you've done it right that one time. Then you go back to stealing the next week because they won't get you sideways.
Then you lose $400 on your honest.
It wasn't long before it just got too hot and I stopped doing it entirely. Like I was like, they're totally on to me. They're watching me like a hawk. I stopped.
That's hilarious.
We had we just typed in like our last 4 of our social, like bop, 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 and like that was your. And it's funny you said $1.35. I'm almost positive that's what lunch cost when I went to high school.
Wow.
Like I think it was $1.35 or something like, and like a double lunch was like
that can't be possible because I'm only 5 school years younger than you.
How much?
$1 should be free.
It was like $5.
Oh no! It might have been $2.35, but I'm almost positive it was. I think double lunch was $2.50. Like if you wanted like double entree and like
good lunch.
Like we had a salad bar that was always like there, and then we had like standard shitty school lunch. It was that rectangular pizza and steak nuggets and
if we
stuff
bought
like that.
lunch, it was easily $5 in 2005 to 2009.
That has to be a state thing. I feel like your lunch wasn't as school like state funded as ours was.
Probably.
Do y'all have so we have lottery funding. That goes directly to education here and to something called the Hope Scholarship. Basically, if you get A's, you get free college. I think
North Carolina has something like that.
Is that a good investment?
Yeah, in Georgia, if you go to an in-state school with the Hope Scholarship, I think you need like an 85 plus average, and you get the Hope Scholarship, and it pays.
Yeah, but why would you give people with AIDS free? Is that not what you said?
Never a good investment.
No. Aid, giving them aid, not AIDS.
I was like, this doesn't seem like the group that needs the help the most.
They're going nowhere.
If you get A's, like a lot of top grades, you get a scholarship.
All right, you get the A's, you can steer clear of the AIDS.
Exactly. No, our lunches were probably subsidized. Did you do breakfast? Because we did like delicious biscuits every morning
No, we had no early food.
I remember the biscuits were less than $1. I remember the biscuits being like 75 cents, like for a nice sausage.
So when did you eat breakfast?
I ate breakfast at home. I didn't, because you had to get there a little bit early, because I don't remember the exact time. I don't remember when we had to be at school anymore because I'm 40 now. But like if school started at 8, like if you had to be in first period at 8, if that's what it was, then it seemed like they started serving breakfast at like 7. Like you had to get there like awfully early, and I always got there at the last minute. Like mom got us there with like 5 minutes to spare every single day. It was part of her schedule too. So it was just because she had to drive us to school and then double back and go to work because it was a whole thing. Anyway, our meals were definitely really cheap. It's one of the reasons I've often wondered why they don't just make it free. You know, I hear people arguing the school lunch should be free, and I agree, it should be free. But I also think school teachers should be paid a base salary of $80,000 a year, and it should go up depending on their degrees and specializations and tenure. And then there should also be like an independent review board that can take all that away from them. You do that, and you have educators, not people who are just taking the lowest common denominator job that they can get with their current qualifications.
They got to make sure the kids those teachers are teaching are doing well. Like a little bit of evidence-based promotions.
Right? Because like you can get the best kids, you can get the kids with no IEPs, you can get the kids whose parents are all engineers and doctors, and you'd look like you're a great teacher. Like I've said this before. Can you measure your dentist by how good his patient's teeth are? I take that great dentist, put him in West Virginia. Most of them only have half their teeth, and does he suck now?
Mm-hmm.
I don't, you know.
That's fair. I don't know the right answer
Me neither.
to any of the things we've discussed. But not at all.
All right,
422. Look at that. Look at us chitting and chatting.
All right. Check out our sponsors. Links in the description. PKA 778.